This is Falling for the Bad Boy by Lili Valente, narrated by Connor Crais and Lili Valente. Chapter 1. Melody. Being a grown-up is way harder than my parents made it look when I was a kid. I'm about to turn 23, the same age my mom was when she had my eldest sister, and I'm not even close to having the whole adulting thing, or myself, sorted out. But there are a few things I know for sure. 1. I'm not the kind of girl who drinks 3 margaritas in less than 2 hours. 2. I don't stay out past 11, or wear dresses that emphasize my already far too abundant chest, or delete texts from my ex-boyfriend without bothering to respond. 3. I don't wear eyeliner and lipstick at the same time, or dance when there's no music playing, or take off my shoes to wade in the fountain at the quiet end of downtown, ignoring posted signs that clearly state, "No waiting, please." The fact that at the present moment I'm guilty of all of the above would be enough to make my head spin, even without the tequila pumping through my bloodstream. I don't know what's come over me lately. "Oh, yes, you do," the inner voice slurs. "It's him. The jerkiest jerk who was ever a jerk. It's all his fault." The inner voice is so right. This is all his fault. Him, Nick Geary, the bad boy who kissed me senseless against his car a month ago, awakening the sleeping sex beast inside me, only to treat me like a sweet baby sister ever since. Before Nick and I locked lips, I had no idea I could feel hungry for someone's kisses. Sure, I liked kissing, but I didn't hunger for it. Hunger was for food, cheese, avocado toast, and extra dessert in particular. I was a fool. A naive, ridiculous fool, twirling innocently through the world with no idea that she would soon be starved to death for another taste of Nick Geary's lips. That's what it feels like. Starving. I would literally give up cheese for an entire year for a chance to make out with Nick again. But he's decided to be a huge, hairy, kiss-withholding jerk. Okay, he's not a jerk. He's mostly nice, but even his niceness is awful. A sucker punch to the ego every time I try, and fail, to pique his interest. And I have tried to pique it. Boy, have I. But no amount of flirting, or cookie baking, or cute dress wearing in his vicinity has caught his eye. He seems to like hanging out with me. He's always underfoot in the kitchen at work, stealing a taste of my dish in progress, teasing my sisters, and laughing at my jokes. But his feelings seem purely platonic. Ugh, platonic. It's enough to sour even my usually cheery disposition. I kick a leg in frustration, sending fountain water spraying onto the sidewalk, inches from where my best friend Kitty is still standing. "Hey, watch it." "Sorry," I say, laughing as she points an accusing finger at my chest. "I thought you were in already. Get in." I will not. Kitty, one of my oldest besties, shakes her head, sending her long brown ponytail swishing back and forth. It's against the rules, and I might drown. I glance down and back up at her with an arched brow. In less than 2 feet of water? Maybe. She hiccups and grins. I'm pretty tipsy. Kitty only had 2 margaritas, but her cheeks are flushed and her blue eyes glassy. But then Kitty weighs about 40 pounds less than I do. I'm a curvy girl, a state of being that's not likely to change anytime soon. I love to cook and to eat what I cook, and what my sisters and coworkers at Ever After Catering cook, way too much to ever fit into a size 2. Cooking is more than a job. It's one of my passions. And for a long time, it was enough. All I needed was my family and my lucky apron, and I was a happy camper. But now... "Do you think I need to lose weight?" I ask, staring down at myself, shocked again by how enormous my breasts look from this angle. Really, the universe could have pulled back on the boobs a little. Small woodland creatures could get lost in that cleavage and never be found. Good thing I stay out of the woods most of the time. "Oh, shut up," Kitty says with a snort. "Quit being crazy. You're gorgeous. Every guy in the restaurant was staring at you when we walked out." "Really?" I wrinkle my nose. I hadn't noticed. But I also haven't been paying much attention to the male population lately. I've only been interested in Nick's attention. Or lack thereof. Totally. Kitty reaches back, tightening her ponytail with a firm yank. I was invisible, as usual. A hardcore tomboy who owns her own auto repair shop, Kitty hates girly things with a passion I reserve for loving cheese. and I rarely see her out of jeans and a t-shirt. Tonight is no exception. But Kitty makes dark-washed jeans and a tight black tee look edgy and cool. She has a tough, lean, sexy thing going on that makes it hard for me to understand why, aside from myself, Kitty is the only other girl from our high school graduating class not coupled up, engaged, or already married. Hard to understand, but still. I'm grateful not to be the only odd girl out. Since my 18th birthday, I've been a member of 10 wedding parties, and was just asked to join our friend Dinah's bridesmaid crew last week. At this rate, I'll have a dozen bridesmaid dresses collecting dust in my parents' garage before my birthday in October. A collection of bridesmaid dresses, but not even a hint that a wedding of my own might be in the near future. The past few months, my dating life has been dismal, even before I started crushing on Nick. Every allegedly sweet boy my matchmaking nana set me up with proved to be more annoying, self-centered, and uninspiring than the last. It's enough to make a girl want to give up on the opposite sex altogether. If there wasn't an irresistible bad boy in tight black jeans, strutting around under her nose every day at work. Jeez, the strutting. It would be laughable if he didn't look so darned good doing it. If I ever want to get laid again, I guess I need a makeover or something, Kitty says, pressing her hands to her flushed cheeks with a groan. But I hate makeup so much. You don't need it. You're pretty the way you are, Mama. Right. Kitty rolls her eyes. You are, I insist. If I liked girls, I'd be all up in your business. I think you're smoking hot. And I think you're drunk. And falling out of the top of your dress. Kitty snorts and points at my chest. I glance down again, blinking in surprise to discover even more unruly boobage spilling out of the V-neck of my purple dress. I chose this dress for this exact effect, but it's still a little shocking to see so much of myself on display. Shocking and a little exciting. It isn't just feeling starved for another taste of bad boy that's been different lately. I felt restless, experimental, tempted to push the limits and bend the rules in a way I never have before. A part of my brain insists it's just a risque dress and not a big deal. But another part wonders what the heck is happening and how far this will go before I revert to my old self. Tug that thing up and get out of there, Kitty presses. Let's go have coffee and donuts. Sober up. I shouldn't drive right now. Me either, I say, my stomach rumbling at the mention of donuts. I could definitely go for a fresh glazed or two. I wade to the edge of the fountain, enjoying the way the cool water swishes between my toes. My high-heeled sandals were killing me. I can't wait for the late September heat to fade, so I can pull out my comfy boots with a wool lining and slip back into cozy fall sweaters, and, hopefully, a less tumultuous state of mind. Maybe it's just the lingering summery weather that's made me hotter than usual. I step out onto the sidewalk and slip my damp feet into my sandals with a resigned sigh, wishing bare feet were socially acceptable. Where to, I ask, propping my hands on my hips. Donut Time Diner or Dippin' Donuts? Donut Time, obviously, Kitty says. Having to dip my donut in coffee to make it soft enough to chew is sacrilege. Agreed, I say, looping my arm through hers as we wander down the street toward the older part of downtown Bliss River. At 11:30 on a Thursday night, the downtown area is quiet. The click of my heels on the pavement and the muffled music pulsing from behind the thick metal door of the Horse and Rider at the end of Main Street are the only sounds. The Horse and Rider is the only place, aside from Bliss River's many churches, where a person can regularly catch live music in our sleepy little town. The bar also has a reputation for attracting a rough crowd after 10 o'clock. I've been old enough to get into a bar for nearly 2 years now, but I've never even thought about going to the honky-tonk, even though I've been a huge fan of live music since my sister, Aria, took me to my first all-ages show in Atlanta when I was 16. But I'm a nice girl, and nice girls don't go to places like the Horse and Rider. Nice girls volunteer at the retirement home, go to church at least once a week, head to bed before midnight, and watch their language in polite company. I try not to cuss, but when I really need to drop an F-bomb, I make darned sure it doesn't happen in front of my parents, Nana, or anyone who might report back to the above. And that's all good. I've always liked being a nice girl, It's a way of life that's come relatively easily for me. But for some reason, the throbbing beat pulsing from behind the honky-tonk's door calls to me tonight, in a way it hasn't before. I want to know what's going on in there. I want to check out the size of the dance floor, taste the allegedly awful draft beer, and feel the music pulsing through my bones. I'm about to ask Kitty if she wants to duck into the bar for a look around before we head to the diner, just to check it out for future dancing possibilities, when Kitty stops dead in her tracks on the sidewalk and squeezes my arm tight enough to make me squeak in surprise. "Melody, is that who I think it is?" she hisses beneath her breath. "Who?" I look around, but there's no one else on the sidewalk on either side of the street. "Where?" I ask again in my normal voice. "Hush! There, in the tattoo shop," Kitty whispers. "The red sign. Big, glowing, says tattoo in all caps." My eyes widen as I home in on the neon sign affixed to the brick edifice above the store to our right. The shop was a crafting supply store for about a year, but has languished empty since Craft Happy went out of business. The Main Street area is a hopping place, but this end of downtown is older and more faded than the refurbished buildings closer to the square. The landlord of this store always seems to have a problem retaining renters. Every business that opens ends up closing within a year or less. Sadly, I doubt the newest tenants will do much better. They'll be lucky to last until Christmas. "A tattoo shop?" I arch a brow, laughter in my voice. "In downtown Bliss River? What were they thinking?" Maybe he was thinking he's tired of working as a part-time cater waiter. "That's Nick, right?" Kitty points a discreet, but jabby, finger toward the shop window. I follow the direction of the jab. There, on a rolling stool, tattoo gun in hand in the brightly lit shop, is none other than Nick Geary. As always, his dark brown hair is carefully spiked, sprouting wildly around his head. But instead of a tray of champagne flutes, his magnetic green eyes are focused on the beefy forearm of a bald man in a Harley-Davidson t-shirt. The moment I lay eyes on him, my tequila-numbed synapses snap and flicker. I remember Nick said he used to work in a tattoo parlor in Atlanta, but I had no idea he was planning to open a shop in Bliss River. Did he mention that? Surely he didn't, or I would have remembered. For better or worse, I tend to remember every word that spills from Nick's smirky, sexy mouth. Silently, I wish this shop a long, happy life. Nick is even more handsome with that look of complete concentration on his face. I watch, mesmerized, as he deftly guides the buzzing needle across the man's skin with an assurance that makes it clear he's achieved mastery of his craft. The muscles in his arms flex deliciously as he works, drawing attention to the tattoos trailing from beneath the sleeves of his t-shirt, making my breath come faster even before Kitty says, "We should go in and say hi." I gulp and freeze, anxiety dumping into my bloodstream. Am I ready to face off with Nick right now? I never used to be nervous around boys, even boys I thought were cute. But that was BNG, before Nick Geary. Before he made me tongue-tied, before he remained unfazed by my gifts of mouth orgasm-inducing cookies, before he made it clear my flirting game isn't nearly as solid as I'd assumed, before he proved immune to it. I only dated a handful of boys during high school, culinary school, and the years since. But my affection was always returned. My crushes always crushed back. Until now. Now I'm off-kilter, off my game, and anything but smooth. Every time I run into Nick outside of work, when I'm prepared for an encounter with the object of my unrequited affection, I feel like I'm stuck in an anxiety dream, the one where it's opening night of the school play, and I don't have a single line memorized. "Okay, but what do I say?" I ask, biting my lip. Kitty shrugs. Hi? What's up? When did you open the shop? Why don't you want to have wild, passionate sex with me? Or I could ask for you." I squeeze Kitty's arm. "If you say that, I will kill you, dead. Or at the very least, carve out your tongue and keep it in my pocket." "Gross," Kitty giggles. "You never would have said something like that before. Seriously, woman, this crush is affecting you in strange and mysterious ways." "I'm sorry," I say, feeling terrible. "Are you mad?" "Of course not. Don't be silly." She rolls her eyes. "I like the wilder Melody. She's more fun to go drinking with. But you need to face your fear." She tugs me toward the door. "Come on, let's go in. I'll say I'm thinking about getting a tattoo. I want to meet this boy who's too dumb to see how awesome you are, and make sure he sees you in this insanely hot dress." I grin. You're the best friend ever. True, she says, before adding in a whisper, just let me do the talking, and act surprised to see Mr. Hottie. I suck in a breath and nod, keeping my gaze fixed on the wild, tattoo-inspired art tacked to the walls as we step inside the store, setting off a tinkling bell that's barely audible over the punk music pumping through the speakers. Still, Nick seems to have heard the jingle. Be with you in just a second, he calls over his shoulder, shouting to be heard over the buzzing of the tattoo gun. Feel free to look through the books. Cool, thanks, Kitty answers, winking at me before stepping up to the wooden counter, where several binders filled with laminated pages of tattoo designs sit next to a thicker binder with Nick's original work, written in permanent marker on the cover. With a quick glance at Nick to make sure he hasn't seen me, I reach for the last binder and flip it open. Inside is page after page of gorgeously drawn and executed tattoos. Arya mentioned that her new husband, Nash, the town captain of police and Nick's oldest brother, is a talented artist. It must run in the family because Nick's work is breathtaking. He's done a wide variety of tattoos, everything from a cute little unicorn with a rainbow mane to a giant, scary-looking robot that covered a man's entire back. But he seems to specialize in animals. The feathers on his birds are extraordinary, and the muscles on his tigers and panthers ripple with life, even in a still picture. But it's the phoenix on the last page that really catches my attention. Nick used vibrant colors to capture every exotic detail of the mythical creature. Turquoise for the scaled patches of skin, lush purples and greens for the feathers, and an orange so bright it looks like he dipped his needle in liquid sunshine for the flames. The expression on the phoenix's face is equally captivating, somehow managing to be both pained and hopeful at the same time. It touches things inside me that I never imagined a tattoo could. It's truly a beautiful work of art. And suddenly I wonder why I've always thought tattoos were tacky. Nick's work certainly isn't. Melody? Nick's voice pierces my thoughts, making me aware that the buzzing of the tattoo gun has stopped. I glance up, meeting his bright green eyes, doing my best not to shiver as a current of electricity leaps between us. Oh, wow. Something's different. He's not looking at me like a baby sister tonight. He looks startled, but also a little hungry. I understand that hungry feeling. And I'm suddenly very glad I decided to wear a scandalous dress. Very, very glad indeed. Chapter 2. Melody. Oh, hey, Nick. I feign surprise to see him, even as my pulse races and I silently decide to invest in a fleet of cleavage dresses, if that's what it takes to make his eyes sparkle like that when he looks at me. Is this your place? Yeah, mine and a buddy of mine. We just opened a few days ago. Nick lifts a hand to the man in the Harley shirt as he exits the shop, but his gaze never leaves mine. See you next week, Frank. We'll get the color finished up in 1 or 2 more sessions. Catch you then, Frank says. The door tinkles as he steps out onto the sidewalk, and Nick leans in, his forearms propped on the counter, close enough that I catch a whiff of his signature smell, that campfire and sage, with a faint overtone of gasoline scent that always clings to him, hinting at manly activities of various sorts. The one that makes me want to strip off his shirt, press my nose to his bare skin, and suck in a deep breath. Congratulations, I say, hoping my lustful thoughts aren't showing on my face. Opening your own business. That's a big deal. Yeah, thanks. We'll see if we can stay open long enough to get into the black. He smiles a shy smile I've never seen before. A smile that makes my heart swan dive into my stomach and my fingers ache to touch the dimples popping on his cheeks. So, what's up? He continues, raising a teasing brow. You're not thinking about getting a tattoo, are you? I am, actually, Kitty pipes up. I'm Kitty. She extends a hand. Sorry, I should have introduced you. My cheeks heat as I hurry to do the introductions. Nick, this is Kitty, my best friend since 3rd grade. Kitty, Nick, a friend of mine from work. Nick takes Kitty's hand and gives it a squeeze. Nice to meet you, Kitty. For a second there, I thought I was going to have to call Melody's big sister. Why's that? Kitty smiles up at Nick with a look of obvious appreciation, a look I'm not sure I enjoy seeing on my best friend's face. I mean, yes, he's worthy of all the appreciation. But I prefer to be the only one appreciating in my general vicinity. Because she's Melody. Nick shrugs, as if that says it all. My blood begins to heat in a way that has nothing to do with attraction. If she'd come in here looking for a tattoo, Nick continues, I would have had to assume she was either drunk or experiencing some kind of psychotic break. He laughs, and Kitty, the traitor, has the nerve to join in. Either way, I'd have to call Lark, he says. John and I are barely breaking even with the shop. I'm going to need my catering job for a while, and Lark would fire me in a hot second if I inked her baby sister. She would not, I protest. You don't think? Nick asks in a patronizing tone. No, I don't think, I snap, though I'm actually not sure what my big sister would do if I came home with a tattoo. Lark would be surprised, that's for sure. Arya, our oldest sister, has always been the wild child of our family, and even she hasn't dared to get a tattoo. Just a few piercings Mom fretted about until Arya finally took them out and let the holes heal. I am not a wild child. Not even close. I'm the positive peacemaker of the family. I'm the girl most likely to wear pink chiffon and kitten heels, not red retro pinup dresses or 5-inch stilettos like the heavily tattooed girl in the poster tacked onto the wall next to Nick's tattoo station. A tattoo would be a significant departure from the norm for me, a bold step in a different direction. The thought makes my nerve endings sizzle. Lark isn't my mother, I add, lifting my nose into the air. And even if she were, I'm 22, almost 23, and more than old enough to make my own decisions. I grin my own wicked grin. And I've decided I want to get my first tattoo. Tonight. Nick's eyebrows shoot up, and Kitty makes a surprised noise, but I don't turn to look at her, afraid my courage might flag if I meet the eyes of someone who has known me my entire, wholesome, straight-laced life. You do? Nick echoes, disbelief thick in his tone. Yes, I do. I point at the phoenix. I'd like to get a smaller version of this, please. He glances down at the bird, and his eyes widen. Even a smaller version of that is going to be huge, Melody. It would have to be in order to get the detail work in. There's no way you'd be able to hide it. Why would I want to hide it? Aren't you going to do a good job? I ask, ignoring the hesitation prickling at the back of my neck. The phoenix is beautiful, but have I really thought this through? I've never even considered getting a tattoo before tonight. No matter how exciting the idea is, maybe I should take a few days to think it over, to plot the best place to put the bird, and debate whether a pretty tattoo is worth causing both of my parents to flip their lids. There's at least a chance Lark and Arya might be cool about a tattoo, but Mom and Dad are firmly in the anti-permanent alterations to their daughters' bodies camp. Mom didn't even let me get my ears pierced until I was 15. I do an excellent job, Nick says, his features tight. If I thought this was something you really wanted. I know what I want, I say, standing up straighter. Do you really, Princess? He asks in a husky voice. You sure about that? Awareness leaps between us again, and I watch with fascination as Nick's gaze darkens, taking on that hungry look. In spite of myself for a moment, I can't help imagining Nick leaping over the counter, taking me in his arms, and kissing me senseless right here in the front of the shop. Instead, he says, this isn't like you. It really isn't, Melody, Kitty agrees gently. Why don't we go have some donuts and think about this for a while? We have been drinking, so maybe. Then I can't work on either of you tonight. Nick cuts in, his relief obvious in the way his muscled shoulders relax away from his neck. It's against state law to work on people under the influence. Even if it weren't, John and I never work on people who've been drinking. It makes you bleed more, and can force the pigment out of the skin before it sets. Bad for your tattoo, bad for our reputation. I nod, surprised by how disappointed I feel. All right, I force a smile. Guess we'll have to come back some other time then. Or don't, he says, slapping the smile from my face. His voice is kind enough, but the words still sting. I really don't want to work on you, Melody. I'm sorry, but it just wouldn't feel right. Well, thanks for letting me know. I press my lips together, fighting for control, not wanting him to see how much that hurt. I wouldn't want you to do anything that doesn't feel right. See you around. Without another word, I grab Kitty by the arm and bolt for the door as fast as my aching feet will carry me. I don't look back to see if Nick is watching, or deliver any parting shots. But inside me, a storm is brewing. I'm going to show Nick I'm not a child, or a baby bunny who needs to be handled with care, or some lame loser too boring to be worthy of his interest. I'll show him that there are parts of me he hasn't taken the time to see. New, adventurous, unexpected parts that will make him realize resistance is futile. He has to feel the same pull I feel. He just has to. The kiss we shared was hot enough to set fire to a glass of sweet tea. I've never felt anything like it before. And darn it, I want to feel it again. Even if Nick does drive me crazy sometimes. He can be frustrating, infuriating, yes. But he's the one who brought this wild, new curiosity to life inside me. And I'll be darned if I'll give up on him before I find out if our second kiss is as hot as our first. I'm sorry, Kitty whispers, as we move down the sidewalk, away from the shop. I just didn't want you to do something you might really regret after the tequila wore off. A hangover you can sleep off. A tattoo, not so much. I smile. No worries. But you know, I don't think I'm in the mood for the tequila to wear off just yet. Why don't we go check out the Horse and Rider, have a beer or two, and call a cab when we're done? Kitty's eyes widen, but her lips stretch into a delighted grin. Hell yeah. Why not? I don't have to work tomorrow. Let's do it, woman. We giggle as we dash across the street, just like we used to when we were kids, sneaking out after dark to climb up into Kitty's treehouse and tell ghost stories. At least someone enjoys my wild side. With a little luck, and a plan already forming in my determined brain, it won't be long before Nick comes around to Kitty's way of thinking.
Chapter 3. Nick. Fuck. Trouble. This is nothing but trouble. I should close the blinds. Instead, I watch Melody and her friend run across the street, unable to take my eyes off my boss's little sister. With her thick blonde hair and curves for days, she's always beautiful. But in that dress, Jesus, that dress. Don't think about it, I mutter beneath my breath, crossing to the door to flip the sign from open to closed. It's nearly midnight. Any customers who show up in the next 20 minutes will probably be drunk anyway, and I won't have time to draw anything up, let alone finish a piece. Better to close up and head for home before I give in to the urge to follow Melody into the Horse and Rider and offer to buy her a drink. I can imagine how that would play out. I'd buy her a beer and apologize for being an asshole. She'd forgive me because she's a forgiving person. And we'd spend the rest of the night getting tipsy enough for me to forget all the reasons I shouldn't get close to her. Close enough to brush her honeysuckle-scented hair over her shoulder, to gaze deep into those soulful brown eyes, to feel every tempting curve pressed against me until... Stop! I reprimand myself in a louder, firmer voice. I'm pretty sure Melody's interested in being more than friends. But I'm not. I can't afford to be. Stop what? Who are you talking to, man? John's voice drifts from the door at the back of the shop behind the heavy curtain. Seconds later, John, in his typical uniform of faded jeans and a threadbare t-shirt with an obscure band logo on the front, eases into the main portion of the shop. He still hasn't shaved the mangy beard he's been growing for the past 3 days, and I'm not sure he ever brushes his curly reddish-brown hair. Still, John has a lovable, ruddy-cheeked Irish guy thing going, and women can't seem to get enough of him. His nonchalant grooming habits would make me feel ridiculous about spending 15 minutes on my hair every morning if I didn't have a special, loving relationship with my hair that is immune to ridicule or shame. No one. What's up, brother? I turn to greet him with a high five that turns into a hand clasp, relieved not to be alone with my thoughts anymore. John is one of my oldest friends. We grew up drawing comics and naked elf girls together in our notebooks, and have dreamed of opening our own tattoo studio since we were 17. We lost touch for a little while after high school, but picked up right where we left off when I moved home from Atlanta. John had also recently moved back home from North Carolina, where he'd been apprenticing with another tattoo artist, and had just signed the lease on the shop. We'd gone for a beer or two. About 3 in, he confessed he was worried about carrying the lease on his own. Within an hour, we decided to join forces and open N&J's Tattoo Emporium. We figured Emporium sounded more civilized than parlor, and that the more civilized we sounded, the better. In a small, sleepy bedroom town like Bliss River, a tattoo shop is going to have to keep it classy if it wants to survive. I came to check the supplies before I called it a night. John slaps me on the back before moving toward his station on the opposite side of the room. I'm heading to Atlanta tomorrow. You need anything? Gloves, ink? No, I'm good. I ordered gloves online and I'm set for ink. I do all the shopping I can online. I hate going to the tattoo supply store in Atlanta. The chances are too good that I'll run into Wyatt or Nelson, fellow tattoo artists and my old roommates, the ones who kicked me out of our shared apartment when I was drunk and disorderly for a few too many weeks in a row after the last sweet Southern girl I dated dumped me to go back to her ex-boyfriend. Sarah Beth. Just thinking her name is enough to make my jaw clench. I knew we were wrong for each other from the start. I'm a night owl. Sarah Beth gets up at 5:30 every morning to Zumba. I haven't darkened a church door since I was 18. Sarah's in a pew every time her church opens its doors. My idea of a good time is a day of rock climbing followed by beers at a bar where they play the music too loud. Sarah Beth enjoys antiquing and wine tasting. I knew better, but I let Sarah Beth convince me that our differences didn't matter, that a mutual love of kettle chips and being naked together was enough to start something real. I let my guard down and started to enjoy Sunday afternoons at the park with Sarah and her roommates, rainy mornings lying in bed watching movies before I went to work and she went to class, and coming back to her place and eating supper at a decent hour for the first time since I left my mom and dad's place years ago. Sarah Beth took care of me. She brought me some much-needed stability to my life and made me wonder if I might be the settling down type after all. 6 months in, I'd asked her to be exclusive, and she'd agreed. 2 days later, we got in a fight about whether there was room for my favorite chair in her living room, and she dumped me to get back together with her ex, a loser she'd known since high school who was already developing a middle-aged paunch at the age of 21. I know that for a fact. I stalked Trevor on social media for an entire drunken evening, verifying he was the human personification of soggy Wonder Bread. I was dumped for a cheesy-looking bastard with a gut and thinning brown hair who wore pleated khaki pants. Pleated. What's worse, I was jealous of that guy. Jealous of a douchebag named Trevor. The shame of it still makes my gut feel full of acid even 2 months later. I'm over Sarah Beth. Turns out I loved how easy it was to be with her more than I loved Sarah herself. But I'm not over the sting of rejection. I've never been rejected before, and it's safe to say I'm not a fan. That's why from here on out I'm sticking with safe girls. Wild, fun-loving, free-spirited girls who couldn't care less if I ever settle down. Those girls know how to keep things light and simple. Those girls never make you wake up in the morning and feel like someone is punching you in the gut from the inside. You ready to hit it? John asks, flipping off the lights. Yup. I cross to my station and snag my keys. You parked out back? Yeah, but I was thinking about swinging into the horse, John says. I could go for a beer. You want to join me? Normally, I'd say yes or even hell yes. Nothing helps me loosen up after a long day spent hunched over a tattoo table like a beer and some good music. But Melody marches in the horse and rider, and no matter what that sexy dress and her impulsive behavior tonight might lead the untutored to believe, I know she's the opposite of the kind of girl I want in my life. Melody is a Sarah Beth, but worse. Melody has a killer sense of humor I've witnessed in action with her sisters. Melody is brave enough to stand up to disorderly wedding guests when they try to reclaim their keys from the drunk hat, and Melody has a body that won't stop, a face like an angel and kisses like... I don't know what it's like because I've never experienced anything that hot before in my entire life. I haven't been able to get that kiss out of my mind. It's been a month now, and I still wake up in the night from dreams starring Melody in that filmy skirt she was wearing that day. That skirt, and my hands sliding beneath the hem. Nick? John prods, jolting me from my thoughts. You okay? I'm not up for the horse tonight, I say, furrowing my brow. I have a headache. Want to head somewhere a little quieter? I don't want to see Melody, but I don't want John to see Melody either. The men always outnumber the women 2-1 at the Horse and Rider, and Melody will definitely stand out from the crowd in that clingy purple dress. John will be all over her in 10 minutes flat. John, who has brought home a different woman every weekend since we moved in together 3 weeks ago. I've always done well with the ladies, but John has the Midas touch when it comes to women. Except, instead of turning to gold, all the girls he goes after wake up naked in his bed the next morning. I don't want John anywhere near Melody. If I have to watch her stumble out of John's bedroom tomorrow, I'm pretty sure I'll have to punch my best friend in the face, which would likely result in being forced to move back in with my parents, aka the 9th circle of hell. Sure, that works. What were you thinking? John asks as we head for the back door. The last chance, or is that too far to drive? Last chance works for me, I say, relief banishing the tension from my jaw. Melody is safe from John's lady magnet powers. For tonight, at least. Now, if only I could create a force field to protect Melody from all the other Johns of the world. When it comes to the youngest March sister, I refuse to succumb to temptation. But I don't really want anyone else succumbing either. Fat chance, buddy. Melody may be infatuated with you now, but a girl like her will be off the market soon enough. If you don't want to lose your shot, you better act fast. I ignore the inner voice, but later, after John and I shut down the last chance and I'm lying alone in bed, I can't help but imagine what it would be like to have Melody lying next to me. The way her blonde hair would spill across the pillow. How sweet she would look with her lips parted in sleep. And every soft, needy sound she would make as I kiss her awake and make love to her, until we're both sweaty and sated and lying heavy in each other's arms. I drift off to sleep, aching for her, only to dream of a naked Melody with my phoenix tattooed down the side of her ribs and over one curvy hip. She sits on my bed in a shaft of morning sunlight, looking so perfect I can't believe I was almost stupid enough to refuse her the ink she wanted. My tattoo belongs on her beautiful body. And you belong with me, Dream Melody whispers, motioning for me to join her. My dream self doesn't even try to resist. Seconds later, I'm naked too, pushing her back onto the sun-warmed sheets, claiming her lips, urging her soft thighs apart with my knee while The air horn alarm on my cell blares, wrenching me from sleep. I slap at the phone until it finally goes silent, then squeeze my eyes shut and let out a groan of need so pitiful, it's almost funny. If I wasn't hard enough to drive nails, I might be able to muster up a laugh at my own expense. As things stand, however, I drag my aching, frustrated body out of bed and limp toward the shower door. But even after 10 minutes under the lukewarm spray and a 2-minute blast of cold at the very end, I still can't completely banish the dream or Melody March from my mind. This is turning into more than a lust crush. I'm becoming fucking obsessed with this girl. I haven't had a crush like this since I was... Hell, I can't remember ever having a crush like this. A crush so hardcore I seek out reasons to linger in the kitchen at work to listen to Melody chat with her sisters. So serious I get a weird, happy, turned-on feeling every time our eyes meet. So intense I can't bring myself to fantasize about anyone else when I'm awake, and dream only of Melody when I'm asleep. Makes me wonder. Maybe this is more than a crush. Dude, you just escaped a bad situation with a good girl. The last thing you need right now is hearts and flowers and all the rest of that crap. Snap out of it. The inner voice is right. I'm not looking for anything with feelings, and even if I were, Melody isn't an option. I thrust the mushy thoughts from my mind like a live grenade. No more good girls. That's the rule. But if I want to stay on the no good girls wagon, I need to get Melody out of my head. Fast. The second John stumbles out of his room, scratching his now even mangier beard as he heads for the shower, I pounce. "Hey, you want to close up early and hit the Horse and Rider tonight?" I ask. Always more girls there on a Friday. John squints at me before nodding once and giving a sleepy thumbs up. Cool. I grin as I snag another cup of coffee, feeling my energy levels pick up even before my second dose of caffeine hits full force. This melody fixation is nothing a night with another beautiful woman can't cure, and I intend to meet that woman tonight.
Chapter 4. Melody. Are you sure about this? Lark pulls the car to the side of the street, a block from the Horse and Rider, and casts a worried look my way. My sister can run a kitchen like a boss, but speaking at the Bliss River Women in Business Club meeting is enough to give her hives. Usually, I'm the same way. That's why we make Arya do the talking. We tell her it's what she gets for being born first, and hide in the back row by the cookie tray while she talks about branding and profit margins. But my big sister can't speak for me today. Or sing for me. Arya can't carry a tune in a bucket. Singing is my thing. I think. I can still sing, right? Or could I have forgotten sometime between choir practice last weekend and tryouts tonight? No, I'm not sure. I try to pull in a deeper breath, but end up wheezing instead. I'm so nervous. My chest feels like it's about to implode, and my lips are going numb. Am I crazy? Should I go scratch my name off the list? No, you have a beautiful voice. And I told you we can make it work with the catering schedule if you get the gig, Lark says. If this is something you want to do, then you should go for it. I just know I'd throw up if I had to climb up on stage and sing in front of a room full of strangers. Throwing up isn't off the table. Well, I'm sure people have thrown up in there before, Lark says, giving the entrance to the bar a wary look. Right. I won't be the first. Or the last. I wipe my clammy hands on the seat beneath me, willing them to stop shaking. I don't want to chicken out. I don't know what compelled me to sign up to audition to be the new lead singer of the Horse and Rider's house band, Ghost Town Double Wide, last night. The tequila or my frustration with Nick. But I scrawled my name in the last available space. I took the last audition slot away from someone else, so I'm obligated by good manners to use it. Even if this experiment ends with me getting booed off stage by a bunch of bikers and their babes, and never being able to show my face on this side of Main Street ever again. Or maybe in Bliss River, period. I'll have to move somewhere far, far away, where people have never heard me squawk off-key. Do you want me to call Mason and tell him I won't be home tonight? Lark rests a gentle hand on my shoulder. I could go in with you for moral support and sleep over at Mom and Dad's after. I shake my head. No, you and Mason love your Saturday mornings. And this is our first day off in forever. I'll be fine. I will. I'll be fine. Or I'll make a fool of myself without any family members present to witness my shame. Of course, Lark would never make fun of me for failing, but for some reason I don't want her to watch the audition. This feels like something I have to do by myself. A step in a new direction that's best taken alone. Okay, but call me if you change your mind in the next 20 minutes or so, Lark says. I'm going to swing by Arya's on my way out of town and drop off the favor boxes she's painting for the wedding. Are you sure Kitty's going to be able to give you a ride home? Yep, she's doing dinner with her cruising club and is swinging by to meet me after. I lean over to press a quick kiss to Lark's cheek. Love you, sissy. Thank you for driving me. Love you too. Lark smiles that glowing, contented smile that's become so familiar since she and Mason got engaged earlier this summer. It's a smile that makes me believe in happily ever after. But it also reminds me of how alone I am. Ever since Brian and I called it quits. And even before then, if I'm honest, things hadn't been good between us for months. I've felt my single status in new and painful ways. Being alone is harder than it used to be. I long for a connection like the one Lark and Arya have found. For a guy who will see me, understand me, and love every part of me. Even the new exploratory parts I don't know quite what to do with yet. And I want to do the same for him. I have so much love to give, so much passion and excitement inside me, just dying to get out. But until I find this mystery man, I wouldn't mind spending some quality time with Nick Geary. As I swing out of Lark's car and wave goodbye, I can't help glancing over at the tattoo shop. The lights are on, and the open sign hangs in the glass door, but I can't see back to where Nick was sitting last night. Probably for the best. Making eye contact with Nick right now will only make me more nervous. I don't want to see the most boring, predictable version of myself reflected in his eyes. I want a clean slate, a fresh start, the chance to be someone exciting, unpredictable, and new. With one final glance at the neon sign, I square my shoulders and start for the entrance to the bar. The bouncer, a big guy with massive biceps and worn cowboy boots, remembers me from last night and waves me in without checking my ID. Soon I'm enveloped in cool, faintly beer-scented darkness. Outside it's still twilight, but inside the horse and rider it's always midnight. Midnight, pierced by pockets of light in the darkness like dying stars. One muddy yellow ring surrounds the 50-foot circular bar on the left side of the room. Another moody blue puddle illuminates the tables on the right, and a brighter white with flashes of red lights the stage against the far wall. Ghost Town Double Wide is already playing, and center stage is currently occupied by a 20-something guy wearing Wranglers, a sleeveless black vest fraying around the armholes, and shiny black cowboy boots. He belts out a popular top 40 country song, extolling the virtues of his daddy's truck, while behind him, the 4 members of the band play backup. Lila, the only female of the group, on bass, Hank on backup guitar, Reggie on lead guitar, and Seth on drums. After chatting with the owner of the bar, Willie John, last night, I got the feeling he would prefer a male singer. The last lead singer was an older woman, and he mentioned it could be nice to see if a good-looking dude might be a better draw for the ladies. So far, Wrangler guy seems to have a strong voice and a good rapport with the audience. The dance floor is hopping, and more than a few women are casting longing glances at center stage. He's good. If he's good enough, it might not matter that his audition song is cheesy, or that his vest looks like it should have been buried in a shallow grave sometime during the 1980s. The thought is snarky. Snarkier than my usual, and as I watch him, I feel a strange emotion rise inside me. It takes a few seconds to pin down the hot, prickly feeling. It's the competitive instinct, sharpening its claws inside me. I'm not usually a competitive person, but I'm beginning to think I want this more than I realized when I was prepping earlier today. I want to be up on that stage every Friday night, losing myself in the music, free to be a different melody than the one I am at work or at home or even out with my friends. I want to belt out songs that make people want to get up and move, songs that help people forget their troubles for a little while, and remember life is an adventure that demands dancing and laughter and moments of celebration. I decide not to hold back. I'm going to give this audition everything I've got. Curling my hands into determined fists, I head for the wings of the stage with a spring in my step, ready to show Wrangler guy who's boss.
Chapter 5. Nick. The first thing I see as I walk through the doors of the Horse and Rider on my Friday night Forget About Melody March mission is Melody March. Fuck me. She's wearing a red sleeveless dress that emphasizes her killer curves and flares around her thighs, and a dangerous pair of brown motorcycle boots. Dangerous because they make her look even hotter than she did last night in that purple dress and heels. There's just something about a girl in boots. I pull in a ragged breath. Melody in boots would be enough to stop my heart if she was just standing at the bar. But she isn't. She's up on stage, singing. And she has one hell of a voice, high and sweet, but with a rough edge on the lower notes that lifts the hairs on the back of my neck and makes my skin prickle. I freeze just inside the door, mesmerized by the way her hips swivel as she belts out the chorus of a country song about cheaters that I'm positive has never sounded as sexy as it does coming from her lips. Her red lips, the same color as that red dress. Jesus. "Dibs," John says, shouting to be heard over the music. I frown. "Dibs on what?" I ask, still unable to tear my eyes away from Melody. I've never seen her like this. So wild and free and lost to something in the best way. She's having so much fun it almost seems wrong to stare at her, like I'm spying on a private moment. But that doesn't stop me, or any of the other men in the room from keeping our attention glued to the stage. "Dibs on the blonde singer," John says. "I'm in love." My frown morphs into a full-blown scowl. "No. No way." I turn to pin John with a don't even think about it look. "Melody's off limits." His eyebrows lift. "You know her?" "Yeah, I know her. She's my boss's little sister. She's a kid. A sweet kid." John grins. "Doesn't look like a kid to me." "She's not one of your Friday night fucks, man," I snap. "Do you get me? Or should we go talk about this outside?" John laughs and a knowing look flashes in his eyes. "You should have just said something, man. Clearly you've got it bad for the girl. I get it. I totally get it. No worries." "That's not it. At all." I cross my arms at my chest and try not to sound defensive. "I told you she's my boss's little sister. I just feel obligated to look out for her." John nods a little too long. "Right. I feel you. Like I said, no worries, brother. I'll turn my attentions elsewhere." "You do that," I mutter, not liking the way John is looking at me, like I'm the punchline to some dumb joke. But at least we understand each other. Melody is off limits. For both of us. Too bad I can't force a similar promise from every man in the bar. By the time Melody comes off stage to applause louder than I've heard in 3 weeks of Fridays at the Horse, half the men in the place are lined up offering to buy her a drink. I have to fight my way through a crowd 3 deep to get to her. For my sanity's sake, I should leave right now. Do not say a word to Melody or get any closer to her dangerous boots. But she clearly needs a bodyguard. Half these men are old enough to be her father, and should absolutely know better than to mess with her. But they don't, so I'll just have to glare at them until they get the message. I'm already glaring when I reach Melody's side, and then she turns, beaming up at me with a smile so bright, it's like a slap in the face. But a good slap. A nice slap. The kind that wakes you up in the middle of a nightmare, chasing all the bad things away. "Nick, hey!" She throws her arms around my neck, giving me a giddy hug that makes my blood feel fizzier than it did a second ago. My arms go around her on instinct, and they stay around her by design. I glower at the rest of the horny bar idiots over her shoulder until finally, one by one, they back away with defeated expressions, and I'm left with nothing to do but enjoy how warm and soft she feels in my arms. God, who knew hugging could feel this good? Too good. I clear my throat and step back. "How long have you been here?" Melody asks, her cheeks flushed. "Long enough?" I raise my voice to be heard over the next singer on stage, a thin woman in a weirdly puffy white dress who probably isn't happy to be following a spot-on performance like Melody's. "You were so good. I didn't know you were a singer." "I didn't either," she says with a laugh. "I mean, I've sung at church since I was little, but I've never done anything like that. I was so nervous, but it was so much fun." "You looked like you were having fun. The men in here couldn't take their eyes off you." "Is that right?" Mischief flashes in her expression. "All the men?" "All," I confirm with a smile, knowing I shouldn't be flirting with her but unable to stop myself. "Even the ones who think I'm a child in need of brotherly protection?" She steps closer, tilting her head back to look up at me. "I never said you were a child." "No, you said I was a good girl and that you liked good girls," she says. "But since the day we kissed, you sure haven't acted like it." I shrug and hope it doesn't look as awkward as I'm beginning to feel. "We get along fine at work." "We do." She arches a brow. "But I like to do more than just get along. Wouldn't you?" Before I can respond, Melody reaches up and takes my face in her warm hands. A beat later, she's pressing her lips to mine. The moment our mouths meet, sparks fly and my brain short-circuits in a flash of white light. A single kiss is all it takes. Suddenly, I'm no longer capable of honoring the promises I've made or remembering the danger of dating good girls or anything except how perfect Melody feels pressed against me. My arms go around her with a moan and my lips part. But before I can make the next move, her tongue is teasing along my bottom lip, sliding against mine with assured strokes that are sexy as hell. Melody doesn't kiss like a good girl. She kisses like a woman who knows what she wants and isn't afraid to ask for it. She's in the driver's seat with this kiss, but I couldn't be happier to be along for the ride. Her soft curves mold to my body, temptation personified, and her honeysuckle smell swirls through my head, making each second more dizzying than the last. I angle my mouth, deepening the kiss, tasting strawberries and lemon and a flavor that's all Melody, as sweet and earthy as fresh-cut summer grass. She's intoxicating, and I've already had too much. A few more minutes, and this kiss will be too hot for public consumption. I wrench my lips from hers, my breath coming fast. You want to get out of here? I brush the hair from her face. My place isn't far. Her eyes widen. Your place. Her chest rises and falls faster too, making it impossible to keep from glancing down at the swells of her breasts rising above her dress. Or yours, whichever, I say, already imagining the way that red dress will fall away from her curves when I unzip it, leaving her breasts bare to my hands, my mouth. We can go to your place, but Melody trails off, drawing her bottom lip between her teeth and nibbling on the kiss' swollen flesh. But what? I cup her cheek, brushing my thumb across her mouth, urging the captive lip free. I would worry that I'm rushing things, but the way Melody kissed me made it clear she's ready for some privacy too, just as the way her breath rushes out over my fingers now leaves little doubt my touch affects her the same way hers affects me. I wanted you to know. She curls her fingers into my biceps, sending another ripple of longing shivering across my skin. I've never gone home with a guy before, she continues, her brow furrowing. Then we can go to your place. It's no problem. I hug her closer and grin. Bachelor pads can be gross, but I promise I've cleaned the bathroom recently. Well, recently-ish. It's not that, it's... She rolls her eyes and laughs a little nervously, I think. I've never gone home with a guy, and no guy has ever come home with me. Ever. So, yeah. Her eyes bore into mine, an unspoken question lingering in their depths. Do you get what I'm saying? And suddenly, I do. I know exactly what she's saying, and it cools me off faster than a bucket of ice water down the front of my pants. Melody is a virgin, and I just came dangerously close to making sure she'd always remember her first time as a one-night stand. Or maybe a two-night stand. Maybe we'd even last a month or two, but in the long run, we'd never make it as a couple. We would have hooked up, realized we were wrong for each other, and then drifted apart. And Melody would always regret that she hadn't waited for the man of her dreams, a good guy who knows how to treat a good girl, and who would have been happy to wait until their wedding night if that's what she wanted. Thanks to her honesty, that good guy still has the chance. I'm so sorry, I say, stepping away from her. I had no idea. It's okay. She reaches out a hand, but I take another step back, putting more much-needed distance between us. Nick, don't. Melody continues in a softer voice, just barely audible over the woman wailing about broken hearts on stage. This doesn't have to change anything. No, I should go, I say, forcing a smile. You're a beautiful, sweet person, Mel. You deserve an amazing first time and a great boyfriend and all that good stuff. That's just not me. But I hope we'll still be cool at work, friends and whatever. I turn to go, but Melody stops me with a hand on my arm. Nick,
Wait,
she says, a wrinkle between her eyes.
I'm not ready to go home with you right now, but I don't want to be friends either. There's something between us, something intense. I've never felt anything like this before, and I know you feel it too.
I really have to go, I say, suddenly needing to be out of this bar and away from Melody as quickly as possible. Sorry. See you at work. I spin and push my way through the crowd, ignoring Melody's call for me to come back. On my way to the door, I catch John's eye and lift a hand to wave goodbye, making it clear that I'm leaving, but that John is free to stay. I want him to stay, and to hopefully find a woman who would rather take him back to her place tonight. I could use a Friday night without sex noises coming from John's side of the apartment. Being so close to people doing things I wish I was doing with Melody would be torture. Pure torture. Like being this close to her and turning to walk away.
Chapter 6. Melody. The next morning, I wake up sour inside, achy and cranky, and generally over the whole morning thing before it's even gotten started. For a second, I worry I might have the flu. But then the events of last night come rushing back. After Nick bailed on me for the crime of being a 22-year-old virgin, a fact that still fills me with a toxic mix of mortification, anger, and frustration, I called Kitty and told her not to bother coming out to the bar. I lied, said I had a headache, and caught a cab back to my apartment, where I spent hours tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. The sheets were suddenly too scratchy, the air-conditioned room too hot, and the fan so squeaky it set my teeth to grinding. Every tiny stimulus pricked at my skin like needles, and all I could think about was Nick. Nick and his bone-melting kisses and electrifying touch. Nick and his apparent hatred for virgins. Yeah, well, you're not the only one who could hate things, asshole. I hate him for making me feel this way, for awakening a hunger inside me I had no idea existed, and then leaving me twisting in the wind. So sexually frustrated, even 7 hours of sleep hasn't banished the itch beneath my skin. You should have kept quiet about the big V and just gone home with him already, I mutter to my ceiling fan. But the words feel wrong in my mouth. I don't want my first time to be a casual thing or a one-night stand. I've waited too long for that. And even though I'm fed up with waiting, and have pretty much decided that what my mama doesn't know won't hurt her, and some promises, especially those made when you were 12 and had no idea what you were promising, were meant to be broken, I'm still a romantic. I want to be in love. I want devotion and hearts and flowers. But I also want Nick. I want him bad. The dreams I had last night were probably X-rated. I've never watched porn, but I'm pretty sure the images that flicker on my mental screen every time I imagine being alone with Nick belong on an 18 and over only website. I'm partly ashamed of myself for letting my thoughts roll around in the gutter, partly turned on, and completely confused. What's a virgin with a crush on a bad boy to do? I need advice. And in this particular situation, there's only one person I feel comfortable talking to. One person who knows a thing or two about bad boys, being wild, and living to settle down with the man of her dreams. 2 hours later, I'm on Aria's front stoop, a bag of fresh bagels in one hand and 2 tubs of flavored cream cheese in the other. Aria opens the door, a surprised smile on her face. She's still in her pajama shorts and a tank top, and her long, wild red hair hasn't been brushed. But she looks happy to see me. Still, I feel compelled to ask, is this a bad time? Am I too early? I can come back later if I'm too early. Don't be silly. Come in. We're just having a lazy morning. Nothing bagels and a sister can't improve on. She motions me inside and leads the way to the kitchen, past the living room where her husband, Nash, and Felicity, Aria's baby from her first marriage, are playing with toys on the floor. Felicity looks up, spots me, and gives a happy squeal that goes straight to my heart. God, I love that kid. She's just the best. Hey, baby girl, I say, pointing the bag her way. Guess what I brought? Bagels. Her eyes light up, and she bounces on her diapered booty, clapping her hands with the kind of excitement grown-ups reserve for winning the lottery. Ah, to be a baby, and thrilled by simple pleasures. I call all the garlic bagels, Nash says, lifting a hand my way with a grin. Mornin'. Good morning, I say, a little unnerved by that grin. Nash and Nick are brothers, but they don't look that much alike. Nash is taller, broader, more muscled, and much more conservative in his dress and habits. They don't even sound alike. Nash has his mother's southern twang, while Nick seems to have lost any drawl he might have had after living in the city. If I didn't know better, I wouldn't even think they were related. At least, not until I saw them, grinning side by side. They have the exact same smile. The one that was on Nick's face last night when he assured me he didn't mind coming back to my place. Ugh. You can't have all the garlic bagels, Arya says, hustling back into the living room and snatching the bag from my hand. If you're eating garlic, I'm eating garlic. Otherwise, I'm not kissing you until the stink wears off. Fate worse than death, Nash says, grin widening as he meets his wife's eyes. Ugh again. I want to be grinned at like that. I really, really do. Then I'll take one garlic, he amends. One plain, and Skeeter and I will split a cinnamon raisin. Eat, eat, Felicity cries out, and reaches for Nash to pick her up. I didn't know she could say eat now. I turned to Arya with an excited smile. Felicity's only had 3 words for a while. Mama, no, and dear. But I can't wait for her to have more. I want to know all the thoughts racing through her squirrely little head. I have a feeling my niece is going to be a hoot to talk to once she can communicate. She doesn't. That's how she says Skeeter. Arya shoots Nash a mock glare as he passes her on the way to the kitchen, Felicity babbling happily in his arms. Nash's delightful nickname seems to have stuck. It is a delightful nickname, Nash says. Isn't it, Skeeter? Eat, Felicity shouts, with such enthusiasm I can't help but laugh. Arya sighs and rolls her eyes, but she isn't fooling anyone. I've never seen my sister this happy. She and Nash are made for each other, and the family they've created is something really special. Come on. Arya loops an arm around my waist. Help me get some of these in the toaster oven. I'll make coffee, and then we can go out on the patio and have a talk. How did you know I came to talk? I ask, letting myself be led into the sun-drenched kitchen, where Nash and Arya's paintings fill the walls, leaving no doubt that 2 artists are in residence, even if one of them happens to be a police captain and the other a pastry chef. I'm psychic, she says with a mischievous grin. And you're never out of bed before 9 on a Saturday unless you're upset about something. She's wise, this one. Nash settles Felicity into her high chair and crosses to take Arya in his arms and press a kiss to the top of her head. The moment is so sweet and loving that my heart lurches in my chest. Happiness for my sister warring with the miserable certainty that I'm never going to find a love like Nash and Arya's. You 2 take the last of this pot and go out for your talk, he says, hugging Arya closer before gathering the bagel bag from her hand. I'll take care of the bagels and the fresh pot of coffee. Thanks, baby. Arya pushes up on tiptoe, pressing a kiss to Nash's cheek. Make sure Felicity eats something other than a bagel, fruit, or something healthy. Got it, Nash says, moving into the kitchen. Minutes later, Arya and I are settled on the patio in the late September morning sunshine, 2 steaming mugs of coffee with extra cream clasped in hand. It's a gorgeous day. Bright, but not too warm, with a crisp, clean scent in the air that promises autumn isn't too far away. Even before we dive into the sister talk, I feel my spirits lift. With sun on my face and someone who loves me ready to listen, my problems suddenly seem more manageable than they did a few hours ago. So, what's up? Arya asks, drawing her feet up into her chair. Did the audition go badly? No, it went fine, I say, a little shy about the nature of my questions, now that the time has come to ask them. Better than fine, really. I think I have a decent chance. There are more people auditioning this weekend, and then they're going to have a band meeting to discuss next steps, but we should know who got the job by Monday, Tuesday at the latest. Awesome. Arya sips her coffee. But there's something else bothering you, something that's not awesome. I nod. So? Arya arches a thin brow. I sigh. You have to promise not to tell Lark or Mom or Dad. Done, she says without hesitation. But I'm not really surprised. I've always been able to trust Arya with the secret. Well, there's this guy, I say, rushing on when Arya grins. Really cute. interesting, sexy as heck guy. I mean, it's not anything serious, but, well, I guess it kind of is, or could have been, if I hadn't. Well, there were things I had to tell him, and he's kind of. I blow out a breath through pursed lips. It's complicated. Why? She asks, still smiling. You obviously like him. I do. That's great. You deserve a nice guy after all the losers Nana set you up with. I sigh again, with extra heaving. Well, you see, that's the thing. He isn't really a nice guy. I mean, he's nice, but he's also kind of trouble. Arya's forehead wrinkles. Trouble? In what way? He's kind of a bad boy, I say. You know, alternative lifestyle, doesn't want to date a girl he thinks is a goody two-shoes. Prefers to hook up with women who aren't virgins. Arya sets her coffee mug down on the glass table between us with a hard thunk, her expression suddenly dead serious. Oh, heck no, baby sister. Heck to the hell no. Chapter 7. Melody. What? I blink, doing my best to play innocent, but Arya is having none of it. She holds up a single finger between us. No, you are not going to get mixed up with Nick. I'm not talking about Nick. I lie, unconvincingly, because I'm the worst at lying. Even white lies make me queasy. My stomach snarls, and I set my coffee down beside Arya's. You're totally talking about Nick, she insists, in her sternest, big sisterly tone. I've seen the way you two make googly eyes at each other in the kitchen. But Nick is off limits, Melody Ann. He's Nash's brother, and if you make Nash beat up his own brother to avenge your honor, I will be very, very annoyed with you. Nash isn't going to beat anyone up, I say, bristling. He doesn't have a mean bone in his body. He might find one if Nick wham bam no thank you ma'am's my baby sister. She widens her eyes pointedly. My very inexperienced baby sister, who is not even close to being ready to mess with a guy like Nick Geary. How can you be so sure? I ask, even my voice prickly now. I hold my own when we're kissing. Maybe I am ready to jump into the deep end of the sex pool. Arya's jaw drops, and she makes a few sputtering sounds before she manages to get out. Are you sure, Mel? I mean, you've always said you wanted to wait for marriage. I've never seen you so much as waver on that. I sigh. I know. I wince. But I don't know, too. I'm just so confused. That's why I wanted to talk. You had a wild phase, and you ended up with a wonderful guy in the end. Arya nods slowly. I did, but I got hurt a lot along the way. Do you regret being with someone other than Nash? I ask, genuinely curious. I didn't expect Arya to be so anti-experimentation. Adventure was pretty much her middle name until Felicity was born. She shakes her head. No, I don't. Every failed relationship helped make me the person I am now. I can love and appreciate Nash in a way I'm not sure I would have if I hadn't been with those other guys, but... She wrinkles her nose. I just hate to think of you getting hurt, especially your first time. You're always going to remember that first experience. It's unavoidable. So, it's really preferable when it's a nice memory, you know? I know. I gather my mug in both hands, feeling oddly bereft. What Arya's saying makes sense. The logical part of my brain knows that. But the rest of me just wants permission to throw caution to the wind and set a cross-country speed record on my way to Nick's bed. Guys who don't want a good girl for a girlfriend usually have their reasons for it, Arya adds gently. And they're usually not nice ones. You might think you're okay with having a fling with him, but how are you going to feel when he calls it off a few weeks after you start sleeping together? Or if he doesn't even bother to officially end it? What if he just stops calling one day, and a few days later you see him out with another girl? That kind of thing happens with guys like Nick. I heave another tortured sigh. I know it can, but I really don't think it would end like that. I swear, Arya, the way he makes me feel. I bite my lip, searching for the perfect words. But in the end, all I come up with is a cliché. But clichés stick with us for a reason, because they feel so dang true. When we kiss, it's fireworks all the way. I've never felt fireworks, ever. And I know he feels the same way. Arya makes a pained face. Have you already slept with him? No. I study the cream swirls in my coffee as I mumble. He found out I was a virgin and backed off. He said I was a beautiful girl who deserves a beautiful first time, and he wasn't the type of guy for me, and blah, 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 and then he left. I roll my eyes. So yeah, it was mortifying. Arya's quiet for a long time. Finally, I glance up to see a thoughtful expression on her face. What? I ask. Is there a better word than mortified? Humiliated, maybe? No, you shouldn't be mortified or humiliated, of course not, she murmurs before falling silent again. But, I prod after another minute passes. What are you thinking? The suspense is kind of killing me. I'm thinking... She presses her lips together for a moment before continuing. I think I'm torn. Torn how? As your sister, I feel compelled to give you one kind of advice. She sips her coffee. But if we were just friends, I'd say something different. Pretend we're friends then, I say, laughing when Arya narrows her eyes at me over the rim of her mug. You know what I mean. Of course we're friends, but pretend we're just friends. Okay, but as your sister, I feel compelled to tell you not to take what I'm about to tell you too seriously. She leans in, adding in a confidential tone. I think he likes you. Maybe even really likes you. My eyebrows shoot up. Really? Really, she says. And I don't think he's as wild as he pretends to be. I mean, a real bad boy wouldn't care if you were a virgin, and he certainly wouldn't care about protecting you from guys like him. I hadn't thought of it that way, I say, my heel jogging up and down as I consider our encounter last night through that lens. I mean, I'm pretty into him. I think it may be more than a crush, you know? Maybe for him too, but like I said, I wouldn't take the possibility too seriously. You'd still be playing with fire. If he's that spooked by what he's feeling, sounds like your relationship would be off to a rocky start. I fight a gleeful grin, but lose the battle almost instantly. I'm okay with rocky starts. Arya holds up a hand in the universal sign for slow down, but I could be wrong. Remember that. I know, I acknowledge, even as I really, really hope she's right. And either way, you should take it slow, she adds. See if you two have anything in common aside from wanting to get naked and sweaty together. Ew, I say, my prudish side curling its dainty lip. Don't be gross, Ra. I can't help it, she says with an unapologetic grin. It's my nature. It could be his nature too. He might gross you out long term. Sex, in general, can be kind of gross, you know? Sticky and messy and... Stop. I cut her off with a hand in the air. You don't get to do that. Do what? She blinks, doing a much better innocent impression than mine. Try to scare me away from Nick in particular by attacking sex in general. I know better. It has to be amazing or people wouldn't want to do it all the time. I shrug, feigning a casualness I don't feel. Besides, I'm sure Nick won't gross me out. He has the opposite effect on me. Arya laughs beneath her breath. Oh man, you do have it bad. Just promise me you'll be careful, okay? Use protection, lots of it. My cheeks heat. Yeah, I know. If mentioning birth control makes you blush, I'm thinking you should wait for a while, Arya says gently. Don't you? Talking about it with my sister makes me blush. I lift my chin. But I've been on the pill for almost 2 years. Really? Arya's eyes widen again. Brian? Brian and I talked about it a few times, so I went to Dr. Miller and got the prescription. It helped even out my cycle, so I stayed on it, but I shake my head. In the end, it never felt right with Brian. But it feels right with Nick after knowing him less than a month. There's no judgment in her tone, but I feel judged all the same. Am I being too crazy? Too wild? Or do I need to stop overthinking things so much and trust that my body knows what it wants and has every right to go for it? I'm not sure, I say, as much to the questions floating unspoken in my head as Arya's query. I just know I've never felt anything like what I feel when I'm with him. And I don't want to lose my chance to explore because I'm trying to live up to Mom's or anyone else's idea of who I'm supposed to be. I'm only 22, I'm still growing, you know? It's okay for me to change my mind and my heart and to just change, period, right? Arya reaches across the table and takes my hand. Of course it's okay for you to change. It's also healthy and natural to grow and evolve. You don't have to be Mom's idea of perfect to deserve love and happiness and all your dreams coming true. Sometimes it doesn't feel that way. I squeeze Arya's hand. Sometimes it feels like everyone has their mind made up about who I'm supposed to be and there's no changing it. Like I'm expected to be sweet baby sister Melody forever. And sometimes I like that because I feel safe as that person. But sometimes, I don't know. I let out an audible breath. I think I'm still confused. And that's okay too, Arya says with a smile. The early 20s are all about being confused. It's normal. I scrunch my nose. Still feels pretty crappy. But exciting, right? I consider that, and my lips curve. Yeah, exciting too. Nash told you I was wise. She stands, dropping a kiss to the top of my head before grabbing our mugs. You ready for a refill before more chat? I push my chair back. I'm good on chat, but I'll take more coffee and a bagel. Then I need some auntie time with Felicity. I've been missing her like crazy since you guys moved out of Mom and Dad's house. You're welcome to babysit any time, Arya says, heading for the back door. I could bring her to your place for an overnight. Nash and I never turn down a chance to be alone. To get all hot and sticky and gross, I ask, making Arya laugh as she glances at me over her shoulder. Touché. She lifts a considering brow. You are getting naughty in your old age, aren't you? We'll see. I shrug and lead the way inside, feeling 100 times better. I'm still almost as confused as I was before the sister talk, but at least I feel like someone understands what I'm going through and is rooting for a happy ending. With any luck, that happy ending might include discovering Nick really does have feelings for me. Feelings I just have to convince him it would be stupid for us to ignore. Chapter 8. Melody. The rest of Saturday passes in a blur of running errands. Ever after catering is low on just about everything, and a visit to the bulk store is no longer avoidable, and prepping 5 courses for the wedding we're catering on Sunday. In the past year, Ever After has seen an uptick in Sunday weddings, which is intensely annoying to Nana, who insists all 3 of her granddaughters should be in church on Sundays. Or, at the very least, resting somewhere, peacefully contemplating the beauty of creation, not working. We placate Nana, who claims she's already on the verge of having a nervous breakdown because Lark and Mason are living together while they're engaged, not bound in holy wedlock, by reminding her that a wedding is a holy event and attending the early service with her on days when we have to work later in the afternoon. That means all the food prep has to be done by the end of the day on Saturday, since there won't be time to do anything but load the van and drive to the venue after church. By the time Lark, Ari, and I finish making ravioli, stuffing twice-baked potatoes, and icing everything that can be iced before the big day, it's almost 10 o'clock. After my sleepless night the night before, I have to fight to keep my eyes open on the way back to my apartment. I tumble into bed and drift off almost immediately. Not even my anxiety about seeing Nick tomorrow for the first time since our steamy makeout session, enough to keep me awake. The more I ponder what Arya said, the more it makes sense. If Nick didn't care about me, he wouldn't have left the bar alone Friday night. He would have hit it and quit it, right? I hold tight to that little coal of a thought, letting it warm me as I sink into a deep, sexy dream-filled sleep, in which I do so many sinful things to Nick Geary. It's clear I probably need that early church service to help drag my brain out of the gutter. Sunday dawns gray and drizzly, but by the time we get out of church, after absorbing a lovely sermon on the importance of loving each other that I take as a sign God doesn't care if my mind is in the gutter, so long as I'm being loving about it, the sun is peeking through the clouds. By the time we reach the botanical gardens just outside Atlanta, where the wedding and reception are being held, the day is nearly perfect. It's a little muggy, but not nearly as bad as some of the humidity-drenched events we worked earlier in the summer. And both of my sisters are in good spirits, laughing and teasing each other as we unload the van. I, on the other hand, am a bundle of nerves, the last of my chill evaporating as the clock ticks closer to 2 when the waiters, and Nick, will be arriving. Relax, Arya murmurs when I nearly drop one of the wine glasses I'm removing from the carrying crate onto the concrete. Just be cool and act like nothing happened. My forehead furrows, but something did happen. Yes, but now isn't the time to discuss it. Just put him at ease today and delay your attack until you're fully prepared. Arya winks. Better to make your move when his guard is down. My attack? Am I attacking? No sooner has the thought passed through my head than I spot Nick strutting through the rose garden toward the outdoor kitchen. Looking so good in a motorcycle jacket, it should be against the law for him to be within 500 feet of a wedding in progress. It isn't fair to test a bride's resolve that way. and decide yes on that attack plan. I will be attacking when the time is right. I pull in a breath, doing my best to keep it calm, cool, and collected, or at least fake it until I make it. And then Nick steps into the shade of the tent and looks my way. Our eyes catch and hold, and something passes between us. Not the familiar wave of attraction, though the sizzle of chemistry is definitely present. This is more than chemistry. It feels like I'm seeing Nick for the first time, seeing past the dimpled grin and the swagger and the couldn't care less persona, to the man inside. A man who has a lot of the same fears and worries I do, who sometimes feels lost and out of control, and who is still sorting out who he wants to be. He looks like someone with questions, someone who wonders what it might be like to try something new, and for a moment, I'm positive that I'm that something new. I even have a fleeting fantasy of Nick walking over to my prep station, leaning in, and asking if I'd like to go grab a coffee after the wedding and talk about what comes next. Or maybe propose marriage, I don't know. I push my hair from my face with the back of one hand and smile my most encouraging smile. Nick instantly cuts to his right, striding away without another word, following Manny out to the parking lot. My heart plops into the burning pit of acid my stomach has suddenly become. Nick doesn't even smoke. No one does but Manny, and he's trying to quit. But Nick would rather stand around, inhaling cancer-causing fumes, than acknowledge my existence. I am a fool. A dumb, sappy, wants to believe in unicorns and bad boys with squishy hearts and other imaginary creatures kind of fool. Ugh, I'm the worst. The very worst. The rest of the afternoon passes with miserable slowness. Nick goes out of his way not to interact with me, or even touch a glass or plate that I've recently touched. I keep my head down and my hands busy, trying to brush it off, but secretly dreading making eye contact with him again. How could I have been so stupid? How could I have so completely misjudged what I thought was a moment of connection? Clearly, there is no connection. Clearly, he hates me like seed ticks infesting his socks, and I let my talk with Arya get my hopes up too high. Now I'm going to pay for it with a long, miserable fall back to reality. The only bright spot in the entire afternoon is when Seth, the drummer for Ghost Town Double Wide, lets me know I made it past the first stage of auditions. "Hey, lady," Seth texts. "You were great Friday night. We want to have you and a couple other people back to sing again tonight at 8 to help us make our final decision. Think you can make it? The bar is closed on Sundays, so it will just be us and we'll have time to jam and make adjustments as we go." "I'll be there with bells on," I type, grinning ear to ear. "Awesome. Can't wait to see you again." Seth shoots back a second later. "Really?" I mumble aloud, arching a brow. He certainly changed his tune. Seth wasn't very warm or inviting the other night. Pretty much the opposite, in fact. Seth kind of gave me the cold shoulder, even after he heard me sing, giving me the impression I wasn't anywhere on his shortlist for new lead singer. I wonder what caused the sudden attitude change. Whatever it was, I decided to take it as a good sign. Holding tight to my happy news, I make it through the rest of the long afternoon without giving in to the urge to drown myself in the industrial-sized container of salad dressing. But just barely. By the time 5 o'clock rolls around, I'm more than ready to get the heck out of Atlanta and as far away from Nick Geary as possible. Simply breathing the same air as someone who finds me so repulsive is starting to feel like a violation of my basic human rights. For the first time since I joined Lark's staff, I take advantage of the fact that my sister is also my boss and beg off helping with final cleanup and packing the van. "I have a callback for the singing gig tonight," I say, pressing my hands together as I blink sad puppy eyes Lark's way. "Could I pretty please leave early so I can shower and do my hair before the audition? Arya said I could take her car." Lark laughs. "No need for the anime eyes. Of course you can. Get out of here. You don't want to smell like duck wrapped in bacon for your audition." "I don't know. All the musicians I've known were pretty into bacon," Arya says, stopping on her way by with a stack full of empty dessert plates to drop her keys in my hand. "Be careful," she adds with a stern look. "Don't go anywhere alone with those guys, don't drink anything you didn't see the bartender pour with your own eyes, and don't leave your drink unattended." I smile and roll my eyes. "Arya, these are men from Bliss River. They're harmless. And besides, Lila, the girl who plays bass, will be there." "Okay," she says. "But be careful anyway. And remember, if you hurt my new car, I will kill you. Slowly." Yes, Mother, I say, giving Lark and Arya both a quick peck on the cheek before heading for the parking lot. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot Nick carrying a load of serving trays into the tent to be washed. I pick up my pace until I'm jogging and hop into Arya's new Prius, my sister's 29th birthday present from Nash, and turn the key, feeling like the star of an environmentally responsible action film, roaring off into the sunset seconds before the building behind me explodes. As I pull away, I glance in the rear view, surprised to see Nick staring after me with a mournful look on his face. But his expression gives me no comfort or satisfaction. He can keep his broody, confusing, hot and cold nonsense. After the way he embarrassed me Friday night and made this afternoon an exercise in torture via the silent treatment, I'm just not interested anymore. Liar! The voice in my head is uncomfortably loud. I crank up the radio and ignore it, determined not to let Nick ruin another second of my day. I have to focus. I have an audition to dominate if I want to leave the Horse and Rider a newly minted lead singer. And I do. I really do. I have way more important and exciting things on my bucket list than hooking up with a guy who isn't interested. Like being part of a band. Soon, Nick Geary will be nothing more than fodder for an ex-boyfriend revenge song. Maybe, once I get the gig, I'll write one in his honor. Chapter 9. Melody. After showering, blow-drying, hot rolling, and a little flat ironing at the end of my curls so they aren't too curly, I zip myself back into the red dress I wore for the first audition. It was lucky the first time around, and I've never been one to mess with success. I add brown and white feather earrings, touch up my bright red lipstick, and pull on my boots, before giving myself a critical once-over in the full-length mirror. I'm curvier than most of the other girls who auditioned, but I'm curvy in the right places, and I look like a girl who knows how to have a good time. Gone is the uptight, baby sister who, until a few months ago, considered watching movies at home with Brian and her parents an acceptable way to spend a Friday night. As if summoned by my thoughts, my cell phone chimes, announcing a text from Brian. "Feeding the ducks and thinking of you. We sure do miss you on the farm. Hope we can get together for some ice cream soon. I think we should talk, don't you?" I hit the keypad to reply, but pause. I don't really know what to say. I've told Brian I'm not ready to hang out as friends half a dozen times, hoping he'll read between the lines and realize that I'm not up for being friends. Period. The thought of going for ice cream with him turns my stomach. He's a nice guy, a really nice guy in many ways, but his favorite topic is always Brian. That was fine when we were younger, and I was as smitten with Brian as Brian is with Brian, but as time went by, I started to long for a boyfriend who was interested in me, too. I want a boyfriend who wants to hear about my hopes and dreams, and I definitely need a boyfriend who wants children someday. When Brian confessed that he found Felicity kind of gross, it was the nail in our relationship coffin. I ended it immediately. Felicity is the most adorable baby in the entire world, and anyone too stupid to see that isn't someone worthy of my time or affection. Yeah, deep down I realized he was talking about babies in general, not Felicity in particular. But recalling the nauseous look on his face when I asked him to hold Felicity while I fetched her diaper bag from my trunk always helps ease my guilt about failing to respond to his texts. Later, I mumble, turning my phone off and slipping it into my purse. I'm going to have to hit Brian with a truth bomb sooner or later, since he seems incapable of taking a hint. But not tonight. Tonight, I need to focus on nailing this audition. With one final look in the mirror and a deep breath, I head for the door. 15 minutes later, I'm stepping into the Horse and Rider, the very dark and quiet Horse and Rider. The bar is empty, and so silent it's a little creepy. The single row of red lights burning around the edge of the stage adds to the creep factor, bathing the dance floor in a spooky light that reminds me of a horror movie. I pause near the door, fishing my phone from my purse to check the time and double-check that Seth said 8 o'clock in his text. He did. And it's only 10 minutes until 8. Where the heck is everyone? "Hello?" I call out, my voice nervous and thin in the cavernous space. "Is anyone here?" "Hey, come on in." Seth's muffled voice comes from behind the stage curtains. "Just looking for the lights." My chest loosens with relief. All right, great. Sorry I'm early. No worries. Just take a seat at the bar and I'll be out in a second. I cross to the bar, my eyes adjusting to the darkness enough that I locate a shiny black stool without a problem. I set my purse on the scarred wood and perch on the stool, nervously crossing and uncrossing my legs. I feel all jittery inside, and there are goosebumps rising on my arms, even though it isn't much cooler in here than it is outside. Clearly, the air conditioning has been off for most of the day, which is normal, I guess. It's Sunday. The bar is closed. Why would they have the air running? Still, something feels off. I tell myself it's just audition anxiety and force a smile as the white stage lights flare on and Seth emerges from behind the curtains. Hey, there you are, he says, grinning as he jumps off the edge of the stage, landing with a smooth bend of his muscled legs. Seth isn't much taller than I am, maybe 5'8" to my 5'7", but he's thick all over, with bulgy, muscled arms from drumming, a barrel chest that reminds me of my friend Lainey's pug, Ruby, and bulky legs that strain the seams of his jeans. His head is shaved, and his bright blue eyes are striking in his tanned face. I'm sure most girls would consider him handsome, in a rock and roll meets former Marine kind of way, but there's no sizzle for me. There are no warm, friendly type feelings either. I just feel anxious, vaguely nauseous, kind of like the first day of culinary school, when I was the youngest student by far and the only one not old enough to taste the wine samples Chef brought in every Friday. You look great. Seth leans in to kiss my cheek, making me feel even more flustered. Love the dress. Thanks, I breathe, my cheeks hot and my pulse thready with nerves. Seth is standing too close. So close my nose begins to sting from the powerful scent of his cologne. So, where's everyone else? I ask, glancing around the still empty room. Seth grins, making the skin around his eyes crinkle. They'll be here in an hour. I had you come in early so I could give you a few tips on your audition before the others get here. Oh, yeah? I return his smile, but my jaw feels tight. I fight the urge to slide off my stool and put some distance between us. Is that fair? Seth shrugs and drops a hand to rest on my knee, sending an alarm blaring to life in my head. Who cares about fair? His fingers press gently into my thigh. You're the best, and I want you to get the job. End of story. You want a drink before we start? When he releases my leg and starts around the bar, my muscles tremble with relief. No, thank you, I say, my voice shakier than I would like. I don't drink before I sing. I like to stay in full control of my faculties. I don't know. Sometimes being a little out of control can be a good thing. Seth pulls down 2 glasses and gets busy with the well liquor, pouring with an expertise that makes it clear he's at home behind the bar. You were great on Friday, he continues, but you could stand to loosen up a little. I thought I was pretty loose, I say, remembering what Nick said about me looking like I was having a good time on stage. At least for me, anyway. Not normally a loose girl. Seth winks as he adds a blast of tonic water from the soda gun and a cherry to each drink, and then sets one in front of me. No, I say, not certain whether he means loose in a performance way or loose in a way I have no interest in discussing with this man, or anyone else for that matter. Drink up, gorgeous. Seth clinks his glass against mine, scooting it closer to my hand. We'll get you loose and ready to rock. Forcing a smile, I reach for the glass, skin crawling with the suspicion that I'm making a mistake. A potentially dangerous mistake. Chapter 10. Melody. Aria's words about not drinking anything I haven't seen prepared by a bartender echo in my head. Seth isn't a bartender, but I did watch him prepare the drink. I have no idea how much hard liquor is in the thing, but I lift the glass to my nose and sniff. It smells harmless, like vanilla and cherries. But the first sip leaves no doubt it's strong, too strong for me to feel comfortable drinking the entire thing before my audition. Like it? Seth moves back around the bar to resume his too-close-for-comfort position next to my stool. It's my own recipe. He eases my hair over my shoulder with a familiarity that makes me shiver. I call it the cherry cheesecake. Yeah, it's good. I lean back and push the drink away. No way in hell am I drinking more of that. But I think I'd better wait until after my audition to finish it. I'm a lightweight when it comes to hard liquor. Just have a little then, enough to get you relaxed. His hand is suddenly back on my leg, higher on my thigh this time, in territory that leaves no doubt this is not a just friends kind of touch. I shift on my stool, brushing Seth's hand away in the process. I'm out of here. Now. I should go, I say. I'll come back later when everyone else is here. Come on, don't go, Seth says, his hand wrapping around my waist, stopping me before I can slide to the ground. You haven't convinced me you're our girl yet, Blondie. I thought you said you wanted me to get the job, I ask, my thoughts and my pulse racing as I debate whether it would be overreacting to kick Seth in the shin and make a run for the door. If I'm misjudging the situation, I'll feel like a fool. But if I'm not, I do want you to get the job. He steps closer, his other hand coming to my waist, gripping me with enough force that my rushing pulse becomes an adrenaline-fueled pounding in my ears. Now I just need you to show me that you want to get the job. You understand? His face moves closer to mine. I shove at his chest and say, "Stop," in a firm voice. But he doesn't stop. His fingers only bite into the flesh above my hips with more force as he tugs me off the stool. Before I can cry out for help, I'm pressed against the bar, Seth's breath hot on my neck as he grinds his hips against mine. I feel his erection against my thigh, and bile rises in my mouth. "Stop it! Let me go!" I shout the words as loud as I can this time and punch a fist into Seth's thick shoulders, but he absorbs the blow without flinching. He's built like a hunk of rock, and I honestly can't remember the last time I hit the gym. Our similar heights don't mean we're on anything close to an equal playing field. I'm weak, he's strong, and if I don't find a way to escape, he's going to do what he wants to me, with or without my permission. Stop! Help! Someone help me, please! I scream as loud as I can until Seth's palm slams down over my mouth, muffling the sound as he growls into my ear. There's nobody here, baby. He presses forward, pinning me so tight against the bar that it's hard to pull in a breath. And nobody's coming, he adds. It's just you and me, but we'll have a good time. You'll see. Just relax and let's have some fun. I struggle against him, kicking and trying to scream again, but the sound is stifled by his hand. His other hand is busy pulling up my dress. For a second, I flash back to my kiss with Nick and how good it felt to be pressed against him, how his touch ignited delicious little fires across my skin. Seth's touch is only scary, terrifying, horrible. I squeeze my eyes shut and shove Seth away with every last bit of strength in my shaking arms, screaming into his hot, sweaty hand. But I can already feel my muscles beginning to weaken, and my skirt is nearly up around my waist. A cold certainty spreads through me, making my stomach pitch. Seth is going to be my first. Seth instead of Nick. Pain instead of pleasure. Something deep inside me, something primal and full of rage that I didn't realize existed within me until this moment, roars at the thought. It bares its claws and howls, giving me the strength to squirm free of Seth's grip, just enough to bring my knee up between his legs. Hard. Fuck! He groans, his hand slipping from my mouth as he reaches for his crotch. Help! Help me! I shout in a raw voice as I go for Seth's eyes with my nails. He catches my wrists before I can do any damage, but I'm already bringing my leg up between his thighs again when the bar's front door opens, and a familiar voice calls my name. Melody? Nick. Thank God. Nick, I'm in here. Help! My words end in a sob as I twist free of Seth, snatch my purse from the bar with one shaking hand, and bolt for the door. For a second, I'm certain Seth is following me, but then I realize the thudding sound is just my pulse, pounding in my ears. I reach the front of the room as Nick steps inside, the door sliding slowly closed behind him. With a panicked sound, I grab his arm and drag him backward, toward the sliver of lamplight outside on the street, and the promise of safety. What's wrong? He asks. Melody, let's get out of here. Please, just get out of here. I pant, my words running together as I hit the door and push hard. Nick follows without another word, staying close behind me as I tumble out onto the sidewalk. With a quick glance to my left and right, I jog across Main, bound for the door of the tattoo shop, where I plan to lock Nick and myself inside, where we'll both be safe. Seth isn't following us, and even if he did, Nick is probably capable of taking him out. Seth is more muscled, but Nick is taller and seems like he could handle himself in a fight. But I'm not thinking rationally. I'm thinking with my survival brain, and my survival brain wants a locked door, or 3, between Seth and me as soon as possible. We reach the shop, and I grab the door, a whimper rising in my throat when it doesn't budge in response to my tugging. Just a second. Nick's hand rests lightly on my shoulder as he digs his keys from his pocket. Instantly, comfort flows from his hand into my clenched muscles. What his touch does to me is so dramatically different from the terror inspired by Seth's that it's almost dizzying. When he moves away to fit the shop key into the door, I feel the loss of his warmth, like a punch in the gut. If someone had told me 10 seconds ago that I'd be dying to be held in a man's arms, any man's arms, I would have said they were crazy. But as soon as Nick closes the door behind us and flips the lock, I launch myself at him, twining my arms around his neck and burying my face in his white button-down shirt, the one that still smells of wedding food and spilled wine and other hazards of cater-waitering. It's a comforting smell, safe and familiar, but not nearly as wonderful as the feel of Nick pulling me close. Chapter 11. Melody. What's wrong, Mel? Nick runs a hand over my hair. What happened? I heard you scream, but when I opened the door, it was so dark I couldn't see what was going on in there. I don't want to talk about it. I take a shaky breath and squeeze my eyes shut. I'm just glad it's over. Nick tries to pull away, but I tighten my grip on his neck. After a moment, he relaxes and resumes petting my hair. I've always thought it felt weird when other boys did that, but I soon decide it's one of the nicest things ever, so long as Nick is the one doing the petting. We stand, swaying together for several long minutes until the storm inside me begins to calm and my heartbeat slows. Finally, I loosen my arms, pulling back far enough to look up into his face. The lights in the shop are off, but there's enough illumination from the street lamp outside for me to see how worried he is. It was a guy, wasn't it? He asks, through a clenched jaw. I nod, still not wanting to say Seth's name or talk about what he did out loud. Talking about it will make it more real, and I don't want it to be real. I want to pretend it was all some terrible dream and forget about the terrifying feel of his hands on me forever. Did he hurt you? Do we need to call the police? Nick asks. I shake my head quickly, panicked by the thought. No, I don't want to call the police. Mel, if he hurt you, we have to. He tried, but he didn't, I say. He didn't, I repeat, when Nick's forehead wrinkles in doubt. You opened the door and I got away before. I swallow. Before, I repeat, hoping that sums it up. Anger ignites in his eyes, his rage so immediate and intense I swear I can feel it warming the skin beneath his shirt. But what if I hadn't opened the door? Would he have raped you? I flinch at the word and back away, slipping out of his arms as I drop my gaze to the black and white tile on the floor. Instantly, I start counting the black squares. Anything to keep my mind off his words, to keep from seriously considering that question. Mel, Nick says, insistent. He's obviously not going to let this go. I don't know, I stammer. You don't know, Nick repeats before adding gently. I think you know, baby. You wouldn't have screamed like that if you weren't. Okay. Yes, I say, tears filling my eyes for the first time since Seth put his hands on me. He probably would have. Then we're calling the police. Nick brushes my hair from my face, his fingertips lingering on my cheek. I look up, fighting to swallow past the rock lodged in my throat. No, I can't. Please, Nick, I don't want to talk about it, ever. I just want to pretend it didn't happen. But it did happen. I know, but it's over now. I'm safe. It's in the past. I'll come with you, he says, drawing me back into his arms. I'll stay right next to you the entire time you're talking to the cops. I'll tell them I heard you screaming and... I said no, and I mean it, I snap, the words emerging in a louder voice than I intended. Unlike Seth, however, as soon as Nick hears the word no, he immediately backs off. Okay, I'm sorry. He hugs me close, dropping a kiss to the top of my head that helps my next breath come easier. I rest my cheek on his chest with a sigh. It's your decision, of course. His arms tighten around me. I can't stand the thought of someone hurting you and getting away with it. I wish I'd gotten there sooner. I frown, my cheeks scrunching against Nick's shirt. Why were you there? I mean, I'm so glad you were, but the bar isn't even open on Sundays. Lark said you had an audition, Nick says, sounding a little embarrassed. I was kind of hoping you'd let me watch. But when I pulled up and it was only your car out front, that seemed strange. I was waiting by the front door, wondering if I should check on you, when I heard you scream. You're smarter than I am. I snuggle closer to his chest, not ready to leave the comfort of his arms. No, just street smart. I lived in a pretty bad neighborhood in Atlanta. Helped me learn how to pay attention to my gut. My gut knew something was off too, but I kept second-guessing it, trying to be polite. Fuck polite. The next time your gut sounds an alert with a guy like that, kick him in the balls and run first. Ask questions later. I will, I say, adding in a whisper. Why did you want to watch my audition? I thought you couldn't stand my face. Of course I can stand your face, he says uncomfortably. You have a really nice face. I step back, crossing my arms and arching a brow. He exhales. Right. Well, he lifts his gaze to the ceiling. The truth is I may have had some trouble keeping your face out of my head the past few days. He sighs heavily. Maybe even a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble, I repeat, my eyes narrowing. Why say it like that? Is thinking about me such a bad thing? No, Nick says, drawing out the word in a way that isn't comforting. Neither is the fact that his gaze is still fixed over my shoulder, or that he's refusing to look me in the eye. Very convincing, I say dryly. His lips twitch at the edges. Okay. The truth, then? I prefer it. It tends to make communicating easier. Right. So, I was dating this girl in Atlanta, he says. She was a lot like you, beautiful and sweet and used to doing things a certain way. Before we got together, she dated the same guy for 3 years. I'd been exclusive with a few people before, but nothing serious and nothing that lasted more than a few months. Sarah Beth was my first real relationship. What happened? I ask, torn between being thrilled that Nick is finally opening up to me and a little offended that he's already lumped me into the same category as this other girl. I'm not some other girl. I'm me. And I like to be judged solely on my own behavior. Nick shrugs. It ended. She went back to the guy she'd been dating before, and I went on a 3-week pub crawl through every shitty bar in Atlanta. One night I came home so drunk that I tossed a toaster oven out the window onto a car, and my roommates kicked me out. He bites his lip as he rakes a hand through his hair. Once I sobered up, I felt like such an idiot. I tried to convince them I was ready to pull my head out of my ass, but they'd already made up their minds. They didn't want a guy who couldn't keep his shit together in their place anymore. That sucks. I'm sorry. I reach out, taking his hand. But it's okay, you know. Heartache makes us do stupid things sometimes. That doesn't make you an idiot. No, it does. Nick pulls his fingers away, propping both hands on his narrow hips. I knew from the beginning that Sarah Beth and I weren't going to work out long term. We were too different. I made the mistake of thinking I could fit into her world or that she might come to appreciate mine. He shakes his head. But I couldn't be myself, and she couldn't be herself, and in the end we were both miserable. I don't want to go through that again. Okay. I blink. But, just to state the obvious, I'm not Sarah Beth. No, you're worse, he says, making me huff with indignation before he adds, you're prettier and smarter and funnier. Sarah Beth never made me laugh the way you do, or think about kissing her every 5 seconds. And I don't. He swallows. I really don't. Don't what? I ask, my chest filling with hopeful butterflies. That part about thinking about kissing me every 5 seconds was nice. Really nice. I don't want to fuck up my life again, he says, finally meeting my gaze, the expression on his face making my hope butterflies really start to freak out, their little wings beating like crazy. I don't want to fall hard for someone, only to crash and burn all over again. You think you could fall hard for me? I ask, a little giddy and a little scared and afraid to blink for fear that the tender, tormented look in his eyes will disappear. No doubt in my mind, he says, his voice husky, making my skin tingle all over. But what happens when you realize you want more than a guy like me? More than I can give you? When I'm not enough? What? I let out a shaky laugh. Are you serious? He scowls, making it clear he is serious. Dead serious. I mean, that's just silly, I hurry to add. You're gorgeous and smart and so talented, and I have so much fun with you. I tip my head to one side and amend, when you're not treating me like a child or trying to push me away. See, I'm an asshole. I huff. You are not. And why on earth would you think you might not be enough for me? For these past few weeks, I've assumed you thought I wasn't enough for you. Nick's forehead furrows. Are you crazy? You're perfect. I'm not, at all. And I'm not crazy either, I say, a smile curving my lips. At least not any crazier than you are. Maybe being a little crazy is something we have in common. Nick pulls in a slow breath, but I can tell he isn't sold. I haven't been to church since I was 18, Mel. I'm not even sure what I believe about all that anymore, and I sure as hell don't want to spend my Sunday mornings locked up in a stuffy sanctuary. That's fine. You don't have to come to church with me, I assure him. If you wanted to, you'd be more than welcome, but my faith is my personal business. It's meaningful to me, but I understand different things might be meaningful to you. We can agree to respect each other's choices and hook up after church for waffles. Nick's eyebrows shoot up. What? I ask. Don't tell me you don't like waffles, because that might seriously be a deal breaker. He grins. No, I love waffles. I'm surprised. In a good way. Most churchy girls I've known aren't that tolerant. My faith insists on tolerance. He arches a dubious brow. Yeah, maybe, but a lot of people don't seem to have gotten that message. I nod and say dryly, not everyone is as awesome as I am. Nick laughs, a bright, happy sound that ends with him gathering me into his arms for an even more lovely embrace. You're something else, you know that? He grins down at me, surprise and affection mixing in his eyes. I think you're cool too, I say, suddenly nervous all over again. So what does this mean? Are we dating now? Have we agreed to give this thing between us a real shot? I suppose there's only one way to find out. Wanna get out of here? I nod toward the door. Maybe get some coffee or something? Somewhere far away from downtown? His smile dims. I definitely want to get out of here, but I still think we should call Nash. I frown. For a second, I can't imagine why he would want to call his brother, and then I remember, duh, because Nash is the captain of the Bliss River Police. I press my lips together and shake my head, but before I can speak, Nick pushes on. I'm sure he'd meet us at the station and make sure everything goes as smoothly as possible. You really should report this asshole, Mel. It's not just about you. Think about your sisters, my sisters, all the other women you care about. Guys like that don't just attack a woman once. It's a pattern, and reporting it could help make sure it doesn't happen to someone else. My muscles tighten up all over again. He's right, but for some reason the thought of reporting the attack to anyone, even Nash, who's one of the nicest, most compassionate people I know, makes me want to dig a hole in the ground and hide inside it for the rest of eternity. Can I think about it? I ask. I know you're right, but I need some time to get used to the idea. Okay, he says. I won't push it anymore, but could you at least tell me the guy's name? I peer up at him through my lashes. Why do you want his name? Just in case, he says, the tension in his jaw betraying his casual tone. I prop a hand on my hip. In case of what? In case you decide not to report him, he says, heat creeping into his eyes. And I need to give him an off-the-record reminder not to touch a woman without permission again. And not to get within 10 feet of you, or I'll fucking kill him. My eyes go wide. I don't know what's scarier, that Nick sounds so convincingly menacing, or that I like it so much. I've never been a fan of violence. I'm a turn-the-other-cheek girl all the way. But I can't deny that the thought of Nick pounding Seth into a bloody pulp makes something savage inside me extremely happy. the thought of doing it myself isn't too bad either. Which means there's only one responsible choice to make. All right, I say, my voice shaking a little. Call Nash. Really? He hugs me closer. Are you sure? I feel like an asshole for pressuring you, but No, you're right. It's something I should do, and I don't want to put you in that kind of position. Better to let the police handle this. If you got hurt because you felt like you had to take this into your own hands, I'd never forgive myself. I know I don't have to do anything. I want to, he says. I want to rip this guy's dick off and feed it to my pet snake. I cringe. You have a pet snake? He nods. I do. Her name is Claire, but don't worry, she's not the jealous type. She's more than willing to share with the right girl. Good to know, I say, wrinkling my nose. Ew, snakes. What's wrong with him? Not a snake fan, he asks. How could you tell? Everything you think shows on your face, he says with a laugh. But I like that. At least Claire and I will always know where we stand with you. Claire and I aren't going to stand anywhere together. I'll stand on the floor, and she can slither around in her very secure glass enclosure, which is never opened in my presence. Yes? Absolutely. Nick's expression grows serious again. I've got your back, Mel. You can count on me anytime you need me. Even if this, whatever it is, between us doesn't work out. My forehead pinches. Can we call the whatever it is dating? Does that work for you? Nick's dimple pops. Yeah, that works for me. Me too. I grin. And I'm sorry about the other night, he says, an almost shy note in his voice that makes my heart squeeze. I shouldn't have asked you to come home with me. That's not how I want it to go with us. I kind of lose my ability to think straight when I'm kissing you. Don't be sorry, I say, my lips tingling. I can't think straight when we kiss either. So maybe we shouldn't kiss? Nick arches a teasing brow. Yeah, right. I shake my head as I loop my arms around his neck. I'm not in this just for the friendly conversation, mister. I want the bennies. All the bennies. Those are pretty nice, Nick agrees, his lips moving closer to mine, making me ache for a taste of him. My pulse is already picking up, anticipating the way he makes my blood rush when he adds, but maybe we should just put a few limits in place? What kind of limits? I murmur, my focus already slipping as his warm breath feathers across my mouth. Even his breath is magically delicious. No sex. Not for at least 10 dates, he says, making me wrench my head back. What? My brows snap together. Surely I must have heard him wrong. Why? Because I want you to be sure. And I want it to be special, he says, with a steadiness that makes it hard to argue with him. Still, I find myself saying, how about 4 dates? Even now, with the stress of going to the police station hanging over my head, I'm still dying to kiss him. More than kiss him. Once this night is in our rear view, I know I'll be right back to being desperate to get naked with him, and 10 dates could take a really long time to get through, considering we both work hard at our jobs and have family obligations and friend relationships to nurture as well. 7, Nick counters, grinning as he runs gentle fingers through my hair. Even that enough to make me tingle. 5, I say firmly, and that's my final offer. You drive a hard bargain, March, but I'll take it, he says. And then he kisses me, a tender, careful kiss that warms me all over, turning my insides to liquid sunshine. I didn't think anything could be hotter than Nick's passionate kisses, but this sweet kiss... Oh my. I feel it all the way down to my toes, buzzing in my fingertips, wrapping around my heart, breaking through to that hidden place inside me that Brian was never able to touch. That place that longs for more than friendship or casual affection. Deep down in my most secret self, I want to ache for someone, burn for them, need them like the air I breathe, and not just in a physical way. I want that kind of heart connection, too. I haven't stopped to wonder if Nick might be that person before, but even just a few minutes in, I can already tell that this is going to be more than a fling. Don't stop, I whisper when he pulls away, my eyes still closed and my head spinning. The sooner we get this shitty stuff over with, the sooner we can get started on our first date. My eyes open a crack. Tonight? I don't have to be back at the shop until noon, he says. After we talk to my brother, we could go for a late-night breakfast at the diner by the highway. Get some greasy eggs and toast. And waffles, I add. And waffles, he agrees, taking my hand in his bigger, warmer one. Come on, we can call Nash on the way to the station. As I follow Nick through the shop and out back to his car, I'm surprised by how natural it feels to have my fingers wrapped up in his. How right. He glances back at me, grinning, and anticipation shoots through me all over again as I realize that, in 5 short dates, we might be wrapped up in a much more intimate fashion.
Chapter 12. Nick. The scene at the police station is bad, but not as bad as I was fearing on the way over. Melody didn't cry. Wouldn't have blamed her if she did. I just know it would rip me up to watch it. And I didn't give in to the urge to punch the wall when I heard exactly what Seth did to her. Nash, of course, was a total pro, as I knew he would be. My big brother has always been the model everything. Model son, model student, model cop. He makes Melody feel safe and listened to, and assures her that her identity will be kept secret, even from her family if that's what she wants. He sends a team to search the bar for signs of a struggle, and issues a stop and hold order to make sure other officers in the county have Seth's description and know he's wanted for questioning in Bliss River. Nash assures Melody that she's doing the right thing, even if this ends in nothing more than a misdemeanor charge and a fine. She's still done something important. She stood up for herself, and hopefully helped deter Seth from doing something like this again. Given the situation, I couldn't have asked for things to go more smoothly. Still, after 2 hours of statements and paperwork, relieved is too gentle a word to describe how grateful I am to be walking out of the station with my arm around Melody. Melody, the girl I'm dating. The thought is simultaneously weird as hell and the best thing that's happened to me in a long, long time. I just hope I'm ready. I hadn't planned on getting involved with anyone, not so soon after the Sarah Beth disaster, but I can't deny it feels way better to be making plans with Melody than trying to avoid her. And it isn't like I was able to keep her out of my head for more than 10 minutes at a time anyway. I was already slipping on the slick concrete at the edge of the relationship pool. Might as well dive in and see what the water's like. We drive to the diner in silence, but not an uncomfortable one. We both just seem to need some time to process the events of the evening. But as soon as we're seated in a shiny red diner booth, 2 cups of coffee steaming on the table between us, the conversation comes easier than I expected. We talk about Melody's time in culinary school and my apprenticeship with an Atlanta tattoo artist. Melody confesses that she's surprised by how much she loves my work, and that she never expected a tattoo to affect her as strongly as my phoenix. I'm about to confess I was just as affected by her singing. I really was excited when I thought I'd have the chance to hear her sing tonight, when her cell rings. She glances at the display and frowns. "Who is it?" I ask.
I don't know,
She sighs.
but I guess I should answer in case it's someone at the police department.
She taps the screen and brings the phone to her ear, but after her initial hello, she falls silent, her lips parting in surprise as the person on the other end of the line speaks rapidly in a distressed tone. I can't make out the other person's words, but the fact that he or she is upset comes through loud and clear in the thin whine issuing from the speaker.
No, please, Lila,
Melody says after several minutes.
No, really, please,
She breaks off, obviously having difficulty getting a word in.
It isn't your fault, really. Please, don't blame yourself.
She pauses, nodding at something the other woman is saying.
Yes, okay, absolutely. I appreciate your call.
She meets my gaze, shooting me a reassuring smile. I relax my fisted hands, laying them flat on the table, not realizing I'd tensed up until that moment. But something about Melody stirs up protective instincts in me, things I usually only feel around my nieces and nephews. It's strange, but not in a bad way. Not in a bad way at all.
Oh, really?
Melody's smile widens.
Well, thank you so much.
She nods for a few beats before adding,
All right, I'll definitely think about it. Thanks again, Lila. Have a good night.
She hangs up, blinking at the phone before looking up at me.
That was the bass player for Ghost Town Double Wide. The police called her to see if she had any information on Seth's whereabouts. They told her he tried to attack a girl at the bar and she called to apologize. Seth's out of the band for good, and she plans to talk to the manager of the Horse and Rider about getting him banned from the bar, too.
That's great. I frown as an uncomfortable thought drifts through my head. But how did she know you were the girl the police were talking about? I thought Nash was keeping that confidential.
She heard what Seth had done and put two and two together,
She says, slipping her phone into her purse.
Apparently, he was talking about me the other night in a way that made Lila and the others uncomfortable.
Asshole, I growl, wanting to smash his face all over again. She sighs.
Yeah, Lila said she thought it was just gross, not dangerous, or she would have called to warn me. Anyway, whatever he said was the last straw for them. Lila and the other band members kicked him out yesterday and started looking for a replacement. She said they were just waiting to make sure they had a drummer lined up before they asked me to take the job as the new lead singer.
My brows lift. What do you think about that? Would you be uncomfortable in the bar after what happened?
I don't know. As long as Seth isn't allowed in, I don't think so,
She says, her expression firming with determination.
I don't want to let what he did make me afraid. If I do, then he wins.
I nod, proud of her, and surprised. She keeps doing that, surprising me, impressing me.
What?
She asks. I knew you were tough, but this is next level. I nudge her foot affectionately under the table. I'm proud of you. Hope that doesn't sound condescending.
It doesn't, though you have done condescending pretty well in the past.
She narrows her eyes at me as our waitress sets our plates down and promises to be back to refill our coffees as soon as she's typed in another order. Sorry, I say with a sheepish grin as the server hustles away. Treating you like a kid helped me keep my mind off how much I wanted to kiss you.
But now you don't have to keep your mind off how much you want to kiss me.
She murmurs as she leans across the table, brushing a kiss across my lips. My eyes slide closed, and electricity skitters through me like a tattoo needle drawn along the surface of my skin, setting my nerve endings to sizzling. The kiss only lasts a few seconds, but by the time Melody sits back down, my jeans are already tighter than they were before. The way she affects me is just wild. It's going to be hell keeping my hands off her. Still, I can't help but wish she'd agreed to the 10-date minimum. For some reason, the more I get to know her and want her, the more I want to wait until she's absolutely 100% sure. I don't think we should count this as date one, I say as we dig into our food. Waffles and bacon for me, strawberry crepes and sausage on the side for her. I want to take you somewhere nice for our first date.
This is plenty nice,
Melody says.
I'm not a high-maintenance girl, Nick. I'm just as happy at a diner as a fancy restaurant.
She shrugs and stabs another bite of crepe.
And I know neither of us has a lot of money to throw around right now.
I thought you just got a raise, I say, teasing. She rolls her eyes while she chews.
Yeah, $200 a month, right in time for my rent to go up $150 in October. My landlord is a monster.
My landlord is cool, I say. John and I rent a place above a bodega near the bowling alley. It's not in the best part of town, and it smells like sandwiches sometimes, but it's huge, and only $500 a month.
You're kidding me.
Her eyes widen as she shakes her head.
Maybe I should look into something near downtown. I just hate to move.
Moving fucking blows, I agree, pausing when I realize what I've said. Sorry about that.
About what?
She asks, cocking her head. You know, the cursing. Over breakfast. I shrug and stuff another bite into my mouth. I've never heard Melody cuss, Not even a damn or shit when she dropped a giant bag of flour on her toe a few weeks back.
Oh, that.
She waves a breezy hand.
As long as you're not being mean to me or someone else, I don't give a fuck about your language,
She says sweetly. I choke on my waffle in response, and Melody starts laughing. Hard. By the time I recover enough to suck down a drink of water, she's still grinning with a satisfied gleam in her eyes. Proud of yourself, aren't you? I ask. Are you always this unpredictable?
I don't know.
Her smile widens.
I confess I'm not totally myself lately. I've been trying new things, pushing my boundaries.
She shrugs.
So far, I've been enjoying a little unpredictability in my life. That okay with you?
That's more than okay with me, I say, my appreciation clear in my tone. But I'm still not tattooing you. Her lips push into a pout.
Why not? I wasn't joking. I really love your work. I haven't been able to get that phoenix out of my head.
I almost confess that I don't tattoo girls I'm sleeping with. Not since I was 20 and Kenzie threatened to cut my dick off for working on her the day before I broke up with her. I assumed she would just be glad to have received the tattoo free of charge, but she hadn't seen things that way. Instead, I bite my lip. Melody isn't just another girl I'm sleeping with. We haven't even slept together, and it's already more than that, so... Give it 6 months, I say, stabbing another bite of waffle. If you still want it then, I'll do it in exchange for a kiss and a pan of that shepherd's pie you made for the Downey wedding.
Sounds like a deal.
She smiles, but it isn't one of her usual smiles. There's something anxious beneath the surface of that smile. Anxious, but excited. I recognize the feeling because, hell, I feel it too. I'm not sure what's happening between us, but so far, every moment I spend with Melody is better than the last. We finish our meal and head back to the shop. I drive her home in her car, assuring her I can catch the bus back across town to my place. The midget doesn't work half the time, so I have the bus schedule memorized, I say, lingering in her doorway. I had fun tonight. Well, most of tonight.
Me too.
She says, leaning against the doorframe. The lamplight from inside catches her hair, turning it into a halo that glows around her face.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you for giving me a chance to show you I'm not always an asshole. She laughs.
True. Not a trace of asshole all night.
It's a new record, I say, grinning as I press a kiss to her cheek. Good night.
Good night.
She whispers. Damn, her skin is soft. So soft I want to kiss her again. So I do. I kiss her cheek, then her ear, and then I can't seem to resist tracing a path along her jawline with my lips, trailing kisses down her neck to her bare shoulder. My tongue slips out, teasing along her clavicle as her breath rushes out in a sexy little sigh that leaves no doubt she's as affected by the chemistry between us as I am.
Are you sure you don't want to come in for a little while?
She murmurs. I should get home, I say, forcing myself to pull away and take a step back into the hallway. But you want to do something tomorrow? I'm booked at the shop until 3, but I can get John to cover after that. We could hit the lake or something.
I have to help Lark and Aria cater a baby shower tomorrow afternoon,
Melody says with a sad twist of her lips.
How about Tuesday?
I'll pick you up at 4, I say, resisting the urge to kiss her goodbye one last time. With Melody, stopping is definitely harder than starting. Sleep well.
You too.
She says with a smile that sends a rush of giddy anticipation rushing through me. I trot down the stairs and onto the sidewalk, grinning like an idiot. I'm halfway to the bus stop when my phone rings. I dig it out of my pocket, expecting it to be Melody for some reason. But when I glance down at the screen, I see Nash's name. Did you catch the bastard? I ask as I lift the phone to my ear. Can I tell Melody you've got him in custody? Unfortunately, no. There's no sign of the guy at the bar or his apartment. But we're still looking, Nash says, before adding, after a slight pause, I actually called to talk about something else. Okay? What's up? I ask, instantly wary. Nash has that big brother tone in his voice, the one that usually leads to the two of us getting into a fight. For brothers born almost a decade apart, Nash and I have always been close, but we do our share of clashing too. Nash is a rule follower from way back. I'm a serial rule bender. Nash believes in doing things the way we were taught by our parents. I refuse to let my parents, society, or anyone else tell me how to live my life. Is there something going on between you and Melody? Nash asks. Something more than just you being there for a friend? I pause, not sure how I feel about Nash sticking his nose into my private business without an invitation. He certainly wouldn't have liked it if I did the same. Back before he was married, Nash refused to talk about the women he dated with me or anyone else. He considers that shit private, one of the few things we agree on. But Nash also came through for Melody in a major way tonight, and I can't see the harm in coming clean. Our families were going to find out Melody and I are dating sooner or later. Still, a part of me wishes we could have put this part off for a while. I'm not ready to share her, us, with anyone else. It's still so new. Nick, are you there? Nash asks, irritation creeping into his voice. Yeah, I'm here and I heard you. Why are you asking? I'm asking because Melody's sister is my wife, Nash says in a patronizing tone that makes me silently vow to apologize to Melody again for having been a condescending dick. I've never commented on your dating choices before, but Melody isn't just another girl. She's my family and I care about her. She deserves to be treated well by a man who respects her. And who says I don't respect her? I ask, frowning so hard a boy in a red hoodie waiting at the bus stop takes a few steps away as I draw closer. Who brought her in tonight? I continue in a softer voice. Who held her hand and was there for her while she talked to the cops? I'm her brother-in-law, not the cops. Nash curses beneath his breath. Does this mean what I think it means? I don't know what you're talking about. I roll my eyes, fighting the urge to tell my brother to leave me the hell alone. If I'm honest with myself, I can't blame Nash for thinking I might not be good for Melody. I didn't think I was good for Melody either. Until tonight. Tonight, everything changed. I'm not sure why. I just know I'm not the same person I was before Melody ran out of the bar and into my arms. I don't want to fight the connection between us anymore or push her away when being with her feels so right. Nick, I'm your brother, and I love you, Nash says. But I swear Save it, bro, I say, cutting him off. Nothing's going on with Melody and me. She's a sweet girl, and I happen to be around when she needed help. That's it. We're friends. I clench my jaw. It doesn't feel great to lie to Nash, but better to lie than to have my shot with Melody ruined before we've even gone on our first real date. Nash is quiet for a moment. Okay. Good. But thanks for the vote of confidence, I snap, unable to resist the dig. Nash sighs. You haven't given anyone much reason to have confidence in you when it comes to girls, Nick. When's the last time you dated someone for more than a month? I bite the inside of my cheek. I never told Nash about Sarah Beth. I never told anyone in my family about her. Part of me was so certain it was going to end badly that I didn't want anyone to know that things were getting serious. Am I already doing the same thing with Melody? I banish the ugly thought with a shake of my head. Melody's different. I'm different when I'm with her. And soon enough, Nash will see that. The bus is pulling up. I have to go, I say, grateful for the roar of the approaching engine and a good excuse to end the call. Talk to you tomorrow. I hang up without waiting for Nash to say goodbye or get around to all the other reasons I'm not good for a girl like Melody. I don't want to hear it. Not from Nash, or myself, or anyone else.
Chapter 13. Melody. Monday seems to drag on forever. Waiting for word on Seth's whereabouts, He apparently skipped town after the attack, but Nash has a police car circling by his house every few hours. It's hard. Waiting for my Tuesday afternoon date with Nick is 100 times harder. Nick. Every time I think his name, a dreamy smile stretches across my face, and a fizzing sensation, like champagne bubbles, floating from my toes to my head and back again, rushes through me. I can't stop thinking about the way he called me baby, or the way we talked like old friends at the diner, or the way his soft, warm lips teased down my neck, making my blood run lava hot. By the time he pulls up in front of my apartment building on Tuesday afternoon, I'm so eager to see him that I'm waiting by the window, hiding behind the curtains, and let out a giddy yip of excitement as he steps out of his car. He's wearing black and silver swim trunks and a white t-shirt with an owl sketched on the front that are way more casual than anything I've seen him wear before, and emphasize the powerful lines of his body. His spiky hair is even spikier, and the smile on his face, as I rush out the front door of the building to meet him, makes me grin so hard my cheeks start to hurt. "Hey, hot mama," he says, scooping me up as I bound into his arms and spinning me around with a laugh. "You look amazing." He sets me down and pulls away to take in my lake outfit, a nearly transparent black cover-up with my 1940s Ethel Merman-style one-piece underneath, of which he obviously approves. "Thanks. You look pretty good yourself," I say, reaching out to pinch his stomach through his shirt, needing to touch him after almost 48 torturous hours apart. "I missed you." "I missed you too." His grin stretches wide. "But I'm glad you said it first." "Why?" I follow him around to the passenger side of his car and wait while he opens the door, the unexpected chivalry not escaping my notice. He shrugs and laughs. "I don't know. I guess I wasn't sure if it was weird to miss you so much after only a couple of days apart." "I don't care if it's weird." I lean in to brush a kiss to his lips. The second we touch, my already light head feels airy enough to float right off my body. "I miss this too." Nick mumbles against my mouth, wrapping his arm around my waist and pulling me close. He deepens the kiss, his tongue slipping into my mouth, swirling in hungry circles that make my pulse pound, and my body ache to get closer to him. Really close. All the way close. Waiting 5 dates is going to be torture. Hot, heavenly torture. "We'd better get going," he says, his voice as rough as the hint of stubble on his cheeks. "Nash has a car coming by your place every few hours, too. With my luck, he'll be tagging along with the patrol car and catch me making a liar of myself." "Oh, okay, gotcha." I pull away with a sigh and slide into the passenger seat, my knees trembling as I move. I never understood the phrase weak in the knees was a literal thing before I kissed Nick. Now I'm not sure I ever want sturdy knees again. Sturdy knees are overrated. Nick's kisses are not. "I don't know why Nash is being weird," I say, as he starts the car and aims the midget toward the lake. Nick called Sunday night and asked me not to say anything to my family about our decision to start dating, at least not until he can convince Nash not to flip out about it. I agreed, though a tiny voice inside me wonders why Nash would flip out, and why Nick is so eager to keep our new relationship a secret. "You know why." Nick glances my way, his green eyes bright in the sunlight reflecting off the dashboard. "Upon occasion, I can be a huge, hairy asshole." I laugh. Gross. True, but gross. "And he doesn't know about Sarah Beth," he adds in a more serious tone. "He doesn't know a lot about me. He's been so busy the past few years, making captain and helping build Mom and Dad a new house, and generally being the golden child of the family. It's like he works 3 full-time jobs." I'm sure it's not always easy for him. I put a hand on his thigh as he drives, needing to touch him in a way that's foreign to me. Foreign, but nice. And not an impulse I'm inclined to resist. Being golden child isn't all it's cracked up to be. I can tell you that from experience. "And why's that?" Nick asks, with what sounds like genuine curiosity, as if he's truly trying to understand what it might be like to be something other than the black sheep. I like that about him, that he's curious and willing to learn, even if he doesn't always agree with my point of view. "Well, people always expect you to be the peacemaker," I sigh, "to go along with what the rest of the family wants and not make waves, and people really don't like you to veer off the expected course or, heaven forbid, change your mind. Changing your mind is not allowed. He laughs beneath his breath. What did you change your mind about that got the marches all worked up? A few things, actually. Mom and Dad weren't happy when I decided to go to culinary school instead of majoring in pre-law. Lark went to culinary school before you, though, didn't she? Yes, but... I pause, trying to think of a diplomatic way to put it. Lark is really smart, but not in a school kind of way, you know? She didn't have the best grades in high school and had trouble at community college. She just couldn't handle all the homework and tests without getting overwhelmed. He hums knowingly. But that wasn't the case with Melody the Magnificent, was it? I shoot him a narrow look out of the corner of my eye to find him smirking, but not in a mean way. I wouldn't say I'm magnificent. I would, he says, making me laugh self-consciously. Whatever. But yeah, I did get good grades. Really good grades. I had a full ride to any 4-year school in Georgia. Daddy wanted me to go into business law, and Mama wanted me to go into family law, but they both agreed it would be nice to have a lawyer in the family. But you didn't want to be a college girl? I smile a little sadly, though I know I made the right choice. Still, it wasn't easy letting my parents down or feeling as if I hadn't lived up to my potential. No, I didn't, I say. I didn't want to do the school thing anymore. It felt too abstract. I wanted to learn how to really do something instead of memorizing facts and writing papers for years before I got around to what I was interested in doing for a career. And I didn't want to be a lawyer. I know someone needs to fight for justice, but I just want to make people happy, make them feel good with amazing food. It's simple, but it's me. Does that make sense? Nick nods. All the sense. I feel the same way. But as the black sheep, no one really cared that I went into tattooing instead of heading for community college like the rest of the kids. Dad is just glad I have a job, and Mom's glad I'm not in prison. My eyebrows lift. Was that ever a possibility? No. My parents are just pros at overreacting, he says with a snort that I find unexpectedly sexy. I used to get in trouble in high school, yeah, but it was harmless stuff. I skipped school a few times a semester, smoked pot, and stole my parents' beer every time they turned their back. But it was mostly because I was bored to death in this town. I sigh. Yeah, I wasn't bored in high school or when Lark and I first started the business, but there have been times lately when I've felt a little stuck. It's easy to get stuck in a town like Bliss River, he says, a hard note in his voice that makes me feel compelled to stand up for our sweet little town. Well, yeah, but I think it's easy to get stuck anywhere, especially once you're officially an adult. I shift in my seat as he pulls through the entrance to the state park, watching the green trees fly past his window, accentuating the strong lines of his profile. It's like all the milestones just stop, unless you're getting married or having a baby, of course. But for the rest of us, it can feel like, what's next, you know? He nods, seeming to consider what I said. Yeah, it's like, when you're a kid, you're in such a hurry to grow up and get your driver's license and graduate and move out of your parents' place and get a job. And then you finally get the job and settle into a pattern and start to wonder if that's all there is. On impulse, I lean in to press a kiss to his cheek. Nick glances over, surprise and pleasure mixing in his eyes. What was that for? For understanding, I say. I don't want to feel that way anymore. I know there's more, and I'm going to keep reaching for that next thing that excites me. I don't want to get stuck or stop growing, not ever, not even when I'm old. Nick smiles that new, gentle smile I've only seen once or twice, the one that makes me feel like I'm finally seeing the real, unguarded Nick, the one behind the attitude. I've never thought about it that way before, he says. But no, I don't think you have to stop. I don't ever want to stop looking into his clear green eyes either, the ones that suddenly seem so willing to share his secrets. But he is driving. You should watch the road, I say with a grin. I can watch you and the road, he says with a wink, before turning his attention back to the winding ribbon of asphalt that leads up to Wiley Lake. Where do you like to go swimming, I ask, already eager to be in the water. It's not that hot outside, but the humidity has my skin feeling sticky. We take Mason's boat out to the jumping rocks when I go with my sisters, but my friends and I usually just hit the beach by the ranger station. I have a secret swimming hole, he says, wiggling his eyebrows. One guaranteed not to be crowded or overrun by floaty toys. I've never shared this top secret location with anyone else, Melody March. but I'm willing to let you in on this. I like you that much." "I'm honored," I say, grinning like a fool but not caring. I don't feel like I have to play it cool with him anymore. "This is so much nicer, isn't it?" I add with a happy sigh. "What's that?" he asks, turning down a gravel road I've always assumed is an access road for the rangers who work in the park. "Liking each other," I say. "It's so much easier than not liking each other, don't you think?" Nick grunts, but his lips curve. Makes you wonder why we ever bothered with the not liking part. "I didn't bother. That was all you, my friend." He laughs. "I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. Ask anyone in my family." "Your family loves you," I say, hoping it's true. Arya didn't have the best first experience with Nash's mom, but they seem okay now. And Arya says the rest of the Gearys are fun, genuine people. "They do," Nick admits. "But they don't always trust me. I'd like that to be different." The vulnerability in his voice makes my chest ache. I reach out, resting my hand on his thigh again. "Then you'll make it different. I firmly believe you can do anything you set your mind to." His hand comes to cover mine, and a spark of something more than lust kindles in the air between us. "Thanks." "You're welcome," I say, as warm, soft feelings curl around my heart and give it a gentle squeeze. I know this feeling. It's the way I felt when I held Felicity for the first time. I looked down into my niece's tiny red face and knew instantly that we were going to be special to each other, and that I'm going to love her forever. With a niece, that isn't a scary or strange thing to feel, but with a boy you've known a couple of months, well, it probably isn't very smart. Who cares about smart? I mumble beneath my breath, threading my fingers through Nick's, my heart swelling again as he gives my hand an affectionate squeeze. "What's that?" I couldn't hear you over the sound of the gravel. "Nothing," I say, sitting up straighter to see the road ahead. "Are we close to the bluffs?" "Yeah." He nods to the left. "We'll just park up there and hike down. There's a trail down the side of the bluffs that leads to a hidden beach. The only other way to get there is by boat, so there's hardly ever anyone here." "So we should be alone," I observe, nodding thoughtfully as Nick parks the car in a patch of shade. "Guess I should have left my bathing suit at home then." The look Nick casts my way is too shocked for me to keep a straight face. "I'm kidding," I say, laughing. "I don't skinny dip in the daytime. Or at night, really. The closest I've come to skinny dipping is swimming in my panties in the baby pool in our backyard when I was 5. "You've never been skinny dipping?" he says, huffing as he hits the trunk release button. "Wow." Before I can respond, he's out of the car. I lean over to grab my swim bag from the back seat, straightening in time to see Nick pulling a beach blanket and picnic basket from the trunk. "You brought a picnic?" I say, delight at having snacks, momentarily banishing my curiosity about what he meant by that wow a second ago. "You're brilliant. Food makes every good thing better." Nick beams, clearly pleased. "Yeah, well, it's not anything close to your cooking, quality-wise, but I did my best. I got the good cheese." Good cheese is one of my favorite things in the entire world. I reach for the blanket. "Here, let me carry that." "No, I've got it." Nick slams the trunk with one elbow. "You're gonna need your hands free when the trail gets steep." "What about you?" I ask. "Won't you need a hand free?" "Nah, I'm part goat. I don't need hands." He sighs. "But I do need to circle back around to the previous topic." "Previous topic?" I echo, though I have a pretty good idea what he's talking about. "Yes. You, water, no clothes," he says in a husky voice that makes my skin prickle all over. "How has this never happened? And what are we going to do about it?" Chapter 14. Melody. His eyes sparkle when he looks into mine. Instantly, I feel warm all over, and the sunshine and humidity have very little to do with it. "Seriously," he continues, "you're 22, and you've lived within 20 miles of 3 lakes your entire life, and you've never gone skinny dipping? How is this possible?" I shrug and fall in beside him as he starts toward a trailhead that wasn't noticeable until we got out of the car. This beach really is going to be private. Or so I hope. I'm already having fantasies about stretching out next to Nick on that blanket and getting another taste of his lips. "I don't know," I say. "It just never came up, I guess. I'm sure a lot of 22-year-old girls in Bliss River have never been skinny dipping. Lots and lots. But you're not other girls," he says. I shoot him an appreciative look out of the corners of my eyes. Thank you for noticing. I notice things about you, March, he says, his voice making my skin go tingly again. All the things. We hike the rest of the way down the trail in companionable silence, separating when the trail grows too narrow and coming back together near the bottom. By the time the beach comes into view, we're holding hands, and I'm wishing it was a little farther to our destination. It's nice walking through the woods with him. But, so far, it's nice doing just about anything with him. This is it. What do you think? He asks, in a loaded tone I don't understand until he adds, Look like a good place for your first skinny dip? My eyes go wide. No way. Nick laughs as he sets the basket down by a tree and spreads the blanket on the grass a few feet from where the pebbled beach begins. Why not? It's daytime. You can see things in the day. Not here. Not if no one's around. You're around, I say, my cheeks flushing hot. Well, I'd be around if it were nighttime too, he says. And I see very well in the dark. Ate all my carrots as a kid. Is that right? He nods, and his tongue sweeps out across his bottom lip. All the carrots. How are you making carrots sound sexy? Easy. I'm thinking about skinny dipping. As long as you're thinking about skinny dipping, anything you say will sound sexy. Try it. I am disturbed by the idea of being naked in the sunshine, I say, surprised to find he's right. Even stressful thoughts sound sexy when you're thinking about getting naked. Don't be disturbed, he murmurs, taking my hand. Be brave. I know you've got it in you, Mills. I've seen how brave you are. So don't try to hide it now. I nibble my lip, wondering if he's right. Am I brave? I think I am, but am I naked in broad daylight brave? What if someone I know boats by? Doubtful this time of year. The summer rush is over, and most people are at work this time of day on a Tuesday. Most, but not all. Some of my dad's best friends are retired. I shudder at the thought of being caught in the buff by one of my dad's fishing buddies. And my mom would die of humiliation if anyone she knows saw me skinny dipping. She almost had a nervous breakdown when my dad got arrested for streaking down Main Street during a reunion prank. And people expect my dad to be ridiculous. I'm supposed to be the good girl. She would skin me alive. I doubt it. You're way too pretty with your skin on, and your mom knows that. Nick eases closer, moving in that almost feline way he has sometimes, the way that makes me think he's probably an incredible dancer, the way that makes my heart beat faster, even before he takes me in his arms and skims his fingers down the hollow of my spine. But if you're not up for it, it's not a big deal, he adds, touching his forehead lightly to mine. We can always sneak back down here at night sometime. You're right. It is less intimidating at night, and it's beautiful here in the spring when the trees are blooming. I can probably work my courage up by then, I say, but what I'm really thinking is, spring. That's half a year away. Nick is already thinking that we'll be together half a year from now. That is totally and completely crazy. But for some reason, it doesn't seem crazy. It seems crazier to think of walking away from this man, today or any day in the future. All I want to do is get closer, physically, mentally, emotionally. Though at the moment, physically might be leading the pack. I wrap my arms around his waist and hug him closer, sighing as my curves press tight to his lean, muscled body. He sighs, staring at me with an expression that makes me shiver. Do you know how crazy you make me? He murmurs. I think I have some idea. I circle my hips again, sucking in a swift breath, when Nick's hands drop to my waist and his fingers dig into the swells of my hips. What am I going to do with you? He asks in a husky voice. I can think of a few things. I whisper in a seductive tone I barely recognize. But Nick brings out that part of me, a sensual, confident part that makes me feel beautiful and powerful and horny. So desperately horny. I've always hated that word, but now it's the only one that really seems to fit the way I feel every time Nick touches me. I'm thinking you'd better take off that cover-up, Nick says. Oh yeah? My heart beats a staccato rhythm. Yeah. Because in about 1 minute, I'm going to toss you in that lake. Only way to cool you off. I'm not the one who needs to be cooled off. I kick off my flip-flops and reach for the bottom of my cover-up, drawing it over my head in one smooth motion, satisfaction sweeping through me when Nick's eyes flare with approval. Last one in buys drinks tomorrow night, I dash toward the water, giggling as Nick hurries after me, shedding his shirt, and hopping on one foot as he tries to unhook the strap at the back of his sandal. "Cheater," he calls out, as I hit the water seconds before him. "You're such a lousy little cheater." I giggle as I wade deeper into the pleasantly cool water. I know. I totally had a head start. I'll buy drinks. No, I'll buy drinks. He wades after me, his gaze flicking up and down my body appreciatively, making me feel free to do my own thorough inspection of his deliciously bare chest. He's even more beautiful than I've imagined, lean all over but with defined muscles that speak of sweat and hard work. He's so gorgeous. It makes me ache, a thick, honeyed ache that starts between my hips and spreads lower. "This swimsuit should be illegal," he says. "It's a one-piece," I say, breath coming faster just from making eye contact with this man. "It's the sexiest thing I've ever seen," he says, with a sincerity that leaves me speechless. "So, where are we going tomorrow night?" He steps closer, wrapping an arm around my waist. "Do I need to make reservations?" "I have rehearsal with the band at 8, I say, letting my damp fingertips trail up and down the hollow of his spine, amazed that the ache is still getting worse. Or better. More intense for sure. They practice at the oil change place downtown after hours, so I'll be close to your shop. I could come by after I'm done and we could grab a margarita at Poncho's or something. It doesn't have to be anything fancy." "Sounds good. Just let me make sure John can close tomorrow. I don't think he has plans, so he shouldn't mind, but Wednesday is technically my night, and we're trying to stay open until midnight." "Well, I could always just come over and hang out if he has plans," I say. "Alphabetize your tattoo books or something." His lips quirk. "You don't have to do that. You could just keep me company. You give good company." "Thanks. You do too," I say, sensing that I need to move away from him before I start humping his leg or something else obscenely embarrassing. "Come on, let's get wet. I can't stand doing anything halfway." "Me either," Nick says. Seconds later, he dives toward the center of the lake. I follow him with a smile, shivering with delight as the cool water closes over my head, helping reduce my boiling hormones to a respectable simmer. We spend the rest of the afternoon swimming and taking breaks to eat the fruit and cheese Nick brought. By the time 8 o'clock rolls around, I'm pleasantly exhausted and full, 2 of my favorite sensations. The only thing that could have made the afternoon better was more time. And more touching Nick. I swear I can't seem to get enough of him. We hike back up the trail in silence, but this time it's a melancholy silence. It's obvious neither of us is ready for the day to end. I'm about to ask Nick if he wants to come over to my place before he has to leave for work, when he drops the empty basket and runs the last few steps into the clearing by the road. The car? Shit. What happened to my car? I hurry after him, looking in both directions, hoping we've wandered off the trail in a different spot and the car will be waiting up the hill. But there's no sign of it. The long gravel road is empty. Nick's car is gone.
Chapter 15. Nick. By the time we reach the main road outside the park, I can tell Melody's feet are hurting. Flip-flops aren't ideal for a hike. But she doesn't complain. She's positively upbeat, in fact, and keeps assuring me that we'll find my car soon, that a ranger must have had it towed or something, and that once we get close enough to town for cell service, we'll call and straighten it all out. I think it's more likely that the midget was stolen. I've been coming to that spot for years and never seen a ranger. But I have seen other people, some of them decidedly on the sketchy side. But I don't share that with her. I don't want her to feel anxious walking down the deserted road in the near darkness, wondering if there are carjackers on the loose.
"I have bars!"
She shouts, waving her cell triumphantly as we crest a hill on the 2-lane country road not far from a sign announcing it's still 25 miles to Bliss River.
"I'm going to try Aria first."
Wait. I catch her wrist gently. Then Nash will know we're out together. She bites her bottom lip. That lovely bottom lip I need to keep kissing without interference from my overbearing big brother.
"Okay, but if I call my mom, he'll probably find out that way too. When it comes to family gossip, Sue is incapable of keeping her mouth shut, and she's over at their house all the time to watch Felicity."
I sigh. Well, all my family is obviously out. None of them are going to keep a secret from Nash, so...
Let's see. Kitty is in Atlanta being forced to visit her mom and evil half-sisters, she says, taking off options on her fingers. Beatrice and Jennifer have tiny babies, and Genevieve is already back at grad school. Nana is probably awake because she never sleeps anymore. But if we ask Nana to drive at night, we'll be putting the entire town's life in jeopardy. And she doesn't approve of me going out with boys unchaperoned, unless they're boys from church, who she very wrongly thinks are too sweet to cop a feel without permission.
Wow. Unchaperoned, I echo with a wince. Is she aware it hasn't been the 19th century for, a while?
I know she's ridiculous, but it's the way she was raised, and good luck convincing her it isn't the right way, she says, rolling her eyes. Nana thinks unmarried girls should have a friend or relative with them on all dates, unless the date is with a boy from church and in a public place, preferably one where her church cronies hang out so she has built-in spies, like the Great Wall Buffet during senior special hour or the Elks Lodge on bingo night. I have played so much bingo, seriously, a ridiculous amount.
I laugh. Seriously?
Seriously, she says with a shrug. I try to indulge her as much as possible. I'm afraid she'll have a heart attack if I start breaking her rules, too. She's positively scandalized that Mason and Lark are living together before they're married, even though they're engaged and have a wedding date set and everything.
I grunt, my smile fading as I pull out my phone. She's not gonna like me, is she? Melody makes a non-committal noise.
We'll have you wear long sleeves the first time you meet her to make sure she falls in love with you before she sees the tattoos and decides you're a hooligan escaped from prison, or a drifter. I'm not sure what a drifter is exactly, but she's afraid of those, too.
Sounds like a plan, I say, while I secretly hope to avoid meeting Nana for as long as possible. But then, meeting the family, even the old-fashioned, probably a little crazy members of a family, is part of building a real relationship. And with every minute I spend with her, I'm more certain that's what I want with Melody. Something real. Something that will last long enough that getting along with her family and friends is ideal, especially if my blood relatives continue to be unsupportive. We'll need someplace to have Thanksgiving dinner. I'm already thinking about Thanksgiving and it's only September. Yeah, I definitely want this to last at least 2 months, and hopefully a hell of a lot longer. I'll call John, I say, scrolling through my outgoing calls. If the shop's not busy, he might be able to come pick us up.
Or we could walk.
Melody loops her arm around mine as we amble down the side of the road, in the short grass as the crickets in the ditch beside us begin to chirp in the cooler evening air.
That would be an adventure.
An adventure that would take all night and end in pain and suffering, I say with a pointed glance at her feet. Your shoes aren't made for that kind of walk, woman. She hums thoughtfully.
You're right, but...
Her eyes light up, and her grip tightens on my arm, as she adds in an excited whisper,
Or we could hitchhike. I've never even thought about hitchhiking before.
Good. It's not smart to hitchhike alone, especially if you're a pretty girl, I say, the rage I felt when I realized Melody had been attacked rising inside me again. I can't stand the thought of anything happening to her. It makes me hate we live in a world where so many assholes prey on women even more than I did before.
You're absolutely right, but I won't be alone, she says. And the chances of someone we know driving by are pretty high. Between the two of us, we're probably on a first-name basis with half the town.
I turn my phone over and over in my hand, deliberating. If I call John to do me a favor tonight, my roomie will be less inclined to do me a solid tomorrow night, and I'd much rather call in a favor to have another date with Melody. And she's right. We do know half the town. At least. Maybe more. I do have 10 brothers and sisters and all the connections that come along with a sprawling family tree. Okay, we'll give it a try. I slip my phone back into my pocket, laughing as Melody pumps her fist in excitement. But I go up to the window if anyone stops. You stay back and get ready to run if anything weird happens.
Do you really think something weird is going to happen? She asks, sticking her thumb out and giving an experimental waggle.
Probably not, but with our luck today,
I think we've had good luck today, she says. Except for the car, I had a wonderful time this afternoon.
Me too, I say, leaning in to brush an impulsive kiss across her cheek. We should do it again sometime.
We definitely should,
she says, looking as if she's about to say something else, when her gaze shifts over my shoulder and her eyes widen.
A car!
She cries out, bouncing up and down on her toes.
Get ready!
She steps to the edge of the road and sticks out her thumb. But that car's going the wrong way, Mel, I say, laughing at her obvious excitement.
So?
She waggles her thumb back and forth, looking like she's doing some strange disco move.
Maybe if we're really sweet, they'll turn around and drive the other way.
I'll leave the really sweet part to you, I say, marveling when the old white pickup truck slows, pulling over on the opposite side of the road and stopping a few feet away. The window of the truck rolls down, and an old man wearing farmer's overalls and a faded blue t-shirt sticks his head out. You kids all right? He asks in a creaky and cautious voice.
Yes, sir. Thanks so much, but our car was towed. We were swimming at Lake Wiley and came back to the parking lot, and it was just gone. Now we're trying to get back to town so we can figure out where the company towed it.
She twines her fingers together in front of her chest and widens her big blue eyes in a silent plea I know I'd find hard to resist.
Do you think you could give us a ride to Bliss River, sir? We'd really, really appreciate it.
We can give you money for gas, I add, drawing the old man's attention. I can't see his eyes well in the shadows inside the truck. His bushy, white eyebrows don't help much either. But I can feel myself being sized up as a potential threat. I do my best to look as harmless and friendly as possible, and after only a moment, the farmer waves a hand. Come on, then, he says. I'm Dan.
Oh, thank you so much, Dan.
Melody flashes an excited grin my way as we cross the road.
We're Melody and Nick.
Nice to meet you. Only room for one in front, but one of you can ride in the bed, the man says, smiling kindly at Melody before shooting me a stern look that makes it clear who he thinks should ride in the back. You take the front, I say, taking Melody's bag from her shoulder. I'll ride in the back with our stuff. Thanks again, sir, I add as I climb into the bed, finding a mostly clear place between a toolbox that looks too heavy for the old man to lift and several pairs of muddy work boots. I settle into a spot with a clear view of Melody through the truck's back glass, just in case this sweet old farmer isn't as sweet as he seems, and we're off. A half hour later, we arrive at Melody's apartment, and I hop down on the passenger side to open her door. She laughs at me, clearly amused by my wind-blown truck hair, as we both thank Dan for the ride, and the farmer heads back the way he came.
Well, that was an adventure,
she says, turning back to me with a happy sigh that becomes another burst of laughter.
I'm sorry, she
says, covering her mouth with one hand.
But you look like you were attacked by wild dogs.
Wild dogs might have been preferable. Fewer squash bugs involved, I say, swiping at my neck and wincing as I drag another six-legged something off my sweat-damp skin. I'm going to catch the bus home and grab a quick shower before I head into work. I would kiss you goodnight, but...
Let me drive you,
she says.
That's why I asked Dan to drop us here. I figured we could grab my car and I could drive you home.
You don't have to do that.
I know I don't have to. I want to,
she says, punching me lightly in the stomach.
Let me be your warrior princess in shining armor.
I grin. I've never been with a warrior princess before.
I think you're going to like it,
she says with a wiggle of her brows.
All the perks of a normal princess, but with saving services included when you need them.
I do need saving services every once in a while.
Everyone does,
she says, digging her keys from the bottom of her swim bag.
It's a known fact. Come on, my car's parked around back.
While Melody drives us across town, I make a few phone calls and discover that my car was, in fact, towed. The towing company said they left a card behind, but I'm not sure if they're telling the truth. Either way, at least the car is safe, if impounded.
At least it wasn't stolen,
Melody says, echoing my thoughts, as I end the call with a promise to get in touch again tomorrow when the lot manager is in. Probably better if it had been. I sigh. Unless I can talk the manager into giving me a first-time tower discount, It's going to cost me a bundle to get the midge out of the impound lot, and I just emptied my savings to open the shop with John. Melody hums thoughtfully.
Well, I can give you a ride to any catering events, so don't worry about that. And your apartment is close enough to walk to the shop if you have to.
True, I say, strangely unfazed by the frustrating turn of events. Usually I'd be pissed that I'd been towed when there wasn't a single sign alerting people that parking in that area wasn't allowed. But Melody's look on the bright side attitude is infectious. She makes me feel happy and at peace, when I'm not on fire from wanting to get naked with her, of course. We reach my apartment and she pulls to the curb.
Want me to come up and make you some tea while you shower? Tea soothes the wounded soul.
Thanks, but I have to take a rain check. I smile as I smooth a stray hair from her face, letting my fingers linger on her neck. If you come up, I'm gonna be late to work.
I'm sure John would understand,
she says, the look in her eyes pure temptation.
I mean, from what you've said, he understands that kissing is very important.
5 dates, I remind her before adding in a softer voice, I don't want to rush things with you.
Why not?
She asks, her brow furrowing.
Because if it's just the first time thing, I promise you, Nick, I'm not going to do anything I'm not ready to do.
I know, I don't want to mess this up, I confess, my breath catching as her lips move closer to mine. I don't want to scare you away.
I'm not scared,
she whispers.
Not at all.
And then she kisses me. Even though I'm covered in bugs and probably smell like gasoline and mud from the mess shifting around in the back of Dan's truck. It's a hell of a kiss. Sweet and sexy at the same time, with a warmth that soaks through my skin deep into my bones, penetrating something deep inside me that a kiss usually doesn't. It doesn't last long, a minute at most. But when it's over, I feel less alone than I have in a long time.
See you tomorrow,
she whispers against my lips. Tomorrow, I echo as I slide out of the car. I stand on the sidewalk, lifting a hand as she turns the car around and starts back to her place, my head spinning and my heart beating faster. I don't know what to call this new, post-kiss feeling, but I know I want more of it. I want to wrap Melody and me in that feeling and hide away from the world for a few months. Or years. Or maybe an entire lifetime. I knew you had your own code, baby brother, comes a low, familiar voice from beneath the awning of the convenience store under my apartment. But I didn't think you were a liar. Nash. Shit. So much for hiding from the world. Cursing beneath my breath, I turn to find my brother stepping out of the shadows wearing a very disapproving look on his face.
Chapter 16. Melody. After a restless sleep, plagued by skinny-dipping sex dreams starring Nick that make me wish I'd been brave enough to take it all off at the lake, I'm up early going through my finances, figuring out if I can afford to surprise my boyfriend. My boyfriend. I can't remember ever being this excited to call someone my BF. But seriously, a thrill goes through me every time I so much as think the word in relation to Nick. Even though our date ended in disaster, I had so much fun with him yesterday. And I can't wait for our date tonight. Seriously, I can't wait. I have to see him sooner. Hopefully with good news. After a little creative budgeting, I feel confident I can swing the impound lot fees and head into work to prep appetizers for an intimate wedding Lark and Arya are catering without me tonight. By 4, I'm finished in the kitchen, and by 4:30, I'm pulling up in front of the tattoo shop in the Midget, grinning as I spot Nick through the front window. He's talking to a man at the counter, but as soon as he sees the midge, his eyes widen and his jaw drops. He says something to his customer, and then he hops over the counter in one fluid motion that sends a zing of awareness sizzling down my spine. I definitely have it bad for this man. Just watching him jump over stuff in a manly fashion is enough to make me tingle all over. "What did you do?" he asks as I slide out of the car and slam the door behind me. "I got your car back," I say, grinning as I hold out the spare key John was good enough to drop by the Ever After kitchen this afternoon. "You shouldn't have done this," Nick says, not looking nearly as pleased as I'd hoped he'd be, and not reaching out to take the key either. I wanted to. I shrug and let my arm drift back to my side. It's too much, Mel. He frowns at the car. No, it's not. I checked my budget for the month. I can make it work as long as I do dinner at my parents' place a few times. And they own several barbecue restaurants, so there's always extra food in their fridge. It's no big deal. Nick shakes his head, still looking displeased. $300 is a big deal. I prop my hands on my hips and keep smiling, refusing to let this gesture turn sour. Okay, but wouldn't you have done the same for me? If it was my car that had been towed while we were on a date, and you had the money to get it back for me? His brow furrows. Well, yeah, of course, but... Nope, no buts. I hold out the key again. If you don't accept my help and say thank you and be happy, you'll just prove you're a sexist jerk. And you don't want to be a sexist jerk. They're the worst. Yeah, they are. He laughs, and my heart flutters happily in my chest in response. All right, he says, taking the key, but I'm paying you back as soon as I can, with interest. I wave a hand. No interest, and no rush. Really, I'm fine. I wouldn't have done it if I couldn't afford to. I like you a lot, but I like eating and paying my electric bill more. Nick's smile dims. I like you a lot, too. He stretches his neck to one side with a wince. So does my brother. Probably a lot more than he likes me right now. He tucks the spare key into the back pocket of his jeans with a sigh. He was at my place looking for me last night when you dropped me off. He saw us kissing. Oh, I say, the expression on his face making it clear Nash wasn't pleased to discover our secret. Why was he at your place at 10 o'clock on a Tuesday? He came to apologize for being an asshole the other night. Nick rolls his eyes, but then he decided I was the asshole. He ordered me to call things off with you before I did something he couldn't forgive me for. Our relationship is none of his business, I say, anger rising inside me. I've always liked Nash and thought it was sweet he's so protective of Arya and Felicity. But I'm not his wife or daughter, and I didn't ask to be taken under his wing or whatever he thinks he's doing. I'm a grown woman and perfectly capable of making my own decisions. Honestly, I'm offended that he thinks so little of the both of us. I know, he can be an overprotective psycho sometimes. But he's a good guy, Nick says. His heart is in the right place. I'm sure it is, I say, understanding Nick's instinct to defend his brother. I'm the same with Arya and Lark. But I don't need another older sibling in my life. I have 2 already. Try having 7. Nick sighs. It's impossible to keep anyone out of your business. That's one of the reasons I don't tell them everything about my private life. I like it to stay private. He runs a frustrated hand through his hair, but the strands immediately snap back into their previous hedgehog configuration. I tried explaining that to Nash, but he was too angry last night. He's not a fan of bending the truth. I think for a moment. Then we'll just have to make him forget about that part. How? He asks, arching a brow. By making him a fan of us. His eyes narrow. Okay, and how do we do that? We'll have Nash, Arya, and Felicity over for dinner at my place and show them how good we are together. Once they see that we're just a normal, happy couple and not a train wreck waiting to happen, they'll be happy too. I brush my hands together and wiggle my fingers in the air. Problem solved. He nods slowly. That might actually work. Nash does love to eat. And I'll pick Arya's brain and cook all his favorite things, I say, getting excited about the plan. Any excuse to cook a big meal and have a party. Which gives me an even better idea. We could do something a little bigger, too, if you're up for it. My parents are always open to hosting a shindig. We could have a big family meal, and you can meet the whole clan. You don't know the meaning of the word clan until you've been to a Geary family horde gathering. He glances over his shoulder at his customer, who's still flipping through the books on the counter, before turning back to me. Yeah, I'm good with meeting everyone at once, if you're ready for that. I stare up into his kind eyes, wondering how it's possible to feel anxious and filled with clarity at the same time. Yesterday, you said you wanted to go skinny dipping with me in the spring. Did you mean that? Nick blinks, then swallows. I did, he says. I know it's still early, super early, but... He bites his bottom lip for a second, before he adds in a softer voice. I don't like to think about not being around you. I don't like to think about not being around you either, I say, as a blissed out, hopeful feeling floods through my chest. Is this what it feels like to fall in love? Real love? The kind that digs its sweet claws into you and refuses to let go? The kind that starts out shining like a diamond and only gets brighter and more brilliant as time goes on? I don't know. But there's no way I'm going to let anyone, especially a member of my or Nick's family, keep me from finding out. Okay, so I'll work out all the details for a family thing. Does next Saturday night work for you? I ask. We have that 50th anniversary to cater this Saturday and a wedding on Sunday, but next weekend is open after the wedding on Saturday afternoon. Next Saturday is good, Nick says, his nose wrinkling as he adds, but that reminds me, I couldn't get John to cover for me tonight. He has a date with some girl he met at the bar, but I'd still love to see you, if you don't mind hanging out until I close the shop. I'd love to. I lean in, kissing him on the cheek, knowing better than to aim for his lips. If I start kissing him for real, he's never going to get back to his client in a reasonable amount of time. I'll see you after rehearsal. I spin and start down the sidewalk, headed to Kitty's place for an early dinner, when Nick calls out from behind me, "Hey, Mel." I turn, my stomach flipping when I see the sweet, almost shy expression on his face. Thank you. For the car and for just being you. You're very welcome. Heart thudding harder, I blow him a kiss before turning and practically dancing down the block, feeling sparkly all over. If this is what falling in love is like, I like it. I like it very, very much.
Chapter 17. Nick. It's only dinner. You know how to eat dinner, I muttered to myself as I parked the midget in front of Melody's parents' house and wiped my sweaty palms on my jeans. A week and a half ago, this dinner seemed like a good idea, but now I'm just hoping I'm not about to screw up the best thing that's ever happened to me. She's seriously just it. The best. Bar none. I've had feelings for women before, even thought I was close to being in love a few times, but nothing like what I already feel for Melody. Even just hanging out at the shop together, making new playlists between clients, or teaching her how to use the tattoo gun on some old oranges from the fridge in the back. It's more fun than I've had at a concert or a beer fest with anyone else. And I really enjoy live music and beer. We just click. Vibrate at perfectly complementary frequencies. I feel better about everything when I'm with her. My present, my future, myself in general. I found the girl I hadn't realized I was waiting for. A girl who makes every bad thing less brutal and every good thing better, just by being there with her smile, her laugh, and her silly, kind, thoughtful self. I've always thought people out looking for the one were idiots. In a world filled with billions of people, there have to be at least a few hundred people with whom you'll be equally compatible. But now I think Melody is it. The one. My one. The thought sets my palms to sweating all over again, making the cellophane wrapped around the flowers I brought from Melody's mom feel sticky in my hand as I swing out of the midget and stand facing the house. But she's not mine yet. Not for keeps. What if I screw things up with her family? Melody and I might be able to weather Nash's disapproval until it goes away, but Melody's father has a reputation for being a hard-ass. Such a hard-ass that even my perfect big brother was on his shit list for a while. And Nash is a dream son-in-law, secure in a well-paying job, a pillar of the community, and a stable, upstanding guy who's great with kids, dogs, and the little old ladies who run the gardening club. If Nash isn't good enough for Bob March's daughter, what is the old man going to think of a guy who runs a struggling tattoo business, works as a part-time cater-waiter, and who, before meeting Melody, refused to make a long-term commitment to anything more serious than his brand of hair gel? Get out of here, asshole. Run. Don't walk. I swallow hard as a bead of sweat rolls down my temple. I'm seconds away from diving back into my car. I can fake a serious illness and make it up to Melody later, when the door flies open and my girl steps outside. looking gorgeous in a pair of dark jeans and a yellow halter top, even as she slams the door behind her with a growl of frustration. What's wrong? I start toward her, but she's already running down the walk to meet me. A second later, she hurls herself into my arms. I catch her with a grunt, dropping the flowers and pulling her tight against me, marveling again at how right it feels to hold her.
My family is being insane,
she says, her breath coming faster.
Let's get out of here. I can't stand being in that house another minute. Not tonight.
What happened?
I don't want to talk about it,
she says, her voice muffled as she burrows her face into the crook of my neck. I try to pull back and get a better look at her, but she's holding on too tightly. So I stroke her hair instead while studying the house over her shoulder. There's no one at the windows or the doors, but I have a hard time believing the Marches will let Melody storm out of the house without someone coming after her. I suspect we don't have much time alone, and it's probably wise to figure out what's going down here before I find myself in the middle of it. Come on, Mel. Tell me what happened, I urge. I can't help if I don't know what's going on.
They treat me like I'm an infant, incapable of making reasonable decisions, and it's just ridiculous.
Her arms slide from around my neck as she rocks back on her heels, pressing her hands to her flushed cheeks.
Aria ran off and got married to a guy she hadn't dated since she was 15 and acted like she hated for years, and everyone welcomed Nash like he was the prodigal son. I want to introduce them to a great guy I've been responsibly dating for weeks, and suddenly it's time for an intervention?
Her breath rushes out, and her forehead furrows as her pained gaze meets mine.
They told me they only agreed to dinner tonight because they wanted to talk to both of us at the same time about what a serious choice we're making.
I grunt. What does that mean? A possibility flickers to the back of my head, and I grimace. They aren't going to give us the talk or something, are they? They know we're not 15, right? And that we've known about the birds and the bees for a while now? Melody's lips quirk, but she doesn't smile.
God, no. At least, I hope not. That would make it even worse.
She rolls her eyes as she crosses her arms at her chest.
I think they just want to tell us to break up because our relationship might mess up the family. Nash and Aria are together, and that's okay. But apparently Mom and Dad and everyone else except Aria thinks another Geary March matchup is a bad idea.
Why? I ask, my heart lurching in my chest at the mere mention of the words break up. She pulls in a breath, and her words emerge in a rush.
They think it will make things miserable for everyone else when we break up, and that it's not fair to Nash and Aria, who are probably going to have another baby soon, to make things more complicated for them. And it's uncomfortable for Mom and Dad, and I'm young, and what I have with you isn't serious, so I should do what they want for the good of the family and blah, blah, blah. What I want, or feel, or think doesn't matter, as usual.
I start to respond, but Melody pushes on before I can speak.
But I'm not young,
she protests, tears rising in her eyes.
I'm going to be 23 in a few weeks. Most of my friends are already married. Some of them even have babies already, but my family refuses to see that I'm not a little girl anymore. It makes me crazy. It makes me want to just...
She shakes her head with a soft growl that I can't help but find sexy. She's hot when she's angry, especially when she's not angry with me.
I don't know what I want to do,
she continues.
But I can't stay here. Let's go somewhere, anywhere.
Wait. I catch her arm as she starts past me. I know you're upset, and you have every right to be, but...
But what?
Her eyes narrow on mine. I think we should go inside, I say, hurrying on when the wrinkle between her brows becomes a furrow of betrayal. No, they're not being fair, but sometimes families are like that. People get focused on what's easiest for the group, and they forget that what's easiest isn't always what's best or even right. So, let's go in there and show them that us, together, is what's best and right. We'll show them we can have a calm, mature conversation about why we intend to stay together. Hopefully, that will be enough to convince them to back off. I shrug. And if not, at least we can say we tried. Her forehead smooths, and tenderness softens her eyes. Those killer, brown eyes I sometimes mentally compare to things like melted caramel and dark honey, when I'm thinking private, cheesy thoughts about how beautiful she is. She is so beautiful and already so important to me. I don't want to give up on winning her family's and my brother's stamp of approval without a fight. Not when I hope to be in Melody's life for a long, long time.
That's a very rational suggestion,
She finally says, a smile teasing at her lips.
Usually I'm the rational one around these parts.
I smile as I draw her closer. Usually I'm the impulsive one. We must be rubbing off on each other. Sorry you're getting the bum end of the deal.
I'm not. I like being more impulsive.
She rests her hands on my chest, rubbing her fingers back and forth in an affectionate caress that makes my heart squeeze.
And I like you.
And I like you, I echo. But my tongue feels stiff in my mouth, the way it always does when I'm telling a lie. I don't just like her. This is so much more than like. This feeling that makes my chest ache with strange pleasure-pain every time I think about Melody March. Pleasure because by her side is the only place I want to be. And pain because we're still forced to spend way too much time apart. Each night without her in my bed is more miserable than the one before, and every morning without her face being the first thing I see feels emptier. It's getting ridiculous, and I'm sick of pretending that dating her is enough.
What's wrong?
She asks. Nothing, I lie, my tongue slipping out to dampen my lips. This isn't the perfect moment to ask a big question like this. But will there ever be a perfect moment? And if Melody says no, then it will prove we're not on the same page, and maybe the big talk with her family can wait. Or be avoided entirely. If we're not both seriously committed to this, is it worth fighting for?
You have a weird look on your face,
She says, studying me out of the corners of her eyes.
We don't have to go in. It's okay to change your...
I want you to move in with me, I say, the tension in my throat easing as I stop fighting the words. Melody's eyes widen. But she doesn't say a word, so I hurry on, filling the silence. I already talked to John about the possibility the other day, and he's cool with another roommate. And it would save us both a lot of money, and I can pay to get the oven fixed because I know you love to cook, and I take a breath, ignoring the dizzy feeling making my head spin as I force myself to put it all out there. I don't want to wake up without you anymore. I don't feel right when you're not around. It's like something's missing, and that something is you, and I close my eyes for a moment, willing myself to man the fuck up before I open them and confess. I think I'm in love with you, Mel. I don't want to be with you all the time, so... there. Her stunned expression lasts for another beat, just long enough for my heart to start shriveling behind my ribs, before she smiles a dazzling smile and says,
I think I'm in love with you too.
My breath rushes out. You do.
I do.
She cups my face in her hands.
Honestly, there's no think about it for me. I am in love with you, and I would love to move in, but I have to say no. My family would really flip if I moved in with two boys, neither of whom I'm even engaged to marry, and I don't want to give them another reason to fight me about this.
My spirits sag, but only a little. Melody loves me. She loves me. And I love her, and as long as that's true, I doubt I'm capable of being too upset about anything. I get it. I press a kiss to her palm. I remember what you said about Lark and Mason. I should have thought of that before I asked. Her fingers slide into my hair as she presses closer, standing on tiptoe until our noses brush.
I'm glad you didn't,
She whispers.
I like hearing how much you want me with you.
Every second of every day.
Does that mean you'll finally admit that our 5 dates are up?
She asks, her breath warm and sweet against my lips. For the past week, I've been arguing that some of our dates shouldn't count toward the final tally. For the first time in my life, I'm doing my best to postpone sleeping with a girl instead of rushing to the bedroom as soon as she gives me the green light. I just want our first time together, her first time ever, to be perfect. Being able to tell her I love her while kissing every inch of her gorgeous body will certainly go a long way to making perfect more possible. I could be convinced that the dates are up, I say, trying not to think too much about getting naked with her. I don't want to be sporting a hard-on when I meet her already disapproving parents. How about this? We go inside and do our best with your family. Then we go out for a drink, decompress, and set a date.
An official 5th date?
She asks, tilting her head until her lips brush mine as she speaks. An official 5th date, I murmur, and then I kiss her. Long and slow and deep, letting my tongue dance with hers. She presses closer and I press back until I can feel her heartbeat echo in my ribs, and every inch of me is buzzing with desire. We should stop, I say, when I finally pull away, breathing fast. What if your family's watching?
They're not.
Her hands smooth down my chest.
They're in the backyard. They probably don't even know I'm trying to make my escape.
You slammed that door pretty hard, I say, claiming her hand. She shrugs.
So maybe they did hear. Whatever. I don't care. Let's do this. You're right. We shouldn't run. We should show them we mean business.
She starts back up the walk with her usual determined stride, and I'm right there beside her. I'm going to impress the hell out of these people, no matter how hard I have to work to do it. Melody is worth sucking up to people who've decided to judge me before they even know me. Melody is worth just about anything.
Chapter 18. Melody. I don't usually drink more than one beer around my parents. But by the time the fajita fixings are on the table and everyone sits down to eat, I'm almost finished with my second Blue Moon and still so anxious I jump every time Felicity lets out a squeal of excitement. Nick is doing great so far, being super polite with my parents, making easy conversation with Lark and Mason, and keeping things civil with Nash, despite the fact that his big brother is doing a lot of worried glaring in Nick's direction. Nash is obviously concerned that Nick is going to say or do something to embarrass him in front of his in-laws. But Nick isn't letting Nash's stressed vibe throw him. Of course, Nick has no idea what's coming after dinner once Arya takes the baby, who's spending the night at her grandma and grandpa's house, inside for her bath, and everyone else sits down to grill us. I, however, have been part of more March family interventions than I can count. We're a very nosy family, always up in each other's business, and I can't claim innocence when it comes to letting the people I love live their lives without butting in. I actually led a mini March sister intervention a few months ago, when Lark was badly in need of a friendly push in a more positive direction. But I haven't been on the receiving end of one of these since I chose culinary school over pre-law. That afternoon was rough, but I pled my case calmly and firmly without backing down. I'd already paid the tuition for my first semester of school, after all, and knew, deep down, my parents couldn't do much to stop me. They weren't going to kick me out of the family for wanting to work in a kitchen, for goodness sakes. Not when they own a string of restaurants and we already had a pastry chef and a budding caterer in the family. But I feel anything but calm when it comes to Nick. Logically, I know my parents can't keep me from being with him either, but the thought of facing even a half hour of pressure to break up makes me want to order everyone to keep their mouths shut and leave us the hell alone. Not the most mature response. But when it comes to Nick, I'm more passionate than rational. Which is why your parents are worried, a voice mutters in my head. Maybe you should be worried too. I sigh and drop my focus back to my plate, trying to concentrate on topping my steak fajita with the perfect ratio of guacamole to tomatoes. But my inner voice refuses to be silenced so easily. You're not acting like yourself, and it hasn't exactly been smooth sailing the past 2 weeks. Since I set my sights on Nick and a wilder life, I've been attacked by a creepy drummer, had to walk miles in the near darkness after Nick's car was towed, spent my tiny nest egg getting his car out of the impound lot, and had to eat ramen noodles for dinner every night, lost the charm necklace Nana gave me for my 16th birthday while we were rock climbing, tweaked my ankle learning to skateboard, and had to miss a much-needed catering job to keep ice on my swollen foot. And now I'm about to be the focus of a family intervention. But I've also fallen madly and wildly in love with a boy who loves me back. A boy who makes me feel more alive than I ever have before. Nick already means so much to me. The more I get to know him, the more I want to know. I find him endlessly fascinating. He isn't the kind of man I imagined I'd end up with when I was younger, but that doesn't mean he's the wrong man. Just that my imagination had been stunted until I met him. After dinner, I help clean up the dishes while Nick and Nash play with Felicity on the lawn. They roll the baby's red ball back and forth between the three of them, pretending to get knocked over when Felicity scores a direct hit, making the baby laugh so hard her face turns bright red. See? Nick's even good with the kids. And hadn't that been my major complaint about Brian, that he was grossed out by babies? I'd rather have a tattooed, unconventional boyfriend who works a job he loves, questions the status quo, and loves babies, adventures, and me, than a guy who looks perfect on paper and pleases my parents. When I look back, dating Brian was about as much fun as watching oatmeal congeal in a plain brown bowl compared to being with Nick. Not even the container was exciting. I don't want a husband like that. I freeze, setting the dirty plates down beside the sink with shaking hands. Husband. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, isn't it? That I want a lot more than a fun fling or even a long-term boyfriend. The realization is a little scary. After all, we don't share the same faith, have different views on other important issues, and serious disagreements on big city versus small-town living. I know Nick wants to move back to Atlanta eventually, but I can't imagine living anywhere but Bliss River. I want adventures and new experiences, but I want to come home when the adventure is over. And Bliss River is home. This town is a part of me, like a family member. I don't want to grow up and leave it behind. My worries follow me outside, where the family is already gathering around the cleared table, and Nick is sliding into a chair near the grill. I drop into the chair next to him with a nervous smile. He smiles back, seemingly at ease, but I'm certain he knows the intervention is about to start. There's a steely look in his eyes, and a determined set to his jaw that helps banish my anxiety. He's determined because he loves me, and I firmly believe that love can overcome any obstacle in its path. I hold tight to that belief, and Nick's hand, as my mother calls the intervention to order. Nick, we told Melody earlier this evening that we wanted to talk to both of you about your relationship, she says, smoothing her blonde bob with one hand, though, as usual, not a hair is out of place. But I'd like to go on the record as saying that I, for one, believe that conversation is no longer necessary. What? Dad turns to scowl at her. I think they're lovely together. Mom beams our way, her smile making me feel like a weight's been lifted from my shoulders. It's obvious they care about each other, and Nick is a sweetheart. I say, as long as he continues to be sweet to our baby, we give him the seal of approval. And agrees to wear long sleeves when Nana is around, Lark adds with an affectionate roll of her eyes. Nana thinks everyone with tattoos has spent time in prison. She's too old to change her mind about anything, so we do our best to humor her when we can. And I agree, by the way. You two are adorable together. Totally adorbs, Arya says from just inside the back door. But I was on your side from the beginning, she continues, carrying a tired-looking Felicity, now dressed in a ladybug sleeper, across the patio and delivering her to Nash for a goodnight snuggle. Remember that when it comes time to pick a matron of honor, Melody. My cheeks heat, and a nervous laugh escapes my lips. I peek at Nick out of the corner of my eyes, expecting him to be freaked out by the assumption that we'll be getting hitched. But he's still smiling. And when he glances my way, he gives me a conspiratorial wink that sends a shiver of excitement prickling across my skin. I'm not an official member of the family yet, Mason says, so I'm not going to say anything on the record. Off the record, however, I'll say that I respect both of you for coming back inside when you could have made a run for it earlier. I think that says a lot about the strength of your relationship. Mason and I were spying, Lark confesses, with a guilty grin, but we left the window when the kissing started, promise. I blush harder. Okay, is this over then? Can the most embarrassing family meeting ever now come to an end, please? Dad grunts. Well, since my opinion doesn't mean a damn thing anymore, I guess so. But I still don't think it's a good idea. Melody's just a baby. Melody is a young woman and smart enough to make her own decisions, Nash says, speaking up for the first time since dinner was served. I meet his gaze, surprised to find his glare has finally vanished. I'd like to apologize for forgetting that. And to apologize to Nick, too. I should have minded my own business. Sorry, little brother. No worries, Nick says. You were looking out for Mel, and Anyone who looks out for Mel is good by me. He shifts his smile Dad's way. I'll do my best to take good care of your baby, Mr. March. Dad grunts again, but his scowl isn't quite as fierce. You can call me Bob. All the rest of these daughter robbers do. My jaw drops, but I don't say a word, afraid I'll undo whatever magic spell has caused my father to go from grouchy to decent in such a short amount of time. Instead, I say, should I go get the pies Arya made? I saw them in the fridge, and you know lemon icebox is my favorite. Yes! Lark jumps up with a clap of her hands. And we have key lime, too. I've been dying for a giant slice since we got here. I've been craving key lime pie like you wouldn't believe. I'm going to eat half a pie and 3 scoops of whipped cream, and nothing anyone says is going to stop me. I am immune to reason when it comes to those pies. Mason stands, resting a hand on her shoulder. I'll get it, he says. You sit. You already cleaned up supper. Lark glances over her shoulder at him, and a loaded look passes between them. A look that instantly sets off warning alarms in my brain. A look I would have sorted out the meaning of in a minute or two, but Arya beats me to it. Oh my God, she gasps. You're pregnant! What follows is a flutter of such fretting and congratulating and worrying about whether Lark will fit into her wedding dress that Nick and I are instantly small beans by comparison. Thank goodness. Chapter 19. Melody. A half hour later, once Mom stops mourning the fact that Lark's going to need a new dress, Dad finishes yelling at Mason for knocking up his daughter out of wedlock, and Arya has apologized profusely to Lark for blurting out her suspicion instead of pulling Lark aside for a private one-on-one, things have calmed down enough for me to feel okay about making my escape with Nick. We're going to head out, I say, kissing Mom on the cheek. Don't worry. Everything's going to be fine. Lark will be beautiful no matter what she wears, and no one will think anything of it if the baby comes 7 months after the wedding instead of 9. Mom sniffs, and her forehead wrinkles, but she doesn't start crying again. I don't know about that, but I guess it doesn't matter. We're going to have another sweet grandbaby. That's the important thing. I smile. That's completely correct. I'm proud of you, Mom. I'm proud of you too, honey. And I'm glad you found someone who makes you happy, she says, before adding in a whisper, but please don't get pregnant anytime soon. I'm not sure my heart can handle 2 daughters pregnant out of wedlock. I blush and pat her on the shoulder. No worries, Mom. But as Nick and I walk to his car, I can't help but worry. I'm on the pill, but I don't always take it at exactly the same time every day. And the pill isn't 100% effective. What if I do get pregnant? How would Nick and I handle something like that? It isn't such a big deal for Mason and Lark, they're already engaged, but Nick and I are so new. I thought that went pretty damned well. Nick grins as he reaches to open the passenger's door to the midget, but pauses before pulling it open. What's up? You look sad. I'm not sad, just a little worried. It'll be fine, Nick says, gathering me into his arms for a hug that isn't as comforting as it should be. It only reminds me how much I want to be naked with him, even if it isn't the smartest idea. Lark and Mason are obviously thrilled about the baby. None of the rest of it matters. I agree, but my parents can still make them miserable if they want to. Hopefully they'll behave. They gave us a fair shot, I thought, Nick says. Wasn't nearly as bad as I was expecting. I arch a brow. Even when Arya basically proposed for you? She wasn't kidding about the matron of honor thing, just so you know. He gazes down at me for a long moment, a thoughtful look on his face. What are you thinking? I finally ask, too nervous to endure the silence a second longer. Busy plotting your escape? Nope. Kind of the opposite, he says, before adding with a shy smile, exactly the opposite. I cock my head. What do you mean? What if... He trails off, taking a deep breath before he continues. What if we got engaged? My eyes fly so wide, so fast, it hurts a little. I mean, then we could move in together, and no one in your family would have a problem with it, Nick continues in a reasonable tone. And even if they did, we'd just remind them that Mason and Lark lived together while they were engaged, and they'd have to back off. Yes, but then we'd be expected to actually get married sooner or later. I laugh, my heart pounding in my throat and so many emotions swirling inside me that I'm not sure what to feel. You do realize that, right? He shrugs, and Hurt flickers on his face. You say that like it's the craziest thing you've ever heard. It's pretty crazy, I say. We've only been dating 2 weeks. My family would flip out. Arya can get away with stuff like that, but I really can't. Nick's arms slide from my waist as he takes a step back, his focus dropping to the grass by the curb. Right. You're right. Baby steps. Or toddler steps, at least. Just definitely no sprinting, I say, trying to inject some humor into the moment and failing. Nick looks even more awkward and embarrassed than he did before. Hey, listen, I say, taking his hand and holding on tight. I meant what I said. I love you. And I'd be lying if I said the thought of us maybe ending up together hasn't crossed my mind. But I mean, you won't even tattoo me until we've been together for 6 months. A tattoo is forever, Nick says, lifting his gaze to mine. Sometimes even laser treatments won't get rid of them completely. Well, marriage is forever too, I say. At least I want mine to be. Me too. He threads his fingers through mine. I know I'm not the most traditional person in a lot of ways, but I only want to tie the knot one time. And just so you know, I've never even considered that kind of thing with anyone else. Ever. Not even close. No matter how long we'd been dating. Not even Sarah Beth? No one, he confirms. Honestly, I wasn't even sure I wanted to get married, but it doesn't feel scary to think about that kind of life with you. What your sister said didn't spook me. It made me excited. He squeezes my hand. I like the idea of waking up next to you every day. For the rest of your life? I ask, my pulse thundering now. Nick's tongue slips out to dampen his lips, a little nervously, which is both endearing and sexy as heck at the same time. Yeah, I think so. I pull in a shaky breath. Torn. A part of me is already soaring into the skies on giddy love wings, lifted up by how intensely thrilled I am to hear those words. Another, more logical part is warning me to pump the brakes. Forever will still be waiting for us after Nick and I have been dating at least a few months. And a third, panic-inclined part is shrieking that I don't even know Nick's favorite color, so how can I possibly even consider getting engaged and moving in with him? Are you freaking out? Nick asks, eyeing me carefully. My brows pinch. What's your favorite color? Black, he says, without hesitation, as if it's a perfectly logical question to ask at this moment, followed closely by red. I'm also a fan of pink, and when I was really little, sometimes I'd steal my big sister's pink dresses and wear them to play in the yard. I snort with unexpected laughter. There are pictures, so I figured I should tell you before they come out at a family gathering, Nick says with a grin. My sisters live to bring me shame. That's pretty adorable. That my family enjoys shaming me? No, that you used to wear pink dresses because you liked the color. I tug his hand, urging him closer. He comes to me, looping his arms lightly around my waist. Guess you've always been a rebel, huh? I just know what I like, and I don't care if someone tells me I shouldn't. He dips his head, dropping a soft kiss to my forehead. But I understand that you're worried about what your family would think. I want you to tell me if you're freaked out in a not sure I ever want to go there with that guy kind of way. I don't want to get in any deeper if you're not open to the idea that we might work, long term. You mean that we might get engaged someday? I whisper, more giddy wings beating in my chest. He nods. I'm totally open to that, I say, smiling. I'm so open to it that I could probably be convinced to go for it pretty soon. On 2 conditions. His brows lift. Yeah? And what are those? 1, that we wait at least another month, I say, just to keep things slightly more traditional. He grins, and my heart flips again. All right. 2, that you don't make me wait for my tattoo. Like Nash said, I'm not a child. I can make my own decisions, and I am positive I want that phoenix for my first tattoo. And I don't care what my parents have to say about it, I say, before adding quickly, though I will absolutely hide it from them until next summer, since swimsuit season is almost over. Nick seems to chew on that for a moment, before he says in a husky voice, Where do you want it? On my left side, I say, pointing at a spot just beneath my ribs. From here, down over my hip. He bites his bottom lip. That's exactly where I've been imagining it. You imagined me tattooed? I ask, arching a brow. Naked and tattooed and... Yes, he confesses, the look in his eyes making me tingle all over, all the time. Oh, I sigh and smile. Good. Damn, you're sexy, he says, breath rushing out as he adds, and the tattoo will be perfect there, but it'll need to be at least 7 inches long to look right and get all the detail in. That's big for your first tattoo. I don't care. I lift my chin. That's what I want. And it hurts, he warns. Not as bad as a bee sting, but it goes on for a lot longer. I burn myself on a pot or pan every other week, I counter with a dismissive wave of my hand. I can handle a little needle. I'm tougher than I look, man. Don't I know it, he says, laughing as he reaches for the passenger's door again and pulls it open. Then get in, hot stuff, and let's do this. I blink. Right now? Right now. His eyes narrow. Unless you're having second thoughts. I'm not having second thoughts, but I did have 2 beers. Nick shrugs. That was over an hour ago, and they were light beers. You'll be fine as long as you don't drink anything else. But I thought we were going to go for a drink. I sink into the passenger seat, my stomach lurching, and set a date for you-know-what. Change of plans. He shuts the door and circles around the front of the car, which reminds me. I have a condition to add to your conditions. What's that? I ask, as he fishes the keys from his pocket and slides into the driver's seat. No, you know what, until we're engaged. He leans across to kiss my cheek, whispering his next words into my ear. I don't want to make love to you until I know I'm the first and the last man who's ever going to be inside you. I shiver, my mouth going dry as my mind's eye puts forth some very vivid mental pictures featuring Nick and me and 0 clothes. So you're blackmailing me by withholding sex until I commit, I ask. The realization's so funny I can't help but laugh as Nick starts the car. Maybe. His smug grin makes me laugh even harder. You're such a girl, I say, slapping him on the arm. I can't believe what a girl you are. I'm going to tell John and all your friends. Your reputation will be ruined. Good, he says. I'd rather have you than a reputation any day. I sigh. You're sweet. No, I just love you, he says, with an honesty that's humbling. I feel a chunk of my resistance melt away, like a glacier breaking off and floating into the ocean, never to be seen again. And just like that, imagining myself engaged to the man smiling at me like I'm a sunbeam in a world full of clouds, becomes a little easier. At this rate, he'll have me worn down in a week. Ready to get inked? He asks, taking my hand as he brings the other to the wheel. Let's do it. I squeeze his fingers, wondering if this will be one of the stories we'll tell our kids someday, about the night Mom convinced Dad to give her a phoenix tattoo. The thought is as crazy as Nick suggesting we get engaged. Crazier, maybe. But it still feels right. But that's how things always feel with Nick. Totally right. Until the moment when they unexpectedly go wrong.
Chapter 20. Nick. We get to the shop just after 9 o'clock. John's finishing up with a client, so Melody and I slip quietly into the back and make ourselves comfortable. I already have the phoenix sketched up. I've done the tattoo several times before, but I want to customize it specifically for Melody. I don't want anyone else in the world to have her tattoo. It has to be as unique as she is. I sit down at my desk to modify the sketch while Melody makes tea, tidies up the supply cabinet, and picks out a playlist to listen to while I work. Every so often, she swings by the table where I'm sketching and leans over my shoulder, making sounds of approval before dropping a kiss to my head or my cheek, and drifting away again, transforming the work into something almost homey feeling. But she carries that with her for me. Wherever I am, as long as Melody is there, it feels like home. Better than home, honestly. Growing up, I was always the Geary who didn't quite fit in. I was still a little boy when it became obvious my imagination was going to lead me in different, alternative directions. I felt loved by my family, but not always understood, and seldom completely accepted. With Melody, I feel all the above. It isn't something I expected when I first met her. From the start, I knew she was beautiful and funny and kind, but I hadn't realized how open-minded and accepting she is. She makes me rethink everything I've ever assumed about good girls and even religious people, for that matter. She never makes me feel like a bad person or in any way less worthy of kindness or compassion than anyone else. She accepts me as I am, which makes it easier to accept her as she is. Even with the intense attraction constantly simmering between us, there's still an underlying peacefulness to our relationship, and that peace is every bit as compelling as the desire that rises inside me every time we touch. Together, it feels like we can have it all: peace and passion, love and friendship, silly jokes and serious discussions, individual hopes and shared dreams. The engagement idea was a spur-of-the-moment thing, but I don't regret it. Now that I've started imagining what it would be like to be with Melody for the rest of my life, I don't want to stop. Still, part of me wishes I'd kept my mouth shut for a little longer. Melody is obviously stressed by the idea of combining impulsivity in such a serious decision. I totally understand where she's coming from, but I'm still more concerned about this tattoo than our future together. Many people come to regret their ink choices, but I doubt Melody and I are ever going to regret promising each other forever. "Hey, Mel," I call out, and even her name feels at home on my lips. "Come take a look. I think I'm done." She crosses the room, resting her hands on my shoulder as she leans in to look at the modified phoenix.
Oh, I love it,
She says, her voice soft and reverent.
it's so perfect.
"Yeah?" I ask, pretty proud of the new drawing. I added more feathers of different textures and enhanced the intensity of the curves on the bird's tail, giving it a more feminine look.
It's even more beautiful than it was before.
She laughs.
Is it weird that it kind of reminds me of me?
"No, I did that on purpose," I say, ridiculously pleased that she spotted it so quickly. I softened the features on the bird's face and modified the eyes until they reminded me of Melody's, while keeping the same strong angle on the beak. I wanted to make her like you. Beautiful, but fierce. She loops her arms around my neck and kisses my cheek.
You're going to make this difficult, aren't you?
"What?" I turn my head, bringing my lips within an inch of hers.
Holding off for another month?
I grin. You'd better believe it. I close the distance between us, kissing her with a thoroughness that is sweet and wicked at the same time, and hot as fucking hell. I'm turning in my chair, ready to draw her into my lap and take things to the next level, when the curtain separating the front of the shop from the back is swept aside, and John clears his throat. "Seriously, you two, get a room," he says playfully. "We have a room," I say. His Melody pulls away with a nervous laugh. "You're the one who invaded our space." John grins, showcasing rows of even white teeth. It's still strange to see John's teeth. He shaved his beard off 2 days ago. Before that, it had been years since I'd seen what was hiding under all that face scrub. "Well, if you don't mind closing up, I'm prepared to retreat and leave you sex fiends in peace," John says. "I finished Pete's piece, don't have any other appointments on the books tonight, and my lady friend stopped by, so—" "The same lady friend?" I ask, surprised. "Yep," John says, a little too casually. This is his third date with his mystery woman, an unprecedented event since we renewed our friendship a few months ago. I've yet to meet the girl. John didn't bring her home after either of their dates, which is also not the norm. But I strongly suspect she's the reason he finally shaved his face and is attempting to do something with his unruly curls. "So it's cool if I head out?" he asks. "Sure. Go for it, man." I rise from my chair, moving toward the curtain, hoping to sneak a peek at the woman who's convinced John to embrace personal grooming. "Catch you two later," John says.
Bye.
Melody waves as he heads toward the front. As the curtain swishes to one side before falling into place, I catch a glimpse of a familiar face and a sensible brown ponytail. Judging by Melody's gasp, she's seen that ponytail too.
What is this?
She hisses, creeping up behind me and tugging one corner of the curtain aside to spy on the couple in the other room.
That's my friend Kitty.
I thought so, I say in a hushed tone. Did you know she and John were dating?
No.
She whisper shouts, obviously not wanting to attract John's or Kitty's attention.
She hasn't said a word about dating anyone, the little withholding rat.
Maybe she's too ashamed to claim John, I say with a laugh. She turns to shoot me a narrow look, letting the curtain drop back into place.
Oh, come on, John is adorable.
I arch an eyebrow. You saw him with the beard, right? She wrinkles her nose.
Okay, I see your point. But he's looking much more adorable now that he's shaved, and he seems really nice. I'm so happy for Kitty,
she says, before adding in a confidential tone,
Don't tell John, but she's been lonely for a while. For some reason, the men in this town aren't into dating girls who run a garage.
I run a hand through my hair, wondering how honest I should be with Mel about John's track record. I don't want her friend to get hurt, but if John's been motivated to change his ways by the right girl, I don't want to mess up my friend's love life either. After all, I know firsthand how the right person can change everything, almost overnight. 2 weeks ago, I was dead set against dating Melody. Now, I'm ready to propose. Just in case John's experiencing a similar change of heart, I decide to hold my tongue and talk to my roomie first before I give Melody a heads up for her friend. The bell above the door tinkles, signaling that John and Kitty have left, and I turn back to Mel. Okay, you ready to do this? She takes a deep breath, excitement glittering in her eyes.
So ready.
Chapter 21. Nick. Are you sure? I hold Melody's gaze, wanting to make 100% sure she's committed to this. There's no shame in deciding you want to wait. I can save the sketch, and we can do it later. She shakes her head.
No, I'm ready. I love it. The changes you made are perfect. I want it even more now than I did before.
Okay, I say, comforted by the assurance in her voice. Then put on your playlist and I'll get the sketch onto the transfer paper and prep my stuff.
Yay!
Melody claps her hands, bouncing lightly on her feet, before dancing across the room to the computer. I watch her for a second, loving how uninhibited and childlike she can be, even while maintaining that very adult, very sexy way about her that makes me want to worship at the altar of her body forever. Finally, I force my focus back to the task at hand. 20 minutes later, my station is sanitized and ready, and Melody is on my table with her halter top pulled up on one side. I pull my latex gloves on, taking extra care as I carefully shave the area. Next, I spray Melody's skin with a little soap and water to help with the transfer of the stencil and position the phoenix where she said she wanted the tattoo. Last chance, I warn.
I'm ready,
She says, with a sniff and a wiggle of her nose. You like where I've put it? I ask. Make sure. If not, it's no trouble to clean the skin and reposition. She lifts her head and gazes down.
Looks perfect.
All right. I pick up my tattoo gun. I'll start on the outline. We'll get through that tonight, but we can wait to do the color during another session if the discomfort gets to be too much. It's a big one for your first.
That's what all the guys say.
Melody says with a chuckle and another sniff. Ha ha. Do you need a tissue? I ask, rolling my stool toward John's station and the box of tissues.
No, it's all right. Just let me scratch my face really quick, and I'll be still.
She rubs the top of her eyes and then tucks one hand under the pillow I brought for her.
Ready.
I roll back and spread my fingers gently across her ribs beneath the outline. Here we go. I take a breath and start on the phoenix's face, going slow until I feel Melody begin to relax into the process.
This isn't as bad as I thought it would be,
she says, sniffing again before she adds,
A little itchy, but not bad.
Itchy. I pause, pulling the needle from her skin. She shouldn't be itching at this point. Most people don't complain of itching until days after the tattoo is finished and the wound is beginning to heal. I stare hard at the area around the bird's head where Melody's skin is already starting to turn red. A little irritation can be normal, but there are several spots surrounding the place where I started that are puffy, almost blotchy. Shit. She's breaking out in hives. They're popping out all over, spreading like wildfire in just the few seconds I've paused to watch. Okay, stay calm, I mumble to myself as I reach over and shut off the tattoo machine.
What's wrong?
Melody lifts her head from the pillow, turning bloodshot eyes in my direction as she sniffs again. Fuck. I jump from my chair, snatching the paperwork she filled out from the desk near my station. You said that you aren't allergic to latex, I say, my hands shaking as I check the form to be sure.
I'm not,
she says, rubbing her eyes again.
At least I don't think I am.
You've been touched by someone wearing latex gloves before and been okay? By a doctor or in the kitchen or something? I ask, hoping for a miracle even as the hives begin to spread across her ribs and down onto her bare stomach. In 6 years of tattooing, I've never seen a case of severe latex sensitivity, but I know the signs and she's exhibiting several. Hay fever-like symptoms, red eyes, sudden rash, and depending on the severity of her allergy, things could get worse. Fast. She sniffs as she pushes up on one arm, careful not to touch her exposed side.
I don't know. We always use nitrile at Ever After because...
She trails off, her face paling as her red eyes go wide. What's up? I ask, my heart beating faster. Talk to me, babe.
We always use nitrile gloves at work because Aria is crazy allergic to latex. She breaks out in hives and has an asthma attack as she touches the stuff. Shit. I'm allergic too, aren't I?
It's okay. We caught it quickly. You'll be fine, I say, trying to remain calm as I mentally map out the fastest route to the emergency room. I'm gonna go back in and take off these gloves. I want them as far from you as possible. Then I'll wash my hands and come and bandage the area I started working on. I wouldn't normally do that without gloves, but you're in more danger from the latex than my clean, bare hands.
Okay,
she says, her breath emerging with a wheeze that makes her eyes grow even wider.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. I force myself to back away from her, though all I want to do is cross the room and hug her tight. And don't worry, everything's going to be fine. We'll get you bandaged and head to the ER. They know what to do. Hand shaking, I strip off the gloves and scrub for a full minute with soap and water, hopefully washing away every last bit of latex dust that might be clinging to my skin. I finish up and hurry back into the other room, trying not to let my panic show when I see Melody. Her hives are so big now that they form continents of swollen flesh across her ribs and abdomen. Her eyes look like they're filled with blood, and the area below her jawline is a lot more swollen than it was a few minutes ago.
Nick,
she rasps.
I don't feel so good.
I'm sorry, baby. Just a second and we'll get out of here. Heart pounding, I clean and bandage the tattoo as quickly as possible, then help her pull her shirt down and guide her into a seated position. She moans as she sits up, bracing her hands on her knees.
Oh my God, I might throw up.
Thinking fast, I grab the mostly empty wastebasket, dumping the contents onto the floor before handing it to Melody. We'll take this in the car.
Okay,
she whispers, clinging to the edges with white fingers. Let me carry you, I say, reaching for her. She puts a hand to my chest.
No, then I'll definitely be sick. It's okay, I can walk if you help me.
Of course. I've got you. I wrap an arm around her waist and help her down from the table, and we begin to shuffle toward the door. Just hold on. I push through the door without bothering to lock it. Thieves can come and steal every damn thing in the store for all I care right now. Melody is the only thing in my world that can't be replaced. Almost there, I say, half carrying her down the sidewalk to the midget. 30 seconds later, we're at my car. We're almost on our way to the ER, less than 5 minutes from the start of the reaction, when a voice growls Melody's name from the alley beside the shop. I spin to see who the hell has the nerve to talk to her like that. A second later, a fist collides with my jaw.
Chapter 22. Melody. Seth charges out of the alley, his fist aimed at Nick's face. I try to scream, but my throat is too tight. The sound emerges as a strangled yelp, followed by a whimper as Nick's arm is ripped from my waist, and I slide down the side of the car to the pavement, the little plastic trash can rolling from my hands. Your girlfriend's a lying bitch, Seth shouts as he follows the punch to Nick's face with an uppercut to the gut, throwing him off balance again before he can recover from the first blow. My lawyer is going to tear her apart on the stand. I roll onto my hands and knees, willing my body to stop freaking out so I can help Nick. But my legs refuse to cooperate. My enraged, itching skin has broken out in a cold sweat, and I'm shivering all over, my arms going numb as my stomach ties itself in terrible knots. My head pulses, and my vision swims, and my throat aches like a boa constrictor has wrapped itself around my neck. There's no way I'm going to be able to help Nick and myself right now. But if I can reach my phone. I fumble at my back pocket, struggling to work the phone free from my jeans as Nick shouts for help. Somebody stop this fucker. We have a medical emergency. My girlfriend's life is in danger. But everyone on this end of the street at this time of night is inside the Horse and Rider, where the music is likely too loud for them to hear him. And Seth obviously couldn't care less if Nick and I both die slow, painful deaths. In fact, he seems pretty eager to help the process along. Seth throws another punch that Nick ducks seconds before it connects. I wince and dig my entire itchy hand into my pocket, leveraging the phone free with an awkward flip of my wrist. My cell falls to the concrete and I grab it from the sidewalk, tapping in 911 with half-numb fingers. I hear the operator pick up and bring the phone to my ear, but when I speak, I worry my softly rasped, "By the Horse and Rider, help, please, we need help," is too quiet to be heard over Seth's stream of verbal abuse. That bitch should have kept her mouth shut. The veins on Seth's neck are standing out like swollen blue worms beneath his skin, and his face is as red as the convertible parked in front of Nick's car. You should have kept your hands to yourself, you sack of shit, Nick shouts back, dodging another fist bound for his face. It's her word against mine, and I say nothing happened, Seth says, with an ugly laugh as he and Nick circle each other. I lay the phone down on the pavement, with the call still active, fighting to pull in enough air to give our location again. The cops had no right to stick their noses in it, Seth continues. There's no evidence. They got me fired from my job. You got yourself fired, Nick says, the rage in his voice enough to make me shiver. And now you're going to get arrested for assault. Don't think I won't press charges, asshole. And if you keep me from taking her to the hospital for another second, I will kill you with my bare hands if I have to. If I were Seth, I'd have run right then. But instead he sneers. So, you're a pussy too, huh? Just like your girl. She's a tease and... Seth's words end in a grunt as Nick rushes him, knocking the breath out of the shorter, burlier man as he slams him into the brick wall of the tattoo shop. You say another word about her, ever, and I will end you, Nick shouts, slamming Seth into the wall a second time before shoving him away. The moment Nick releases him, Seth charges again. Nick shifts to the side this time as his right arm swings in a tight circle, colliding with Seth's jaw. The blow connects with a sickening thud, and Seth drops to the ground and stays there for a moment, clearly dazed. The moment the other man's down, Nick is back at my side. Hurry, he says, gathering me under my arms. We've got to get you to the hospital. My phone. I called 911, I rasp, pointing at where my phone still lies on the ground, the world spinning as I turn to brace my hand against the car. I'm hot and itchy and dizzy, and my head is pounding so hard that for a second I think the blaring sound that fills the air is coming from between my ears, the final death cry of my brain as it bursts into 1,000 tiny pieces. But it isn't my brain exploding. It's a siren. Many sirens that grow increasingly louder as they close in on this end of Main Street, just as Nick scoops my phone off the concrete. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Seth stagger to his feet and start to run, a blur of white t-shirt and black jeans. But I can't turn my head fast enough to follow him. I can't turn my head. I can't tell Nick I'm dizzy. I can't even pull in a deep breath. My chest just keeps getting tighter and tighter, while my stomach twists like a towel being wrung out, and my head throbs with an unhealthy beat that grows slower, harder, as my vision blurs. I hear Nick call out my name, faintly, as if from a distance. And then I'm falling, swallowed up by a soft blackness that shuts down the world. Chapter 23. Melody. Beep, 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 beep. I awake to the comforting rhythm of a metronome, like the one I used to use to help keep time when I was first learning to play the piano. No, not a metronome. It's a beep, not a click. I open my eyes, blinking as my mind connects the sound to dozens of hospital dramas I've binged through the years. It's a heart monitor. It takes a few minutes of staring at the white tile ceiling and listening to the hospital noises in the near distance to realize the heartbeat is my own. I swallow, relieved by how much easier it is now that my throat isn't swollen, and shift beneath the cool sheets. I take a deep, cleansing breath, catching the familiar scent of my mother's perfume. "Mom?" I ask, lifting my head from the pillow to see my mother startling awake in the hospital recliner in the corner of the room. I let it drop back to the pillow a beat later. I'm feeling so much better, but I'm still a little woozy. "Honey, you're awake." Mom appears beside my bed, rubbing her makeup-free eyes. Behind her, the pale, early morning light glows through her messy hair, emphasizing the flyaway strands sprouting all over her head. My mother is out of the house without makeup or her hair brushed, leaving no doubt I must have been in seriously critical condition. She even stopped to put on makeup before taking Aria to the hospital to have Felicity. "How are you, baby?" She takes my hand in both of hers, cradling it like a treasure. "I'm feeling much better," I say, squeezing her fingers. "Good. I'm so glad." She sighs in relief. "I'm going to get the nurse to check on you again now that you're awake." She leans down, pressing a kiss to my cheek before hurrying from the room. She returns less than a minute later with a bright-eyed older woman in blue scrubs, with tiny beagles on them and a name tag declaring her Candace Carter, LPN. Candace fusses and clucks over me like a second mother hen for several moments, checking my vitals and asking how my head and chest are feeling, before making reassuring noises about my progress. She helps adjust the bed so I can sit up comfortably and promises to come back with a big mug of water in a few minutes. I thank her, waiting until the nurse leaves the room before turning back to Mom. "How did you know I was here?" I ask. "Did Nick call you? Where is he? Is he okay? I saw Seth hit him before I passed out. Several times, actually." Mom's smile falls from her face so fast, I can almost hear it hit the floor. Even before she opens her mouth, I know the secrets I've been keeping from my family have caught up with me. "Why didn't you tell us that you were attacked by that man at the bar?" Mom demands, ignoring my questions. Her frown emphasizes the tiny wrinkles around her mouth, making her actually look like she's in her 50s for once. Most days, Sue looks young enough to be mistaken for my older sister. But the rough night has taken a toll on her, making me feel even guiltier. "I'm sorry," I say. "I didn't want to talk about it with family. I knew how upset you'd be. And I didn't want to relive it, or think about it, really. I just wanted to forget." "But you told Nick and Nash," she says. "I had to slip your father a Xanax when he heard that the Geary boys knew his daughter was in danger before he did." I sigh. "And that's part of the reason I kept it from you guys. I didn't want to worry Daddy. You know how he gets. He's going to give himself a heart attack one of these days." "I know, sugar," Mom says, her expression softening. "But he loves you so much. And he's just devastated. In his mind, he and his buddies could have handled this. They could have confronted this creep and run him out of town. He's positive he could have kept you safe, and hates how helpless he feels right now." "But he hates that I went to Nash even more," I say, a hint of bitterness in my tone. "I love my dad, but when it comes to Nash, I don't understand what his problem is. Nash is a great guy who is devoted to Aria and Felicity. Dad should have welcomed him with open arms, no matter what happened between Aria and Nash when they were teenagers." Mom sighs. "I have a feeling Bob and Nash's truce is going to be a thing of the past, at least for a few months. Aria's upset too. She hasn't said anything except that she's concerned for you, but I can tell she's hurt that Nash kept this from her." "But it was police business," I say, beginning to resent this conversation, at least so soon after having woken up in a hospital bed. He can't share anything about a sexual assault case unless the victim gives him permission, and I didn't give him permission. This isn't Nash's fault. He made me feel safe and listened to and had a police car drive by my house every night. He was wonderful." "I'm sure he was," Mom says. And I'm so glad he got to you and Nick in time to take that asshole into custody, but... He did? I ask, not knowing which is more shocking, my mom saying the word asshole, or the way my heart lurches in my chest just from hearing Nick's name. He did, Mom confirms. He's in the county jail until his bail hearing. My breath rushes out on a relieved sigh. I know things with Seth aren't over. There will still be a hearing and maybe even a trial. But I feel so much better knowing that he's behind a thick set of bars. At least for a little while. And Nash is already working on a restraining order, Mom continues, to make sure that piece of shit can't get within 100 feet of you or Nick. A surprised smile spreads across my face. Are you sure you're my mother? I don't think I've ever heard my mother use 2 curse words in one sitting. You've never heard your mother after a man tried to rape her daughter, she says, smoothing my hair from my forehead with a cool hand. I'm so sorry, sugar. I wish I could take that memory from you and make it all better. I'm feeling pretty helpless right now, too. It's okay, Mama. Tears press at the backs of my eyes. I'm fine, I promise. I got away before Seth could do anything but scare me, and I'm not going to stay scared. I'm going to be okay. Mostly, I'm worried about Nick. Is he okay? Has he seen a doctor? Was anything broken? Mom pulls her hand from my forehead, crossing her arms over her chest with a scowl even stormier than the one from a few minutes ago. That reminds me. Melody Ann March, what in God's green earth were you thinking? Getting a tattoo. A huge, scary, gaudy tattoo all over the side of your beautiful God-given body and your blessed clear skin. I swallow and try to smile, but my mother's glare curdles it before it can reach my lips. It's not scary, I squeak. It's a phoenix. It's a symbol of renewal and rebirth. It's going to be beautiful once Nick finishes it. No one is finishing anything, she snaps in the same tone she'd used to order my elbows off the table when I was little. That boy almost killed you. He didn't almost kill me. I roll my eyes. I have an allergy to latex, like Arya, and I started having a bad reaction when Nick put on the gloves to do the tattoo. It's not his fault. I didn't mark that I was allergic on the form. And it could be worse, right? At least I didn't find out the same way Arya did. Mom's face pales, and her lips press together. The memory of having to fetch my 16-year-old sister from a fishing cabin where she'd been going all the way for the first time with her boyfriend, only to discover her deathly allergy to latex when the boy rolled on the condom, clearly enough to make her physically ill. I'm not going to dignify that with a response, Melody Ann, she says. You are not your sister. I frown and huff. What's that supposed to mean? It means that you're not like Arya. You're a level-headed girl with a kind, gentle heart who knows better than to run off and do impulsive things without thinking about them first. Arya has a kind heart, I say, now angry on my sister's behalf. I never said she didn't. But she's impulsive and always has been. When she was little, she'd climb a tree first and figure out how she was going to get down later. You would stand at the bottom and tell me exactly how many branches you thought it was safe to climb. You had your course plotted before you even started. So if you had made the decision to break your promise to yourself to wait until marriage, it would have been a much more serious betrayal. It's not a betrayal, Mom. I trail off, old shame and new anger wrestling in my chest. A part of me insists Mom is making sense and feels terrible for the impulsive way I've been behaving lately. But the other part argues that it's time for me to live my own life and be my own person, without my parents weighing in on all my choices. That part insists it's okay to loosen up and color outside the lines, especially when it comes to the man who makes me feel so special and loved and happy. I sit in silence, remembering the way Nick leapt into action the second he realized I was having a bad reaction to the latex. His concern for me obvious in every gentle touch and every calming word. I was his top priority, and nothing else mattered. I remember the rage in his voice when he told Seth he'd end him if he said another word about me, ever. And the last shred of doubt fades away. Nick loves me, and I love him. So what if I'm a little different since we got together, and if half our dates seem cursed to end in disaster? I refuse to feel ashamed of the way I feel about him, of the way my body and heart and soul all long to be closer to him in every way. When Nick and I make love for the first time, it will be special and right, whether we're engaged or married or just living together without any rings involved. I'm growing, Mom, I finally say, knowing better than to announce my intention to move in with my boyfriend at this exact moment. Mom's already been through a lot. Growing older, growing up. I may not always be the girl you knew, but I'll always be the strong person you raised. And that person can be trusted to make decisions that feel right for her, even if they might not always make sense to you or Dad. I know you're growing up, honey, and I'm so proud of you, Mom says, her forehead wrinkling. But your values have served you so well in the past, and you shouldn't let a boy change who you are. Nick's not changing who I am. I rub at the tops of my eyes, where a headache is trying to get started. I mean, maybe at first I wanted to show him that I wasn't a stick in the mud, but now I sigh and let my hand fall back into my lap, forcing myself to hold Mom's worried gaze. I like who I am when I'm with him. He makes me feel alive and more excited about the future than I've felt in a long time. I'm in love with him, Mom, more than I ever was with Brian or anyone else. I know Nick and I have only been dating a short time, and that may seem strange to you, but it's true. It doesn't seem strange, she says, surprising me. I knew I was going to marry your father by our third date. She hesitates, sadness creeping into her eyes. But I'm not sure Nick feels the same way you do, honey. Why would you say that? I huff, the sentence honestly making me want to laugh. That's how positive I am that Nick loves me as much as I love him. Candace chooses that moment to bustle back into the room carrying a giant plastic mug of water with an accordion straw sticking out of the top. Here's that water, she says, setting the mug onto the adjustable tray on one side of my hospital bed. If you're hungry, the cafeteria opens in 10 minutes, and the breakfast cart should be around in a couple of hours. I'll be sure they know you're cleared for a meal. Thank you, I say, forcing a smile. I wait until Candace checks my vitals a second time and leaves the room before turning back to my mother. Don't let what happened tonight change your mind about Nick, Mom, I say. He really is a great guy. Mom crosses her arms as she perches on the corner of my bed. I don't think we should talk about this anymore until you're feeling better. I feel fine, Mom. Just tell me. Why would you say that? She sighs. Nick was in here late last night, right after I sent your father home with Lark and Mason. You woke up for a few minutes around midnight, but went back to sleep almost immediately. Nick came in a little later and asked if he could stay. I said no, that he'd done enough for one night, and I stepped out into the hall to get the nurse. By the time I came back into the room, he was gone. Well, you told him to go, Mom. I sat up straighter. How could you do that when you know how much I care about him? My daughter was lying in a hospital bed because he decided to give her a horrible tattoo, she says, indignation in her tone. It wasn't his choice, I say, my volume rising. I asked him to do the tattoo. I'm the one who wanted it. I am a grown woman, and no one forces me to do anything against my will. Honey, calm down, Mom says in a dramatic whisper. You'll hurt yourself, and people might think we're fighting. We are fighting, I insist, in an only slightly softer voice. I'm not a child, Mom, and I won't let you turn Nick into a bad guy. You're the one who told him to leave, and I bet you weren't sweet about it. She huffs, and a wounded expression settles onto her face. My manners might not have been at their best, but he didn't even try to argue with me, Melody. If he really cares so much, it seems like he would have made more of an effort to stay. I push the tray back to the side of my bed and swing my feet over the edge on the other side. What are you doing? Mom asks, hopping up from her perch. I'm going to call Nick. Where's my phone? I slide onto the ground, only swaying a little before my legs firm up beneath me. I'm not quite 100%, but I'm feeling way better than I did last night. Get back in bed this second, Melody Ann. Mom steps in front of me. You've been unconscious. You almost died, and I'm fine. And I need to talk to Nick. I start forward, holding my hospital gown together in the back for modesty's sake. But Mom stops me with gentle hands on my shoulders. Where is my phone, Mom? I repeat firmly. Either help me find it, or get out of my way. All right, I will. But you have to get in bed first. She stands her ground, staring up at me with a no-nonsense look. I mean it. You're not too old for a spanking. I laugh. I can't help it, even if I am angry with her right now. I'm way too old to spank, and you know it. And you never spanked me once in my entire life. Well, it's not too late to start. Mom pats my arm with an affection that makes it impossible to stay mad at her. All right, I'm getting back in bed. I ease back onto the mattress and tuck my legs beneath the sheets. Mom retreats to the corner where she was napping earlier and lifts the canvas bag from the floor to the seat of the chair. I had Arya stop by your place and grab extra clothes and your toothbrush, she says, her voice muffled as she burrows into the bag. I think I put your cell. Here it is. She crosses to the bed and holds it out to me. But I'm not sure you're supposed to use it in here. I'll be quick, I promise, snatching the phone before Mom can issue any more warnings. A moment later, Nick's phone is ringing. And ringing. And ringing. 7 rings in all, and then I'm sent to voicemail. I hang up and promptly dial again, knowing by now that Nick isn't going to check his voice messages anyway. He always deletes them without listening. This time, however, the phone only rings twice before going to voicemail, which means I end the call with a swift jab of my thumb as my stomach turns to stone. He sent me to voicemail, I whisper, my heart squeezing miserably in my chest. Why would he send me to voicemail? Mom arches her blonde brows in a meaningful way, but she doesn't say a word. She doesn't have to. Her unspoken, I told you so, hangs over my head like a poisonous balloon, ready to pop open and fill the room with noxious fumes. I'm about to call a third time, this time to leave a message and tell Nick exactly what I think of being sent to voicemail, when there's a knock on the door. Hey, the nurse said you were awake, comes a familiar voice. Is it okay if I come in? I glance over to see Brian waiting in the doorway, a dozen roses in one hand and a stuffed white bunny with a hind leg and a cast in the other. His usually carefully combed brown hair is sticking up on one side and his face looks puffy. He's obviously been here for a while. Of course, I say, vaguely recalling a crazy dream I had last night while I was passed out, starring me, Brian, and a room full of flesh-eating zombies in overalls. I make a mental note to share the dream with Lark, who always has crazy dreams and loves hearing about other people's nightmares. It's nice of you to stop by. I force a smile. How did you know I was here? Your mom called, he says, crossing the room to place the flowers on the table by my bed before setting the bunny gently on my lap. I'm so glad you're okay. I've been here since 7 o'clock last night. Scariest night of my life. So, at least one of the men I've dated is concerned enough for my welfare to hang out in a hospital waiting room for hours. Too bad he's the wrong one.
Chapter 24. Nick. I tug my buzzing phone into my pocket and quicken my pace down the street away from the police station, ignoring the wary looks my bruised face earns from the other pedestrians out this early. My jaw hurts, and it's painful to talk, but that isn't why I don't answer Melody's call. I'm not answering because this is Sarah Beth all over again, but worse. 1,000 times worse. 1,000,000. My stomach boils with misery and a bitter, acrid taste rises in my throat. I've never felt so stupid or naive or so very fucking sad. I sat across from the guy with the roses and the stuffed bunny for a good 20 minutes last night before I realized he was there for Melody. By the time I got patched up in the ER, my wounds cleaned and 2 stitches slipped into a cut beneath my ear that Seth's ring made when the first punch connected. The other Marches had been talking to the doctors on the floor where Melody was transferred. It wasn't until Mrs. March rushed out and straight into Bunny Boy's arms that I realized the guy must be Melody's ex, Brian, the one who texted her every few days, but who she'd sworn she was finished with for good. But apparently, almost dying changed her mind.
She'll be so glad you're here,
I heard Sue March mumble into Brian's yellow shirt before leading him back into the family-only area without a glance my way. Part of me had shriveled inside, but then I thought about how limp and terrifyingly still Melody had felt in my arms as I waited for the ambulance to pull up to the curb outside the shop. It had been the scariest event of my life, bar none. For a few horrible minutes, I was sure I was going to lose her, certain the girl I loved was going to die and it would be my fault. At that moment, I hated myself. Could I blame Melody if she hated me a little too? Maybe her ex seems like a more comforting choice right now. Or maybe this is all her mother's doing. Either way, I refused to slink away with my tail between my legs. I was determined to stay, to show Melody how much I love her, to convince her to give me another chance. So I waited, until the other marches trailing out of the waiting room, Lark and Mason shooting me sympathetic looks as they hustled an exhausted-looking Bob march out the door, Aria and Nash waving as they pushed a sleeping Felicity toward the parking garage in her stroller, before slipping unnoticed past the night nurse at the front desk and sneaking down the hall to Melody's room. Inside, I'd seen no sign of the ex-boyfriend, only Sue March sitting in a chair in the corner, tears still damp on her cheeks. I told her how sorry I was, and asked if it would be okay for me to wait with her. She hadn't hesitated to tell me no. She told me to go home, that I'd done enough tonight. But it was Melody who convinced me that staying was a lost cause. Only seconds after her mom left the room to get the night nurse to escort me out, Melody moaned in her sleep and called out one name. Brian. Brian. Brian, like it was the answer to every question. Brian, like he was the lost thing she'd been looking for. I turned and walked out without another word. I stalked down the hall, out into the parking lot, and kept on walking along the shoulder of the dark road leading away from the hospital at the far southern edge of town. It had taken 2 hours to reach the police station on foot, but I didn't care. I wanted to walk, to be lulled into a thoughtless state by the repetitive rhythm of my footsteps, and put the thoughts of losing Melody away until after I finished giving my statement about Seth's attack to the police. And now I'm finished and on my way home, and Melody is calling. Why? To tell me it's over and she's back with Brian? To tell me she's realized that tattoos and sudden love and guys like me aren't for her? If so, I don't think I can handle it, not now, after the exhausting, emotion-filled sleepless night I just had. I send her second call to voicemail and turn off my phone. Too bad I can't turn off my thoughts that easily. Brooding all the way home, I curse myself for not refusing to tattoo her in the first place. Deep down, I'd known better, hadn't I? Known that Melody was just going through a wild phase and would come to her senses sooner or later. Known that she would regret the tattoo, and dating me, and every other out-of-character thing she did during the however many months we would have lasted before our relationship imploded. No, I hadn't known better. Not even deep down. That's the worst part of all this. I had really believed Melody and I were made for each other, and would go all the way. Rings, marriage, kids, growing old together, the whole 9 yards. Now I can't trust anything anymore. Not Melody, not my heart, not even my gut, the one thing I used to assume would never let me down. I reach the downtown area just as the coffee shops and diners are opening and duck into donut time, claiming a booth at the back. I order a bear claw and a bottomless cup of coffee and watch the people come and go for over an hour, dreading heading home, where John will be waking up soon, no doubt wanting an update on what happened at the hospital. I called him last night while I was waiting to be seen by the ER doc to let him know what was going on. Now I wish I'd kept my mouth shut. I don't want to tell John that I wasn't allowed to stay with Melody, or that her ex-boyfriend showed up at the hospital, or that I heard her call out Brian's name in her sleep. I don't want to lie down in my bed and know that the other side is going to be empty for the foreseeable future. There's no way Melody's moving in with me now. Finally, 4 cups of coffee later, I drag myself out of the booth and through the front door of the diner. I shuffled down the street toward home, feeling bruised all over and deciding that whoever named this sensation heartache was way off base. This isn't just in my heart. This is my entire body down to my bone marrow. An ache that gnaws away at my core. I never imagined losing someone I love could be this physically painful. But it is. So bad that I decided to duck into the bodega and buy some extra-strength painkiller before I head up the stairs to the apartment. I'm so weary and sore and miserable that I'm past the bowling alley, nearly to the bodega's entrance, before I see the blonde sitting on the curb in front of my building. It's her. She's here. Chapter 25. Nick. Hopeful wings flutter behind my ribs. "Mel?" I ask, my voice cracking. She looks up from her phone, where she seems to have been stabbing in a text to someone. Our eyes meet, and hers narrow in a glare so intense that I flinch in response. "What are you doing here?" I croak as she stands and starts toward me. Even dressed in a wrinkled pair of khaki shorts and a faded brown Fun Mud Run t-shirt, she's gorgeous. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Despite the menacing look she's still aiming my way, a smile tugs at my lips. I'm just so happy to see her that every ache and pain is banished by the wave of hope that swells in my chest. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe Melody isn't finished with me after all.
What is wrong with you?
She snaps. Or maybe not. "Good morning," I say as she reaches me, stopping so close I get a whiff of the lingering scent of medicine and hospital cleaner clinging to her hair. So close that all I want to do is pull her into my arms and tell her how glad I am to see her out of bed and feeling good enough to be mad at me.
No, seriously, I want an answer, she continues. What is the matter with you? Why did you send my call to voicemail? Why didn't you call me? I mean, after the night we had, don't you think I deserved a phone call, at the very least?
"I'm sorry," I say, exhaustion making my brain slower than usual. "Your mom told me to go."
So? Since when is my mom your boss?
She huffs with frustration.
She's not even my boss, and she's my mom.
"And then your ex was there," I say, scrambling to explain myself. "I heard your mom say you'd be glad to see him, and—"
I was not glad to see him. The only person I wanted to see when I woke up this morning was you. But you weren't there.
"I would have been," I say, stomach clenching again at the memory of the yearning in her voice when she said stupid Brian's stupid name. "But when I went to your room last night, you were moaning for Brian in your sleep. It made me think you wouldn't want me hanging around interrupting your reunion."
Are you freaking serious?
Her eyes go wide. "Yes, I wouldn't make up something like—"
No, I didn't mean that.
She cuts in with a shake of her head.
I mean that you bailed because of something I said in my sleep? I was having a nightmare, Nick. Brian and I were trapped in his parents' creepy old barn with zombies, and I just watched one tear his face off. I don't love him or want to be with him anymore, but I don't want him to lose his face.
She takes a deep breath and barrels on.
Dreams are dreams, and I can't be held accountable for what I mumble in my sleep. I mean, seriously. I've had steamy dreams about people I hate. One time I dreamed I was making out with my soccer coach from 3rd grade who had hair all over his back.
She shudders and sticks her tongue out in a way that's so cute, I want to pull her into my arms and kiss her adorable, angry face.
Would you be jealous if I called out his name in my sleep? She continues with an arched brow. Is that the kind of person you are?
Melody, please,
If so, tell me now.
Unshed tears begin to shine in her eyes.
Tell me so we can end this before I scandalize my entire family by announcing that I'm moving in with you, and that I don't care what they think about it, and that I don't care if we're engaged or not because I'm a full-grown woman and I'm going to do what I think is right.
She sucks in a shaky breath.
And you are the only thing that feels right. Except I'm so hurt by you right now that I could just spit.
She finishes with a soft sob as she crosses her arms over her chest and glares up at me expectantly. I stand frozen for a moment, so overwhelmed and happy and sorry and hopeful that I don't know what to say first. I can't believe she still wants to be with me, that she's still planning to move in, assuming I can convince her I'm not a complete asshole.
Well?
She asks after a beat.
Should I leave?
No, please. I reach for her, cupping her elbows and holding her gently in place. I'm sorry. I wasn't jealous of Brian. I pause, searching for the right words. Okay, maybe I was jealous, I admit. But mostly I was hurt. I jumped to the wrong conclusion, and I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. And I shouldn't have left that hospital until you were awake, and you told me to get lost yourself.
Which I wouldn't have, she says, sounding slightly mollified. I know that now. I force my fuzzy thoughts to focus, determined to make this better. I'm sorry I doubted that. I was so busy hating myself for what I did to you that it was easy to imagine you hating me too. Her expression softens. Why were you hating yourself? That's crazy. You almost died, I say, my throat tight. I was so scared I was going to lose you and it would be all my fault. It wasn't your fault. It was a freak allergy and you shouldn't hate yourself. You got punched in the face by a crazy person because of me. She lifts her fingers, letting them feather gently over the bruised place on my jaw. I'm the one who should be hating myself. Never. I draw her closer. I'm glad I got a chance to punch that asshole. If he comes near you again, I'm going to break his face. Her lips curve gently. So, we've made up? I hope so. I don't like fighting with you. Or disappointing you. I brush her hair from her face and cup her jaw in my hand. You talk really fast when you're mad. My dumb brain has a hard time keeping up. You're not dumb. She leans into my touch. Not usually, anyway. Only when you try to give up on me. I'm sorry. I brush my thumb back and forth across the petal-soft skin of her cheek. I won't make that mistake again. And I promise, from here on out, I'll do my best to make sure there are no more nasty surprises in our future. She wrinkles her nose. We have had a streak of bad luck, haven't we? You think we're cursed? No. I think we're actually pretty fortunate in the grander scheme of things, she whispers. Bad luck can't last forever. But we can. I blink, surprised by the stinging at the edges of my eyes. But then if anyone is going to make me cry happy tears for the first time in my life, it would be this woman, the first and last I'm ever going to love. I love you, I say. Thank you for coming here and fixing this. Us. You're welcome, she says with a happy sigh, wrapping her arms around me and snuggling against my chest. I can't believe they let you out of the hospital that fast. I kiss the top of her head, unable to keep my lips from her body. So grateful that I was wrong and that she didn't hesitate to set me straight. They didn't, she says. I waited until Mom went home to change clothes and sent Brian to get me a fancy coffee from the hospital cafeteria. Then I put on the clothes Mom brought me and sneaked out. A lady I met in the parking lot gave me a ride here. What? I pull away, worry eclipsing the happiness of having Melody in my arms. You broke out of the hospital and hopped a ride with a stranger? It's not that big a deal. I feel fine. She lifts her chin. And Mimi isn't a stranger. She's a hairdresser who drops her daughter off at the hospital gift shop for work every morning. I let out a long breath. We have to take you back. I take her hand, starting toward the staircase leading up to the apartment. I'll ask John if I can borrow his car. The midget is still parked at the shop. I rode in the ambulance with you last night. She digs her heels in, stopping me on the sidewalk. I don't need to go back. Honestly, I really do feel fine. And Mom said Lark filled out all the insurance paperwork last night, so I should be good. You at least have to call and let them know you're gone, I say, anxiety thrumming inside me. I left a note thanking Brian for the coffee and telling him I felt better and had decided to head home, she says with a shrug. I'm sure he told the nurse that I left. But you can't just walk out of the hospital. I hear myself sounding eerily like my mother, and begin to understand the exasperated tone she used with me for most of my life. Melody grins. You're cute when you're fussy. I'm not fussy, I say. I'm just concerned. You almost died last night. I'm all for impulsive decisions, but now is a good time for caution and attention to protocol. She sighs and squeezes my hand. Okay, you can take me back to the hospital on one condition. What's that? That you delete all the texts I wrote while I was waiting for you without reading them. I shouldn't have been texting while I was angry. She allows me to lead her up the stairs to the apartment's back door, waiting beside me while I fish out my keys. And that we come back here as soon as I'm officially released, so we can sort out where we're going to put my stuff. I want to give my landlord notice today and move in before the 1st of the month. That's 2 conditions, I say. But I like them both. A lot.
I also like the thought of taking a nap with you as soon as it can possibly be arranged.
Just a nap?
Her lips curve in a wicked grin as I unlock the door and push it open. I've been up all night, so definitely just a nap to start with. I laugh as I pull her through the door and into my arms. As far as after, I know you said you didn't care what your family thought about us moving in together before we're engaged, but...
But what?
I hesitate, staring down at the beautiful, sexy woman in my arms, and wonder why I'm even considering saying what I'm about to say. But then I stop second-guessing and let the words come out. Melody's embracing her wild side. I'm practically obligated to embrace my cautious side to even things out. I still want to wait until we're engaged, I say. Is that okay? Her brows draw together and uncertainty creeps into her eyes.
Is this because I'm a virgin, or because you're worried about what my parents will think, or what? Because I'm ready. I've never loved someone the way I love you, and I know I'll never love anyone else like this again. I'm ready. I can't wait to be with you.
I drop my forehead to hers, my voice husky with emotion as I say, No, it's not because you're a virgin or anything else. It's because I love you. So much. I want it to be perfect and special and a night we'll both remember. Forever. She smiles.
That sounds beautiful. Conventional, but beautiful.
I brush my lips over hers, kissing her with my next words. What can I say? You bring out the conventional in me, baby.
And you bring out the wild in me,
She says.
Guess that means we're perfect for each other.
I guess it does. And then I kiss her, my tongue sweeping into her mouth, my arms tightening around her until every soft inch of her is pressed tight to every aching inch of me. And there's nothing in the world but melody. My melody. And it is perfectly right. We kiss until we're both out of breath and her fingernails are digging lightly into the skin at the back of my neck before I force myself to pull away. Come on, I say. Let me ask John for his car keys and we'll get out of here.
Are you sure about this waiting thing?
She asks, nibbling at her bottom lip in a way that makes me long to do the same thing. I'm sure. I grin and squeeze her hips.
You've got a little devil in you, Nick Geary,
She says, narrowing her eyes. One of the many things you love about me, right?
Absolutely.
She pulls me in for another kiss, a kiss that doesn't end until John clears his throat from across the room. A room, guys, a room. You need to get one, he says, shuffling into the large kitchen living room space between our two bedrooms in a yellow t-shirt with a puking clown on the front and a pair of saggy plaid pajama pants. We've had this talk before, children.
Good morning, John,
Melody says, a lilting note in her voice I don't understand until she adds,
How was your date with my best friend last night?
John frowns. I don't want to talk about it. That good, huh? I laugh as John's shoulders hunch. So a girl finally resisted the infamous Johnny O'Grady charm. Yes, she resisted it. He collapses on one of our mismatched kitchen chairs. She resisted it so successfully that she left the bar last night with someone else.
No way,
Melody says.
That doesn't sound like Kitty.
Well, maybe I bring out the heartbreaker in her, John says with a tragic sigh. I really liked her, too. She was so... different. I exchange a look with Melody, and she nods.
I'll talk to her for you, John,
She says, proving she can read my mind.
See if I can figure out what's up.
Really? John visibly perks up. That would be awesome, roomie. You are our new roomie, right? Nick said he was going to ask you, and judging from the way you two were making out, I'm guessing you said yes?
Yes, I did.
She smiles my way, her expression so purely happy. It takes my breath away. She's smiling like that because of me. Because she's coming to live with me and share her life with me, and someday soon agree to be my wife. This might be the best day ever, I say. Is that crazy?
Not crazy, and just the best day so far.
She wraps her arm around my waist, leaning close.
I have a feeling they're going to keep getting better.
On second thought, don't talk to Kitty, John says, scooting his chair back. I don't want to end up as gross as the two of you. You realize you're gross, right? Like, offensively in love? Especially to those of us who are currently tragically single? You love being single, I challenge. Not anymore, he says mournfully. Now it's tragic. Sorry about that, tragic, but can we borrow your car? I call after him as he heads back into his room. I need to take Melody back to the hospital to fill out some paperwork. Yeah, no problem. Keys are on the hook by the door. He shuts the bedroom door behind him, only to open it a second later. And I was kidding about not talking to Kitty, Melody. You should talk to her and convince her that I'm absolutely adorable.
Done.
She gives him a thumbs up.
I've got you, friend.
He beams. Thanks. Ready to get out of here? I ask as John shuts the door a second time.
Ready.
She takes my hand.
And if we're really not going to get naked today, can we get ice cream on the way home? I think ice cream will make me feel better about hanging on to my V card for a little longer.
Absolutely, I say with a smile.
Of course, if I eat ice cream every time I want to jump your bones,
She says in a put-upon voice.
I'll weigh 1,000 pounds by next week.
I grin. You'll still be hot.
Thanks,
She says, rolling her eyes before adding in a softer voice,
I love you.
I love you too, I promise. As we head back out into the early morning sunshine, I send out a silent thank you to the universe for bringing this woman into my life. There might still be more bumps waiting on the road ahead, but I'm not worried about them. We'll get over them. Every last one. Together. Epilogue. Nick. 1 month later. Remain calm, just remain fucking calm, I chant silently to myself, repeating the mantra over and over. So far, it isn't working. I'm not calm, I'm freaking out. The evening air is cool and a soft breeze drifts onto the dock from the lake, but I'm still sweating beneath my black button-down shirt. My palms are clammy and my mouth is bone dry, even though I forced myself to drink a glass of water for every glass of wine Melody and I ordered during dinner. We each had 3. After 3 glasses of Pinot Noir and the several sips of bourbon I had at the church, I'd usually be feeling no pain, but I'm not even buzzed. Apparently, this case of nervous jitters is more powerful than alcohol and the sleep-inducing mojo of a pasta dinner combined.
What a beautiful night,
Melody sings out, spinning across the faded boards of the boat dock. Her long, yellow linen dress swirls around her legs. She looks like one of those girls from the old musicals she's been making me watch before bed. The ones I pretend to hate, but secretly kind of enjoy. But then I'd probably enjoy picking up trash on the side of the road as long as I got to do it with Mel. The 30 days we've lived together have been the happiest of my life by far. I don't like to think about what it would be like to return to waking up alone. Hopefully, after tonight, I won't have to.
I wish it could go on forever,
She continues with a dreamy sigh. She kicks off her ballet flats and plops down on the edge of the dock to stick her feet in the dark water. That's gonna be freezing cold, I warn, chuckling as she squeals when her feet hit the water.
Sheesh, yeah it is.
She agrees, but she continues to paddle her feet back and forth.
Good thing I'm too wined and dined to care.
Are you saying you're drunk, woman? I ask, keeping my tone light, even as I mentally curse myself for ordering that last glass of wine. I don't care if she's feeling a little loose, but I don't want her drunk when this goes down. I want us both to remember every moment of tonight.
No, just tipsy and happy.
She leans back in her hands to stare up at the pink and blue streaked sky.
The only thing more exciting than a wedding rehearsal dinner is the wedding itself. Don't you just love weddings?
Weddings are pretty great, I agree, my pulse speeding again. My throat goes tight, and my stomach cramps around my mushroom ravioli. Melody isn't drunk, the sun is setting like something out of a postcard, and the families of the bride and groom will be finishing their supper and heading home soon. There's no time to lose. It's time to man up, calm down, and set this plan in motion. Hey, do you think it's cool to take this rowboat out? I try to sound casual, as if I didn't make a special trip here yesterday to ask the restaurant manager to reserve the boat for us tonight, but the words emerge weird and stilted. Thankfully, Melody doesn't seem to notice.
Oh yeah, you totally can.
She kicks one foot through the water, sending up a spray of drops that sparkle in the golden light.
Nana and Pop Pop used to take it out all the time. They were so cute. Pop Pop would steer and Nana would hold her blue parasol.
Let's go for a row then, I say, before it gets dark. Melody hops to her feet, snagging her shoes in one hand as she rises.
Okay, but I think we have to check it out at the front desk first, just to make sure no one else has a reservation.
I glance over my shoulder at the restaurant on the hill. It'll be dark in an hour, and there's no one else here. I say we go for it and ask forgiveness later if anyone notices we took it out.
Okay.
She grins as she drops her shoes back onto the dock and takes my hand.
Forgiveness is more fun than permission anyway.
I cluck my tongue in mock disapproval as I help her into the boat. I remember when you used to be a sweet girl who followed the rules.
I'm still a sweet girl. I'm just more open-minded than I used to be.
She settles onto the wooden seat of the rowboat. Between the peeling blue paint and her bright retro-inspired dress, she looks like a World War II pinup come to life. On impulse, I pull out my phone and snap a quick picture before I unwind the rope tying the boat to the dock, hoping we'll both want some pics to remember this night by.
Careful.
Melody poses for the camera as I get a second pic for good measure.
You're on your third phone this month. If you drop that in the water, you're going to be very annoyed with yourself.
No, I won't. I sit on the other bench facing her and take hold of the oars before shoving away from the dock with one foot. The shop has been doing so well lately that I bought the waterproof, drop-proof, apocalypse-proof case, like you told me to do the first time.
Ah, good.
She nods before closing her eyes and tilting her face back to catch the last of the sun's warmth.
It's about time you started listening to your girlfriend. She's a smart girl.
And humble.
Very.
She agrees without opening her eyes. And beautiful. I add, so shamelessly cheesy that an earlier incarnation of myself would have cringed. But I don't. I don't have to play games or play cool with Melody. It's okay to show how much I love her, which is good. I'm so gone on her that I couldn't hide it if I tried. She opens her eyes, her smile softening at the edges.
You're pretty nice to look at yourself. I had such a good time with you tonight.
Same, I say, the last of my jitters giving way to anticipation. Tonight has been pretty perfect, but hopefully it's about to get even better. I dig the oars deeper into the water, pulling hard toward the diving platform at the center of the lake. She sighs.
Totally worth missing a night at the mic, but I'll be glad to get on stage next week. I'm becoming so addicted to performing. It's starting to scare me a little.
Why? You're great, I say with complete honesty. I've been to see Melody sing at the Horse and Rider 3 times since she became the new lead singer for Ghost Town Double Wide, and every time she's been better than the last. She shrugs and looks out across the water.
I don't know. I've always been more of a family and friends type of girl. I never thought I'd enjoy getting up in front of a crowd. I've never had those kinds of dreams, you know?
Do you have them now? I ask as we glide closer to the platform. She chews her bottom lip for a moment, before shaking her head.
I don't know. Lila was saying I should audition for this all-girl band she plays with in Atlanta on Saturdays. But that's a big work day, so...
But it's a paying gig, right? She nods, her gaze lingering on the shoreline, showing no signs of noticing the unusual object on the platform.
She said the gig on Saturdays pays 3 times what the horse and rider gigs do, but still, the catering business is my first love, and I don't want to let Lark down.
Lark will understand, I assure her, and so would I. I'm behind you, whatever you want to do. I can even switch shifts with John and be your chauffeur to the city every Saturday.
As long as I keep making shepherd's pie every Wednesday for dinner,
she asks, poking my calf with her toe. Yes, I say seriously. You can change careers, change your hair color, change anything else you like, but the shepherd's pie is non-negotiable. Melody's laugh becomes a soft,
Oh,
of surprise as the boat reaches the platform with a dull thud. Her focus finally shifts in that direction, and my heart starts pounding all over again.
what's that?
Her brow furrows. What's what? I ask, playing dumb.
There's a jewelry box or something.
She trails off as she reaches out, scooping the box off the platform as we drift by.
I wonder if we should take it to the lost and found. Maybe someone.
She looks up at me through narrowed eyes, her surprise now tinged with a hint of suspicion.
Nick?
What? I fight the urge to smile, wanting to keep the surprise going for a few more moments, or at least until I can talk my heart out of my throat and figure out how I'm going to get down on one knee in the narrow space between my seat and Melody's.
It's a phoenix.
She runs gentle fingers over the carved top of the box.
It looks almost like my tattoo.
I hum beneath my breath. Weird. I finished her tattoo 3 weeks ago, using non-latex gloves, of course. The bird turned out beautifully, if I do say so myself. Even Mr. and Mrs. March might grow to like it once they finally see it out for show and tell next summer during swimsuit season. But whether they like it doesn't really matter. Melody loves it, and I'm pretty sure it's the sexiest thing I've ever seen. Catching glimpses of it as she changes into her pajamas at night has only added to my torment, making me repeatedly question what the fuck I was thinking when I insisted we wait to sleep together until we're officially engaged. The past 6 weeks with her, kissing and touching, but stopping before things go too far, have been torture. I go to bed every night aching with longing and wake up hard enough to shatter glass. I can't wait to see my ring on Melody's finger for lots of reasons, but I can't deny that finally being able to make love to her is pretty damn high on the list. Open it, I say, when she seems content to keep her exploration confined to the outside of the box.
I shouldn't. What if it's something private inside? I don't want to snoop.
I think you should snoop. I rest the oars inside the boat and wipe my hands and my jeans. It's almost time. She cocks her head.
Is this a surprise?
Open it, I repeat, suddenly ready to ask her the question I've been working up to all week.
Okay,
She says, laughing as she unhooks the latch and opens the lid. I know the instant she sees it. Her laughter dies and her entire body goes perfectly still. I take that as my cue to ease off the seat and onto one knee, cradling the sides of her thighs in my hands as I say, Melody March, I love you. She looks up, her eyes shining with unshed tears and an expression on her face I can't quite place. She's either terrified or overwhelmed with happiness, or something in between. It isn't necessarily a reassuring look, but I push on anyway. There's no turning back now. I love you more than I thought I would ever love anyone or anything. I pause to clear my throat, but it does nothing to dislodge the lump that's formed there. You make me smile every day. I'm so happy I hardly recognize myself anymore, and I like it that way. I look forward to every morning because you're there when I wake up, and I never want to wake up without you. Will you do me the honor of becoming my wife?
Yes. Goodness, yes.
She says breathlessly.
The ring is so beautiful, and I love you, and yes.
Tears spill down her cheeks as she wraps her arms around my neck and hugs me close, feathering kisses over my forehead and cheeks before finding my lips and kissing me until my blood is rushing.
I love you so much,
She whispers against my lips.
This was perfect.
I'm so glad, I say with a shaky laugh. And honestly, I'm glad to have that over with. I was so fucking nervous all night.
Why?
She swipes at her cheeks as she pulls back.
You knew I was going to say yes, silly.
I don't know. I shrug, grinning as she plucks the ring from the jewelry box and slides it onto her left ring finger. It's a perfect fit. I guess I thought there was still a chance you might come to your senses and tell me to get lost. She wrinkles her nose playfully.
Never. Now you're mine, mister, and I don't plan on ever.
She trails off, a frown creasing her forehead as she stares down at her feet.
Nick?
Yeah,
Your leg is wet.
she says in a deceptively calm voice. I glance down, surprised to see 2 inches of water filling the bottom of the boat, enough to soak the knee I had just bent and begin to seep into my shoes. I was so nervous and then so happy that I didn't notice, but now it's abundantly clear that our boat is taking on water. Shit, I mutter. It was fine when I took it out a few hours ago to place the jewelry box. She giggles softly, making me lift my eyes to her face. This isn't funny, I insist, smiling in spite of myself as I reclaim my seat and grab the oars. What if we can't make it back to the dock before we sink?
Then I guess we'll have to swim,
She says, her giggle turning into full-fledged laughter. What is wrong with you, woman? I laugh with her, though I could do without a swim in a freezing lake in October. But her laughter is just so infectious.
Nothing. I've just decided to embrace our bad luck. It's funnier that way.
I shake my head, pulling harder toward the shoreline as water continues to seep into the boat. Our luck fucking blows. Maybe we've been cursed by a jealous god or something.
Probably a goddess jealous of me for taking the hottest mortal man on earth,
She says with a wink. Seriously, I grunt, my muscles straining. Maybe we should go get our energy cleansed at that New Age place in Atlanta, the one that sells the crystals and shit.
We don't need our energy cleansed, she says breezily. Our luck isn't all bad. Your shop is doing really well. I'm starting a second career I love, and we're engaged to be married. God, I can't believe we're really engaged.
She finishes with a happy squeal as she leans over to kiss me, the addictive taste of her distracting me from my work long enough for the water to reach our calves.
Oh, wow, that's cold,
She gasps against my lips. Not so excited about that swim now, are you? I haul at the oars, but I only manage to move us a foot closer to the dock. The boat is getting too heavy and the water is pouring in so fast it's only a matter of minutes until the boat goes under. There's no way we're making it to the dock 50 feet away before we sink. Here, give me the box, I say. I don't want you to have to hold anything while you're swimming.
No, it's okay. I can hold it. I'm a stronger swimmer than you are.
You are not a stronger swimmer, I huff, and you're wearing a dress that will drag at your legs.
I am, too, a stronger swimmer,
She insists, shivering as the water reaches the bottom of our seats.
and you're wearing shoes.
I take off my shoes, hurling them hard at the dock, gratified when they connect with the wood with 2 hard thunks. There, no shoes. Now give me the box,
Fine,
she says, handing it over.
but I really am a stronger swimmer.
Guess we'll see, won't we? Last one of the dock has to tell Joe we sank his boat, I say, grinning as I stand. A second later, I leap over the side. My head goes under the cold water long enough to make me dizzy, but then I'm popping back to the surface and pulling hard for the dock seconds before Melody splashes into the water behind me.
Melody. No fair, I sputter as I surface and swim hard after Nick. You're such a cheater. Such a winner, you mean? He shouts over his shoulder. Don't think so, Geary. I pant as I pass him on the left, muscles burning as I paddle just fast enough for my fingers to grip the dock first. Oh, shut out, I call as he groans in defeat. And after you cheated, too. That must feel terrible. I hope you're ashamed of yourself. My teeth chatter as I heft myself up on the dock, so soaking wet that my dress clings to me like a gross-feeling second skin. I do feel terrible, he says, bobbing in the dark water. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? I grin down at him, admiring how delicious he looks with his dark hair slicked away from his face and his long lashes clumped around his eyes. He's so gorgeous, and so wonderful, and so mine. I wiggle my fingers, delighting in the feel of his ring snug on my hand, still drunk on the magic of his proposal, despite our freezing dip. Yes, I say, I can forgive you. Nick hums happily as he pulls himself onto the wood planks beside me, his gaze even more intense than usual. What? I ask. I think I can see through your dress, he murmurs, squinting. Are you wearing a bra? My eyes widen as I cross my arms over my chest. No, I couldn't. The back of my dress is too low. Oh my gosh, can you really see through it? I don't know. He takes my wrist and draws it gently away from my chest. Let me take another look or two. I slap his shoulder before bringing my arm back in front of my chest. This isn't funny. No, it's not. It's sexy as hell, and there's no way I want you walking through the restaurant to the car looking like that. He pops to his feet and reaches a hand down to help me up. The boathouse should be open. I shiver as he pulls me up beside him. Really? It's never been open before. Lark and I used to try to get in there all the time when we were little. He twines his fingers through mine and leads me toward the one-room shack not far from the dock. I might have paid Joe a little something to let me rent it out for the evening. Aw, I can't believe he went to all this trouble. Even the sinking rowboat can't ruin this proposal. Heck, it really only adds to the story. Let's get you hidden, Nick says, and I'll go see if I can find something in the car for you to put on. At the very least, the picnic blanket is still in the trunk. You could wrap up in that. Okay, I trail off as Nick opens the narrow door to the boathouse, letting me pass through first. Oh, Nick. I stop just inside, my hand lifting to hover in front of my lips. What did you do? Champagne and strawberries too cheesy? He asks, closing the door behind us. No, it's wonderful. It's perfect, I say, already feeling warmer, even though the tiny room isn't insulated. But the walls block the breeze, and there's just something about seeing a cozy little table with a red and white checkered tablecloth set with champagne and strawberries and a candle waiting to be lit that makes me cozy from the inside out. You are amazing. I turn back to him for a hug, our body heat warming our soaked clothes as we come together. Nick bends his mouth to mine, kissing me with that gentle, insistent passion that makes me ache all over. A little piece of me feels like it's going to wither and die every time he pulls away. The past few weeks have been wonderful, perfect in so many ways, but they've also been torture. I've never wanted to be with a man the way I want to be with Nick. Every kiss, every caress drives me absolutely insane with wanting him. I want to feel Nick's skin against mine, feel him moving inside me. I want to make love to him. But he's been adamant about waiting until we were engaged. Oh, I say, pulling away from the kiss as realization hits. What's wrong? Nick murmurs. Nothing's wrong. I drag my fingernails gently down the back of his shirt. I just realized that we're engaged. His eyes darken. We are. And I can't wait to get you home tonight. Why wait until we get home? I reach for the top of his shirt and work the top button through the soggy buttonhole. He arches a brow. Here? I mean, we should probably get out of these wet things anyway, I say, starting on the next button. Don't you think? The floor isn't that clean, he says, even as his hands move to the back of my dress, gripping the top of my zipper and dragging it down. I don't care. Just the sound of the zipper opening is enough to make me ache with wanting him. I don't want to wait another second to feel you inside me. His breath rushes out. You are the sexiest woman I've ever met. Good thing, I say, helping him pull my damp dress down my arms and off my waist, sighing with relief when it falls to the ground, and only my underwear remains, since I'm going to be your wife. Nick shakes his head, a mixture of awe and raw need on his face as he looks me up and down. Why aren't you out of those clothes yet? I ask, electricity jolting through me as he makes quick work of his clothes. Are you sure you don't want more romance than this? He hooks his thumbs into the top of his boxer briefs, pausing on his way to being completely bare to me. What's more romantic than an old boathouse after a beautiful proposal and nearly drowning in a rowboat? I reach for him, curling my fingers over his waistband. Now, hurry up. I want to see you. Without another word, he tugs his boxer briefs over his hips, letting them slide to his ankles before stepping free. I let out a sigh of approval. Stunning. There's no other word for him. From his broad shoulders to the muscled planes of his stomach, to the little indention on the sides of his hips that dip in before his abdomen becomes something more intimate. He's so delicious that I can't quite believe he's mine. Your turn. The hunger in his voice makes me shiver for reasons that have nothing to do with the chill in the air. A moment later, my panties have been added to the pile of damp clothes on the floor, and I'm stretching out on top of them. I feel a button digging into my back as I lie down. But then Nick lengthens himself on top of me, and I lose awareness of anything but his skin soft against mine, his mouth hot on my neck, and his hands running over my body, touching me in all the places I've been dying for him to touch me. After a few breathless kisses that leave my head spinning, he moves lower. I arch into his touch with a moan that becomes a gasp. I reach down, kneading his strong shoulder muscles. Tingles shiver through me from head to toe as I smooth my palms down the front of his chest. Melody. Now, Nick, I whisper. I'm tired of waiting. There will be time for slow later. Right now, I just need you inside me. With a groan of surrender, Nick reaches between us. You are so sexy, I say, my voice shaking. And you are everything, he says, the emotion in his eyes catching me off guard. I knew this would be intimate, but it's even more intense than I imagined. Perfect, I finally whisper, figuring that sums it up pretty nicely. The light in the room has gone murky now, and I know we should probably head back before someone gets worried and comes looking for us. But I don't ask Nick to let me up so I can get dressed. I just sigh and skim my fingertips idly up and down his bare back. He lifts his head, propping up on one arm to look down at me. That was... wow. What? I ask, loving him even more than I did 10 minutes ago. It blew my mind a little. I grin. You don't have to flatter me. It was my first time. I'm sure I have a lot to learn. He shakes his head. No, you don't. You're amazing. He pauses, studying my face before he adds, that was my first time too, you know, in a way. I mean, I've had a lot of sex, but tonight is the first time I've made love to anyone. I thought I had before, I guess, but I was wrong. The backs of my eyes begin to sting. I love you. I love you too. He kisses the tip of my nose. It didn't hurt? Just a little. I'm sore, but not too bad, I say, a soft sound of protest escaping my lips. That didn't mean I wanted you to leave. He laughs. I don't want to leave. But I should get dressed and go get that blanket for you. It's getting late. I know, but I need 5 more minutes. I reach for him, pulling him back to the ground beside me. I roll onto my side, resting my head on his shoulder as I hitch my leg over his hips, sighing with contentment. I wish we never had to put clothes on. I love being naked with you. And I love being naked with. Hello? Who's there? I recognize Nana's voice 1 second. The next, the door rattles on its hinges. Wait! I gasp, horror movie music shrieking in my head as the handle dips. There isn't time to so much as grab a damp piece of clothing to throw over us before the door swings open, revealing a tiny woman with carefully coiffed gray curls. Nana's shout, when she sees us sprawled naked on the floor, is loud enough to shake the thin walls of the boathouse. Melody Ann March, have you been attacked? Oh my God, no, Nana, please close the door. I snatch at my dress and pull it out from under me. Young lady, I am appalled. Nana huffs, making no move to exit the doorway. Nana, please close the door and let us get dressed, I beg. The embarrassment so intense my cheeks feel like I'm trapped face down in a lava flow. This is mortifying. Well, if you'd waited until you were married and in a locked bedroom with the lights off as God intended, you wouldn't have to be mortified. Nana presses her thin lips together and finally reaches for the door. Think on that the next time you feel the urge to get sexy with each other in public. I'll be at the restaurant. If you two aren't there in 10 minutes, I'm sending Melody's daddy looking for her. With that parting shot, she slams the door, leaving Nick and I alone in the buzzing silence. After a long, miserable second, Nick mutters in a shell-shocked voice, We didn't just get caught by your grandmother, right? That was just a horrible hallucination from drinking too much wine. I exhale a shaky breath as I scramble to my feet. We should get dressed. I'm pretty sure that hallucination wasn't kidding about sending Daddy down here. Nick bolts to his feet and begins stuffing his legs into his boxer briefs with a speed that leaves no doubt how terrible he finds that possibility. I'll run and grab the blanket as fast as I can, he says. Don't bother. I tuck up my dress and turn to clear the table. I'll use the tablecloth. Zip me up, would you? Nick finishes buttoning his pants and zips me up, his fingers lingering at the sensitive skin at the center of my back. Someday we're going to laugh about this, right? I glance over my shoulder, grimacing. Maybe. Someday? Someday far, far from this day? I wrap the tablecloth around my shoulders and take his hand with a laugh. Come on, Let's go show everyone the engagement ring. Maybe it will keep my daddy from killing you in the event Nana decides to tell everyone how sexy we were getting with each other down here. He chuckles. Well, at least if I die, I'll go a happy man. He drops a swift kiss to my cheek. Thank you for a beautiful last night on Earth. And thank you for a beautiful first time, I say, smiling as we start for the door. Not even being caught naked by my grandmother is enough to ruin my first time. It was still beautiful. Perfect. As romantic and special and unforgettable as I'd always hoped it would be. I will always cherish the memories we made tonight, but not nearly as much as this man. I'm going to love and cherish the heck out of you, Nick Geary, I promise, as we start up the hill in the dusky light, the stars beginning to poke through the sky above us. Ditto, sunshine, he says, squeezing my hand. Ditto. This has been Falling for the Bad Boy by Lili Valente, narrated by Connor Crais and Lili Valente. Copyright 2020 Lili Valente. Production copyright 2020 Lili Valente.